Hello everyone, welcome to Egopath time. This will likely be my most famous video that I will ever create. Just because of the content I'm going to cover, I am going to teach you what they won't teach you in school. Hence the title of the video, Here's What They Won't Teach You in School. I'm going to outline what this video is going to cover, and before I get into that, I just want to announce that I've had some tough choices regarding my personal life, and ultimately, this is going to be my final Egopath time video. A new age of enlightenment cannot happen without people having a desire to learn, to understand. What I'm going to cover today are those that really don't have the desire to learn or to understand. I'm not interested in those people being the audience. I'm interested in studying those people and presenting them, but it's the future truth seekers that when they're ready, they will seek truth. And my work, like this video, will be waiting for them. Having this very much needed information offered as a course to others, to the masses, in a school's curriculum would undoubtedly raise awareness and strengthen both detection and defense skills against the egopaths and manipulators in general. And with that intro out of the way, let's get started on what they won't teach you in school. I'm going to start from kind of a very bare bones angle overview of what we're covering. We're going to be comparing the smoothie, the smooth brain, the sheeple, the conformist, the NPC, the the non-playable character, the unliving brain dead, and we're going to see what the differences. That's one we're going to cover, and we're going to see the differences between that and also the midwit, or also known as I more appropriately call it, the fixed wit, because their mind is fixed. Their mindset is fixed. Very important. It's static. Their mindset is not in a growth mindset. They're in a fixed mindset. And this is very, very important when it comes to the difference between ideology and having core values, and having integrity and morality. There's a very, very big difference there. And so they're a fixed wit. And then we're also going to look at the egopath. And we're going to see how this is an incremental stage, how all three of these types here are all comfort campers. Every single one. They all operate on comfort camper logic. Every single one of them. And they all prove it. 100%. Only difference is the egopath has an immense amount of aggression and therefore has an aggressive tool set. Because guess what? With practice and trial and error, you're going to learn a few things. You're going to try and find ways to fulfill certain needs and desires. So when you have lots of aggression, lots of predatory aggression, you're going to get good at being predatory. That's just how it works. But it's important to understand here, all of them, the NPC, the midwit, the egopath, all of them are operating on the same operating system. And that's a very light way of putting it. All of their personality stems from the same thing, and they don't break from it. And a lot of this has to do with emotional reasoning. I will get into that, and I will cover exactly what is going on with all of this. I'm going to show you Carlos Sepulveda's Taxonomy of Stupid, and basically in here you're going to see, with Friedrich Nietzsche's version, it was the higher man, the herd, the slave, and the slave is the equivalent of the egopath. The slave is the slave of their ego, and then the herd is made up of the NPCs and the midwits. And so the slave, or the egopath here, controls all the NPCs and midwits. And then they attack. They attack the higher man, which in this case is going to be your intelligent person. That's going to be your intelligent person. They're going to attack it. I just want to make that very clear that this is what this is. These NPCs and midwits, they are going to be used by the egopath. That's how this works. And you could also say that maybe there's some other egopaths in the herd, but at that point it doesn't matter. There's an egopath controlling the big gigantic herd of NPCs and midwits. That's the main focus here. They're all comfort campers, all of them, all three of them. The NPC, the unliving brain, the midwit, the fixed wit, the narcissist, the egopath. That's really what it is here. And I use the term egopath instead of narcissist because egopath is more self-explanatory. They have a very big problem and they do everything to feed their ego. They don't have a self-sufficient ego. It's not self-sustaining. It's this ugly, massive yet fragile ego, and they do very bad things to good people. First off, I'm going to give us a very quick overview here, how this all works together. So right now you're looking at The Self-Adapting Psyche by Connor Wood. In this case, this was about the egopath and what they are. And so you see here, you have, at the very top, you have deciding factors, where the problem is they have cowardness and self-hatred, and their solutions to pretend it all away. So what does that generate? That generates the mask of perfection. And what does that lead to? It leads to egopathy, which means you need to feed the ego. And what's going to help feed the ego? Predatory desire, just like an addict. An addict cares about the high, not the supply. Very important to understand this. That's what it is. It's this predatory desire. The predator doesn't care about the prey. Maybe in a sadistic manner, it cares about the prey, cause it a lot of pain, make sure it can't escape, give those good chemical feelings. Yeah, you're going to eat tonight, and you're going to eat good tonight. But you have to realize that's where that leads. And so what helps with being a predator? Well, there's certain traits that are going to help with that. And the dark pentad of egopathy covers those 5 traits, which is your narcissism, your Machiavellianism, the psychopathy, the sociopathy, and the sadism or sadism. Those 5 there are all going to help feed the ego. All those dark traits help feed the ego. And if you've ever been attacked by these vicious monsters, you know what I'm talking about. You know how sadistic they can be. You know how psychopathic they can be. You know how sociopathic they can be. You know how narcissistic they can be. You know how sneaky and Machiavellian they can be in terms of keeping things from you and not telling you things and censoring things and being a little tyrant. And all of that, of course, is going to lead to depravity because they have a very, very one simple way of looking at the world, and you're not going to be able to make them see otherwise. It's not happening. Their perspective is the only perspective. They cannot switch perspectives, and their perspective is, according to them, reality. Yeah, it's a very dangerous delusion, is that their perspective is the only reality. There's no other perspective. You try and tell them otherwise, no, you're crazy. So, and by the way, they actually know you're not crazy on a deep level, but they live in denial. It's very important to understand it. Just like an NPC, they live in denial. All of this, right? They tell themselves lies, and then they can actually believe these lies. It's very, very scary stuff, because then they can justify themselves doing anything. And after depravity, you have parasitic signals. So, and that means that they have to pretend, right? They could not get away with what they do. They could not convince the NPCs or the midwits to do what they say without appearing benevolent to them. If you knew what they really were, you would never allow them in power, because they will do horrible, terrible things to you when they're done with whoever else they're dealing with. They will turn on you next. So one of the problems that they have is they have a zero-sum thinking mindset. So it's not too bad when hey, if it's a win-win, great. But guess what? They don't see anything like that. Everything is a zero-sum game where if you win, I'm losing, so I need to do something about that. And if you lose, I win. And those two feed into each other like crazy. And that because that's just it. If you're winning, they feel they're losing, so they're going to cause loss to you, and then they feel that they've won. They haven't done anything for themselves in terms of building themselves up. All they do is tear others down, push others down to feel bigger than them. This is what you're dealing with. So there's one very important thing I want to cover here. I'm not going to get into everything about this psyche and how it works, because this starts getting into more about actually designing like an AI, and you can't blame you can't blame genetics when you create a sentient AI that turns out to be an egopath and destroys everything. So genetics just don't play a role there. We're dealing with pure psychology here. So while genetics can play a role in carbon-based life forms, it's not the only thing that can cause something to become this truly evil monster. And that's very important to understand. We do not have a safety blanket just because we make a mind of metal instead of a mind of meat. That doesn't work. So one thing I want to point out here is in the psyche, under my identity, who I think I am. This is very important, the who I think I am. The Egopath's Maladaptive Mind by Connor Wood. Just under the my identity, who I think I am, who do they think they are? Who do the Egopaths think they are? It's something called the Mask of Perfection. This is their identity. They made a mask for themselves, and this is what they pretend they are to themselves. They lie to themselves and they deceive themselves. So just in this Mask of Perfection, let's go over it real quick, and we're going to start seeing how this works. So we're going to zoom and enhance into the Mask of Perfection. There we go. Mask of Perfection, bare bones skeleton without all the meat. So here we have a little circuit here. Well, we have a little diagram. We'll get into the circuit part of it later. So we have a false self, FS for short. We have a false narrative, FN for short. We have ego supply or ego fuel. We have irrational thought process, which inside of there, projection plays a role. Projection's part of their irrational thought process. Very important. Projection is a very key part of what they are and what they do. It's a key component to seeing, hey, is this person an egopath? And in fact, not a real person, not a real human. Are they actually devoid of empathy and integrity and love and humanity? That's part of it. And projection is how they get around having a conscience. It's how they drown out a conscience, how they replace a conscience. It's how they can make everything fit their narrative, and that's very important to understand here. So that false narrative at the top right there's a red arrow that goes from it down to the bottom where it's compatible false narrative information, which goes into irrational thought process. All of this stuff here, it depends on each other, and it's one big circular chain of reasoning. All of this is simply true because it says it's true. When you realize that their identity is made up and it's not real, it's a delusion, and they believe it. And once you realize what does that mean? Like, what is the false self? What is the false narrative? What is all this? I've explained the basics here, and we'll get into that. So first, I'm just going to show you here the circuit part of it. So all of this now, I've gotten rid of some of the other lines and that, and it's very simple here. Their Mask of Perfection, think of it like a light bulb. As long as the circuit is complete and nothing's broken, the Mask of Perfection is in effect, and they can believe it. They actually believe it. They believe this is what they are. So this circular chain of logic shows how fragile their Mask of Perfection is. Any break in this, their entire identity falls apart. And a closed series circuit is fitting for their closed, fragile mind. This is what they are, and this is very important to understand. What happens if you remove something from this circuit, if the circuit's broken? So systems work simply as designed and not simply as intended. No one wants to have a fragile ego or a fragile identity. No one wants that. No one wants to be weak. They might want to play victim and get victim status, but they don't actually want to be a weak piece of crap. They never want to see themselves in that light. They want to be strong and powerful. It gives them good feelings. Being weak itself doesn't give them good feelings. tricking people into giving them what they want, yeah, that can give them good feelings. Oh, I'm a victim, I'm a victim. They're not. They're victim mimics. They mimic a victim. You think they're a victim. They're not a victim. They want the social status. That's what they're after. And that's very, very similar to the goals of a midwit, to the goals of the fixed wit. They like social status. They will do what it takes to get social status. That is what they care about. Facts and truth does not matter. Social status, that's what's real to them. That's all that matters. Because with that, they have power. And that's what they're after. Not truth, power. And they don't see truth as power. If truth can give them power, great, but they don't see truth as being more important than ruling over everyone and having everyone else as your slave. It's their priorities are real messed up. So a chain is no stronger than its weakest link, just like in a closed series circuit. Any part of it that breaks, the whole thing fails. The entire thing fails. So anything that contradicts their false narrative or challenges their rational thought process or removes their ego supply, if they're not getting supply, if they're not getting that good feedback, if they're not feeling it, if they're not feeling good, it's going to take their mask of perfection away. It's going to break down, and they're going to begin to see who they really are. They will fight with all the fear and rage they have to make sure that never happens. Ever. You've heard the term narcissistic collapse. That's what that refers to. It's very scary when you deal with this, because they will do horrible things up to and including murder. They will. Why not? You've done the very worst thing, and we're going to find out you're going to find out just why they think it's so terrible, that their false identity, and why it has to be your fault. And that's that projection part. We're going to get into that. So when we look at the detailed view of the Mask of Perfection, as you can see, there's a lot of stuff here. In the detailed view of the Mask of Perfection, the Mask of Perfection is going to allow them to believe anything they want to believe about themselves. That's really powerful. And when you take that away from them, that where they can't believe whatever they want to tell themselves, whoa, watch out. Because guess what? They want to believe. They want to believe that they're this good thing, and they're not. So when you take that away from them, they're not going to thank you. If you've ever heard the saying, correct a wise man and he will thank you, but correct a fool and he will hate you, you will find out that these are not wise people. When you take away their mask of perfection like that, you will find they are not wise. They are a fool. And they're going to hate you. They're going to do very bad things to you. So, let's get into some of the very important things about the mask of perfection. Their false self, what it comes down to, it's a set of delusional beliefs that they believe they are. That's really what it is. Identity is a set of beliefs that you believe that you are this, you are this, you are this, you are this. You're A, B, C. You believe it. You can also have an identity that's based sort of on what you're not, but I recommend basing your identity on what you are. You could it's both, but I recommend doing it based on what you are. You know, it closes the reality gap a little bit. You know, the difference between the reality, your actual personality, and your identity. You know, it'd be nice if you had an accurate assessment of that. So the false self is their biggest lie they live, and they're going to constantly delude themselves away from reality. And why? Well, the false self distracts them from all their problems, like hating their real and flawed self. They wouldn't need to make a false self if they actually loved themselves. And that's why I don't think narcissist is a very good word to call these people. And I say people very loosely. Because a narcissist, in the olden terms from Greek mythology, Narcissus, it's someone who loves themselves too much, and their love is a curse, and they can't do anything but just love themselves, and they just sort of die just because they can't do anything because they're too busy just loving themselves. And that's not what these egopaths are. These egopaths are the opposite. They hate what they are, and they're going to project that whenever they get a chance. They have to have someone be the enemy, someone be their scapegoat, and they can project all their inner hatred onto someone else, all their self-hatred. And it's very ugly. And so when we take a look at it, I had read so many stories, like real life stories from victims, and the behavior of these narcissists, of these egopaths. And it came down to ultimately always free of negative consequences. You are not going to hold them accountable. No one's going to hold them accountable. If you do, you're evil. So it's really simple. And of course, as soon as you say that they're evil, hey, wait, I can't be evil. There's no such thing as evil. Oh, yes, there is. Oh, yes, yes, there is. So, what does this look like, this false self of theirs? They're always right, they're always desired and owed everything and always in control and always justified. It's all them. So great, so magnificent. And so what is the false narrative? The false narrative is kind of like the extension of the false self. It's the story. It's the story they wrap themselves in to act as sort of a castle around the king. And so in this reality of theirs, they're either always the victim or always the hero, but they're never the villain. They're never the villain. That's literally their conscience there. Imagine your conscience, instead of having a conscience going, wait, is this wrong? Instead, it's just, oh no, I'm the hero or I'm the victim. You're always justified. Always. It's something. So there's lots of that stuff. I'll get into some of the ego supply, ego fuel. It's basically that they need external sources. They need constant reassurance. They need internal and external assurances that what they believe is real, because they're at war with reality, because the reality is they're delusional, but they will not submit to that. They will not. They will not. And this is not a form of strength. This is not integrity. This is incorrigibility. It's not. They're not from a place of strength. It's a place of weakness, and they're not going to change. So when something contradicts their delusions, that's the ego injury. That's the opposite of ego supply. They want just a constant reassurance that what they believe is correct, constant validation, just constant worship. And we're going to start looking here. And now here's something very important here with the irrational thought process. Irrational thought process, I've added a little note here from last time. I was actually doing some diagrams and all these videos. I was doing it on Tyr Ravenson's channel, and it was fantastic. We had a discussion. We went through my graphs at the time, of my diagrams of what I had. But this one little note here, this one little blue note. One proven way to be irrational is to fully rely on emotional reasoning. The mental filter of comfort is one such way. At the time with Tyr Ravenson, I hadn't designed the mental filter of comfort. It was something I had been thinking about, working on, but it didn't exist in any form available anywhere. There was no diagram of the mental filter of comfort. There was nothing. I made it. I made it happen. So this is all that is needed for rationality to conquer rationality. Stupidity ensues. When you live in dreamland, you're not going to be basing your decisions from reality. So when you try and set realistic goals, or when you try and set goals, they're not going to be realistic. They're going to be dreamland version of realistic. They're going to be delusional. They're not realistic goals, they're delusional goals. And that's very important to understand here. And this little thing here saying information obtained, and they'll reject contradictory false narrative information, and they'll accept compatible false narrative information. All of that is actually a very simple version of the mental filter of comfort. The mental filter of comfort follows this exact pattern. It's just a little more advanced. It's a little more detailed, a little more explanatory, a little more on the nose. This very simple thing here is just showing you that very basic pattern that the mental filter of comfort absolutely fits in. And it also includes what happens when you have rejected info. Well, you get projection, and then it comes back as distorted info, which will usually be acceptable. It'll be compatible false narrative information because it's what they want. And hence, projection is where the original information is distorted and it becomes compatible. And usually that means who gets the blame. So when they're actually to blame, they're going to blame shift. They're going to shift the blame. They're going to shift the accountability. And usually they're going to accuse their chosen scapegoat of something they themselves are guilty of. Usually it's the scapegoat they have. They have a scapegoat. They have a fall guy all the time. They like to cast blame on, or a group even. It's always and they try to keep this consistent because they know if they try and scapegoat too many people go, wait a minute, you're full of shit, and they understand that. So they all that's the thing, right? They're always trying to fool themselves, and they know deep down this is bullshit what they're doing. They know it's bullshit. They know what they're doing. So projection is the closest thing you will get to a confession from them, because they have to keep believing in this la fairy tale story that they really are the victim or the hero, and they're never the villain, because otherwise they'll feel bad. And that is the most heinous crimes of all. They actually feel bad for doing bad things. That's the true evil there. So what's stopping them from doing bad things if they're not going to feel bad about it? Because they're not going to feel bad about it. They're going to feel good about it. They're going to feel justified no matter what they do. Yeah. Yeah, now you see the problem. So we have also the compatible false information, which feeds into it. All of this feeds into itself. Okay, so now that I've shown you the mask of perfection here, this is what they are, we're going to take a quick look at two things here. Before we get into the irrational thought process, we're going to take a look at the false narrative and what it's made up of. Yes, it's either always the victim, always the hero, never the villain. But what kind of thing happens here? And I'm going to talk about something called false duality and dualistic certainty and living in denial. That's very important to understand this. The next part of it is going to be explaining the aggression and then how that ties into them being a comfort camper. Why they're the same as an NPC, why they're the same as a midwit or a fixwit, why they're all the same. Yes, they have some different tools and they have some extra little bits of logic, but why they're all ultimately derived from the NPC. They fit in the NPC world. The first thing we're going to look at here with aggression is we're going to look into the false duality. So here we have Connor Wood, living in denial with dualistic certainty and false dualities. This is a lot of writing. I know there's no fancy pictures here, but it is important enough that I couldn't leave anything to interpretation. Once you understand this very basic thing, you'll understand this is entirely what their false narrative is always made out of. All of them. It's all the same. So let's get into the definitions here. Duality, an interdependent relationship between two parts. When either part changes, the other must change as well due to the existing duality. Example, sometimes winning and losing are a duality, where increasing your chances of losing decreases your chances of winning. If you have a 60% chance of losing, then if it's out of 100%, you have to have only a 40% chance of winning if there is no other option, if you can't tie or opt out or whatever. So that's just kind of explaining how that works. There can also be a duality between the chances of winning between two opponents, where there can only be one winner. Example, if player 1 has a 60% chance of winning, The other opponent must be less likely to win by the same amount. So if I have a 60% chance of winning, you must have a 60% chance of losing. Again, assuming you can't tie or you can't have another player do something else, or you know what I mean. It's just those are the only factors, and everything else can't interfere with that. That's the duality there. The Monty Hall problem is a great example of this, and I'll talk about that in a bit later. But we're going to move on to the next one here. Certainty. The feeling of being confident that your understanding of something is accurate to the reality of said something. My certainty in terms of either if you have certainty towards something that is or certainty towards something that isn't, you're saying it is this in reality, it isn't this in reality. You are certain that this is the case, that what you believe, what you understand, it's accurate to reality. When you are delusional, your certainty is going to be based not on objective reality. It's going to be based on your reality, their delusional reality. And so that's a big problem there, because they can be certain that something's true, like their false dualities. And we'll get into that real soon. Denial. A conscious, deliberate refusal of reality. Example, emotional reasoning, where it's feelings over facts, feels over reals. Emotional reasoning is such a amazing coping mechanism, but it can also be just used in the most utterly terrible ways to be a substitute for moral reasoning, and it's no substitute. Just because I feel something's right doesn't mean it is. So yeah, emotional reasoning. I mean, you can. There's just emotions are not known to be just simply rational. It's really not. So, and emotions change very quickly depending on whatever situation is happening. So even in the best of us. So yeah, emotional reasoning. It's not something that I would I would try and define reality with, but they do. It's scary. Denialism here, and this is there's some different terms of denial, but denialism is denial with the intent to avoid psychological discomfort. What that means there, and this is very important to understand this. Denial, you're refusing reality. Okay, why are you refusing reality? Oh, I'm avoiding psychological discomfort. Oh, well, that's denialism. Usually denial is denialism. That's usually what it is. However, denial can also be weaponized, and we'll get into that later. Here we go. Dualistic certainty. This is the next one. The need to try and make everything a duality to something else in order to be certain about something. The cure to dualistic certainty is curiosity in the objective and specific, rather than relying on an unproven abstract reality. Dualistic certainty. It's something that is going to try and simplify everything, where everything in life is simple, nothing could be complex, and everything is dualistic. When you think about that, that's scary, that everything has to be a duality to something else, that everything's a duality, that there can't be any other options, that there must only be two options. That gets very fallacious very fast, and dualistic certainty causes these problems. And so what do you get? What do you get from all this dualistic certainty? Well, you get false dualities. And a false duality is a duality that does not actually exist in reality. If a relationship between two things does exist, it won't be a duality. It can be something else, but it's not going to be a duality. If there's another relationship, it's not going to be an interdependent relationship between the two parts. It's not. And so dualistic certainty encourages committing these false dualities, and this is where you get all the problems. This is what their false narrative is completely made up of, false dualities. And this explains why they need a scapegoat all the time. Because one of the false dualities they can create is If you're guilty, I'm innocent. If you take the fall, I'm innocent. And this goes beyond, if you're punished, then I won't be punished. That's the rational aspect, is yeah, if I can get you to be the fall guy and take the fall for my crimes, then yeah, I won't be punished. But this is more about than just punishment. This is about them actually believing their mask of perfection, believing their own delusions. So yes, it fits in to doing those bad things, but they have a completely different way, a completely different objective. And it's only because the reality gets in the way of their delusions that then they have to actually deal with reality, and they deal with reality in a very poor way regarding others. We'll get into that. So I did mention the Monty Hall problem earlier regarding a duality. So let's, because I want to explain that dualities do exist under certain conditions. They really are. It's the limitations define reality. So a duality can exist. So, for example, there's a brain teaser that purposely does not explain a duality which you need to understand in order to solve the zero-sum game show. Imagine you're a contestant and you're told there are 3 doors and you must pick one of the doors, and only one of these doors has a prize. After you pick a door, all the other doors except 2 are eliminated. One of the remaining doors has the prize, and the other door is and the other door is either one you picked or one you didn't. So, one of the remaining doors has the prize. You can then either stay or switch to the other door. Is switching more than a 50-50 chance at winning? If all you had to start with was 2 doors and you pick one door and then they say, well, do you want to switch? Well, then yeah, of course that's a 50-50. But what really got a lot of people on this is the fact that when there was more doors, there's a higher chance that you won't pick the right one. And what people didn't also understand is there's a duality. The chances of you picking the right door is the chances of the game show having to not pick the right door. So yes, there's a duality making it so. If you have 1/3 chance of winning, the game show has a 1/3 chance of losing, which means the game show has a 2/3 chance of winning 2 out of 3 times. If you never picked the wrong door, they would always have to pick the wrong door. They would always have to leave 2 doors. They will always pick the right door unless you do, which creates this duality. That's how that works there, that duality. So if I didn't explain it well, there's lots of YouTube videos about that, but I believe I've done it well. So switching to their door will give you their original 2/3 chance to win. That's the thing there. Initially you have a 1/3 chance, and technically, yeah, if you disregard all your previous data, all your previous Bayes theorem data on the previous doors, and forget about all the previous information, you just think, oh, there's 2 doors, I'll just pick one again. Sure, then that has a 50-50 chance, but the original choice you had was 1/3, and from there, theirs was a 2/3 chance. So I know it's not something that you would normally think about, but it's important to understand that was an actual duality. The chances of you winning was the chances of them losing. That was the duality that was in this Monty Hall problem. That's that, plain and simple. It was real, it exists. And you can draw an entire table out to prove it. There's lots of ways that the Monty Hall problem has been mathematically solved and logically solved to show you that this duality exists. So let's go up to the top right here. What does it all mean? I've talked about dualistic certainty, false dualities. What is all this? So a false duality is going to allow for all sorts of justifications and beliefs, but all of it will be based on an illusion, because a false duality is something that's not real. When a false duality is based on the denial of something, it ensures the desired outcome will always be the perceived outcome. How convenient. You literally are deciding reality by denying reality. That's the lure of the false duality. That's why dualistic certainty is so appealing. You can just define what reality is by defining what reality isn't. I mean, you're avoiding the law of identity there by doing that, but by doing that, that's how you create such absurd beliefs and how they can be constructed and believed. A denial of reality allows anything to be true that you want to be true. Living in denial is all about that. Dualistic certainty helps to keep you in denial as the mind relies on these false dualities to be real. The comfort certainty brings is important to note, and we're going to get to that, why I call them comfort campers. You know, that's very important. So, through denial and a false duality, they will be able to know what one thing is without even knowing about it, because they know the other thing, because they assume if one thing is not, then the other thing must be true. That's that false duality. A good example of a false duality is Friedrich Nietzsche making the mistake of destroying his ego. You see, Friedrich Nietzsche unfortunately came to the wrong conclusion that the ego is bad and being egoless is good. He didn't understand that what you really want is a strong, healthy ego and not a weak, unhealthy ego. And that's really what the egopath is. They have the massive yet fragile ego, and it's weak and it's unhealthy. They are not healthy individuals. It's not a healthy ego. So the real duality is strong, healthy ego, and on the other end, weak, unhealthy ego. That's a duality. If you have a strong, healthy ego, then you do not have a weak, unhealthy ego. That's a duality. That's an actual duality. Friedrich Nietzsche created a false duality where, ego bad, egoless good. And so he destroyed his own ego, and then he lost his sense of identity and believed he was everyone. So he did it. He destroyed his ego, and he complete destruction of the ego. And it's like, yes, you don't want to be the egopath, but you will not be the egopath by having a strong, healthy ego. And that's something Ayn Rand figured out. You know, she didn't have the words egopath like I do, but she knew strong, healthy ego, a self-sufficient ego. That's all that matters. That was Ayn Rand. And the most important thing for them is to never learn that this is a false duality, because then their entire identity is bullshit. It's revealed as bullshit to them. It was bullshit to begin with, but they just didn't know it, and they don't want to know it. They don't ever want to believe that their identity is just made up garbage, because then that means that they're, in fact, a piece of shit. It's just, you're not going to be a good person with all of this stuff going on. You're just not, because you're going to always take the easy way out, or you're going to take whatever. It gets very bad very fast, very scary. All sorts of fallacious thinking will be committed, including but not limited to the illicit negative. And this gets into some logical fallacies in terms of syllogisms. And so the illicit negative is one or two negative premises. So premise one, premise two, conclusion one. So one or two negative premises lead to a positive conclusion. That's an automatic fail when it comes to actual having a valid logic, having valid reasoning. That's an automatic fail. You go, whoa, that's the illicit negative. Now, no one really thinks like that, except maybe some high price fancy lawyer. But the illicit negative there, that is what it is. One or two negative premises is a positive conclusion. That's basically me saying, oh, that's false, therefore, hey, this thing is true. And again, it's the false duality allows them to do this. It gives them permission to do this. As far as they're concerned, the false duality is real. They don't think it's an illicit negative at all. They probably don't even know the definition, the word illicit negative. They don't know these terms. They don't need to know these terms because they've got the false duality working for them there. So then you also have kind of the opposite, the illicit affirmative. And that's where two positive premises lead to a negative conclusion. This is usually easier to spot because for example, if I say person A is innocent and person B is innocent, therefore it must be person C that is not innocent. Well, luckily people can look into that and go, wait a minute, person C here had nothing to do with any of this, and it could be person D, person E, person F. It could just it's one of those things where you can't just rule something out like that. Not that way. That it's invalid reasoning, and perhaps person C is not innocent, but that is not the way you can actually know. And as far as they're concerned, with false dualities, they can know this, but it's all fallacious. It's all invalid reasoning. Whether the conclusion is actually true or not, it's the invalid reasoning to get there that it doesn't fit with reality. So even if they were right that person C is not innocent, the it has nothing to do with person A and B being innocent in that regard. It really doesn't. And what that comes down to is you need to look at things like evidence. And you'll find they hate evidence because that gets in the way of other false dualities of theirs, because they've established the false duality that no, they don't need evidence. They have person A and B. If person A and B is innocent, then person B must be not innocent. It's very scary in that. It's basically saying if I'm not a witch and you're not a witch, well, that person we don't like over there, they must be a witch. It's very it's very and I mean that's the illicit negative there, right? One or two negative premises: we're not, they are. And that's the thing there. Anyway, I'm just kind of going over this, and you can draw from your own life experiences, and it's possible to see this in action. And you don't have a word for it, but now you do, I guess. You have a word for it where you go, whoa, I know. I see what they're doing here. Trying to explain this to them, though, I don't recommend it. Yeah, they don't want to know that their false dualities are false dualities. They really don't. So if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Maslow's hammer. And Abraham Maslow, he's the guy that basically invented the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and he's the guy who has pretty much been a pillar in psychology. So it stands to reason from that, if all you rely on is dualistic certainty, you will try to define everything as a duality, and they do, because it works for them. It allows them to believe their delusions. And as far as I'm concerned, narcissism is preferring delusions over reality. So guess what? False duality and dualistic certainty, that's just going to be part of the package. You want your delusions? False duality will provide. False duality will allow you to believe the craziest shit. It will, and it's scary. It's amazing how delusional they get, and they believe it. That's the thing. They will believe the false dualities, and they don't want to not believe it, because then that actually will affect their identity. It's all tied to their identity, and that's why it's a massive yet fragile ego. It's massive. It's absolutely massive. If it was a tiny fragile ego, you could probably talk to an egopath about lots of things, and it wouldn't even bother their ego one bit. They wouldn't even treat you bad about that. They wouldn't hold anything against you. They wouldn't be petty at all. But they're very petty. They'll hold everything against you, because anything that pops their fragile ego is a threat, and it must be dealt with. It's very scary. So if you consider dualistic certainty as a driving force behind every projection of theirs, it is reasonable to assume each time they've made a false duality to help convince themselves they are the opposite of whatever accusations they are projecting. This is very important. When they're accusing you of something, it's It's also something for them so that they can feel they're the opposite. If they're accusing you of taking things too personally, they can believe themselves that they're not taking things too personally. If they accuse you of being petty, it's so that they can pretend to themselves they're not petty. It's really something, and that's the biggest proof of why this false duality. That's what allows me to go, it's a false duality. That's what it is. That's what it fits. It absolutely fits, and it's consistent with their behavior. It's consistent with their beliefs. This is what it is. So, what now? That's what it is. But what is it? What they're doing here, it's a total submission to fear. It's pure cowardice. It's the complete avoidance of reality to deceive themselves in such a way. It's complete cowardice. Projection is their way to escape from believing what they fear or know to be true about themselves. These are the doubts, and I use doubts kind of lightly here. If they started really thinking about it, they would realize that yeah, they're really not the victim. they're they're really not. They've been doing all the bad shit. They've been doing all. They're the guilty one. Um, they're really not the victim. They're a victim mimic. Uh, it's something. So yeah, and we're going to talk a little bit more about mimic and mimicry and aggressive mimicry. We're going to talk a little bit more about that. So they choose to live their lives both out of desire and fear. Fear in terms of they don't want to deal with what they really are. They don't. They want to live in fantasy land, and so they are afraid of having to face any real consequences. They don't want to. They're absolute cowards. And I did make a video earlier where I explained that the easiest way to tell if someone's a coward is if they project. If the moment you figure out that they're projecting, they're a coward immediately. And again, I will explain the difference. Like in that video, I explained the difference between normal humans having an assumption about others, being like, well, there must be good in everyone. That assumption there, and it's a very dangerous assumption, unfortunately. It's a comfortable assumption. It's a good feeling assumption. Like, hey, there's good in everyone. That's great. Everyone must be mistaken. No one's really malicious. No one's really evil. Well, actually, yeah, there are people that really are malicious and they really are evil and they do things for the wrong reasons, all to feed their ego. And that's what the egopath is. Everything they do is to feed their ego, and they'll do horrible, evil things and then tell themselves that they're the victim. it's it's something, and that they're the hero. It's really something. And that's not the only type of criminal that's out there. You have the criminals out there that don't do these mental gymnastics. You call them maybe psychopaths or sociopaths. You call them criminals, but these particular egopaths, their psyche is really something, and that was the criminal mind that I was interested in. That was the criminal mind that I was like, what is this? Because the other stuff kind of makes sense to me. I can understand the idea of, well, I want, I take. Yeah, of course, that's a psychopath. I want, I take. I'm going to do it. Consequences be damned. Of course, that makes sense as a bare bones psychopath. They don't need time for this shit. I want, I take. You don't want to give it to me. I'm going to remove you by force. I'll take it by force. Very, very, very simple, very basic. Then you have more advanced stuff like sociopaths, where it's like, well, I don't want to get caught and face the problem, so I'll use someone else, get someone else to blame, someone else to take the fall. Use and exploit others. Then you have Machiavellianism, which it's not the Machiavellianism mindset that can actually be a good thing. The Machiavellianism trait is about hiding things and censoring things and withholding things, and just you're going to be kept on a need to know basis on what they want you to know. You're going to be kept on a what they want you to know basis. Very scary. Basically, yeah. So, and those are known as dark traits for a reason, because they're not beneficial to anyone else, and these are all very, again, I've already tied in about how that fits very well into predatory aggressive, like how that's predatory aggression, like all of that. Those traits are there for the predatory aggression. How can I be predatory aggressive? Well, try these traits out, see what you get. Sadistic, I mean, that's a pretty obvious one. If If they hurt someone and feel good about it, they don't want to think that they're a monster. They don't want to think they're a monster. That might kill their buzz. They want to feel good about hurting people, whoever it is. As far as they're concerned, whoever they hurt deserves it. Yeah, it's something. So let's move on here to, we're going to look at a taxonomy of aggressive weaponized denial, because we've been talking about denial quite a bit. And this little graph here, there's a taxonomy I've created here where there's denial of others, and on the other axis, it's denial of self and others on the other end of the axis. And then on the other horizontal one, we have credit to self and blame to others. So in just this sort of realm, I just wanted to highlight some things here, and you're gonna start connecting the dots like I did when I was creating this. I've come to the conclusion living in denial begets more specific types of denial. It branches out like a tree. And so two such special denials are projection and devaluation. Everything here is a form of denial, all of it, and it's really something. And when you start seeing it in this way, with aggression and denial, you're going to go, that's them. That's the personality. This is the type of NPC that they are. Not all NPCs are egopaths, but all egopaths are NPCs. So, if you think them manipulating you into caring about them is a win for you, you'll find out the hard way idealization is a big loss for you. However, does idealization count as denial? Yes, it does. They don't actually care about you. They just want what you have, but deny this is the case. They deny you deserve better than what they have to offer you. And what they have to offer you is lies, because they're going to take everything. They're takers. They offer you lies. They sell you a dream, and then you live a nightmare. This is, and I talked with Tyr before on his videos, and I said, it's like you're a main character in the horror movie. You don't realize you're in a horror movie. You don't realize what you've signed up for here. And we're gonna get into that kind of aggressive mimicry next. But right now, I just want to cover this little part first, and then you'll be ready for it. So, what do we have here in terms of this thing here? I talked about that stuff in the note in the upper left there, but let's actually look at this at this taxonomy here of aggressive weaponized denial. We have idealization in the top left here, and let's look at the goals. We have idealization. The goal: loss of target's defenses. You're going to lower your guard so that I can do something. And then on the right there, we have devaluation, which a lot of people consider the opposite of idealization. And this one is loss of target's self-worth or confidence in themselves. The loss of target's defenses is to make you vulnerable so that the devaluation can then hit you hard. If they just straight up try to devalue you, you might go, wow, what a piece of shit. It's not going to hurt you. It's not someone you care about. It's not someone whose word you actually care about. So that's a very ugly way to do it. And you also have things like false hope and impossible standards from idealization. It's very important to understand that they set certain standards and say you're meeting them, and then all of a sudden they're saying you're not meeting them. No human could meet those standards ever. But the point is, now you're not meeting them, so now I can devalue you. It's a setup from the beginning. It's a setup. They had an agenda the whole time, pretending to be something they're not to you. It's a total setup, and that's something that that is a big myth that is perpetuated. That myth is something that I would like to see dead. The idea that they actually do love you. They're incapable of it. They can't love you. Ever. They can't love anything. Love isn't an emotion they ever developed. They don't have trust. They don't have respect. It's not there. And I've covered that in earlier videos with Tia Ravenson about how depraved they truly are, the depravity. So, right here, in the bottom part of this, so we have denial of others. Credit to self is idealization. And we'll get into that about how idealization works. Because with idealization, when they say how good you are, and then that person wants to stick around them, well, I mean that's some good credit, right? I keep in good company here. Credit to self, yeah. And it's also the fact that, hey, I did it. I got you to believe me. Credit to self, I did it. I got what I wanted. I suckered you in. I got credit to self there. I get to be with someone who's better than me. So there is, it's the you make me look good. It's good to be around a good person like you. I can definitely use you, and use you I shall. And so let's look at the flip side of this, where we go from denial of others to denial of self and others. So in denial of self and others, we have taking credit for others' work, reputation, plagiarizing, mirroring, parroting. I make myself look good. I can do no wrong. The goal is to steal success from others at the other's expense. That's what's happening here. They're taking credit for someone else's work. They're mirroring someone. It's all of it is so that they can. It's credit to self here. It's a bit of ego stroking. It's a way for them to feel and convince themselves that they really are all that. They really are this great, amazing person who can be with great, amazing people, and they're great at everything. It's very, very something, and they don't shift away from this, and that's another reason why they're an NPC, and I'll get into that. And we look at the bottom right here. This is where things get ugly real fast. Aggressive projection. It's the blame shifting. It's the sabotaging, the framing. It's the you make yourself look bad. You do everything wrong. It's the forcibly shift negative consequences and loss onto others. Whatever it is, and projection always is actually about them. All of it. And the you make yourself look bad, they're in denial about that. They're making you look bad. It's them. It's them. It's not you, it's them. And so it's kind of hard to see how this works yet, but I just covered the brief aspect of it so that you're familiar with it. From idealization, you can do no wrong. Devaluation, you can't do anything right. Aggressive projection, you do everything wrong. Taking credit for others, I can do no wrong. well, that's good. Oh, it's mine now. So when you realize that this is the little thing that they do, these are their tactics, and it all goes together, and this is what constitutes all those cycles. They cycle through these tactics. These are the tactics they use, guys, and these are the goals. They're getting what they want. They have goals. They have certain things they want to do and certain things they want to get, and they're gonna use these tactics to accomplish the goals, and they'll cycle through all of this to see if they can get their goal. This is the NPC behavior. They'll cycle through all of these tactics to see if they can get what they want. It's something. So all of this, every part of it, idealization, devaluation, the mirroring, the aggressive projection, the aggressive mimicry, really, if you want to look at the aggressive false accusations, all of it. It's all aggression, it's all denial. And so aggressive weaponized denial involves denying reality at the expense of others in their own mind. They will not be realistic about other people and themselves. They do not want to be realistic. Deny. And so what you end up with is they will always devalue others to overvalue themselves. They're always going to do that. They need to feed their ego. They need to be better. They can't be, ironically, they can't be as good as you. It's not because they realize that they're the worst thing ever and they're a cancer upon humanity, malignant cancer among humanity. It's the fact that they actually believe they deserve better. It's like the one quote from the show called The Good Place. Man, I know I'm in the good place, but I think I deserve to be in the better place. it's it's pretty funny stuff in that way, but they actually do think that. It's the dualistic certainty allows them to just do all of these false dualities and do all of just believe this stuff, and that's the crazy part, because um projection for them is a way for them to keep their false dualities alive. It really is. um so we'll just sort of look here at the difference between confidence and arrogance, and this is really important to understand. Confidence comes from simply knowing you are of value because you create value. You know you can do a good job. You know you can do what's important, and you can actually create something and not just destroy things. And so arrogance comes from thinking you have value because you devalue others to overvalue yourself. You're not actually creating value. What are you actually contributing besides insults and impediments to intelligent people? What do you and work sabotage? What just ruining everyone's life. It's it's something. So the confidence is you can produce things. The arrogance basically is I can stop people from producing things. You realize there's two totally opposite directions here. There's the I'm gonna do great things and the no one can do great things. It's something. That's why you don't want to let these egopaths in power, and they have a notorious way of getting in power because what they do goes undetected. So, aggressive weaponized denial usually means there's a cost to others because of the harmful behavior they are fully aware of and intentionally doing. They know they're doing it. They know what they're doing. And that's a quote from Dr. George Simon, PhD. He actually has his own website, Dr. George Simon. And yeah, one of his titles is They Know What They're Doing. It's just, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They know they're denying it. They know the tactics they're using. They don't know that the false duality is a false, but they absolutely are aware of all the tactics they're using here. They're 100% aware of it. They know what they're doing regarding this. They don't care about you, and that's very important to understand. The crossover between what they pretend to be and what they really are here, it's been a very hard thing because they do it all their lives, and it's just they will never do the self-reflection needed to change. They're only going to grow old. They're never going to grow up. It's just not going to happen. So in the upper right here, we have another note, and I know this is a lot of text, but this is important. This is what they won't teach you in school, guys. If you knew this, you'd be able to make the choices and you'd be able to spot these predators. I guarantee it. Once you understand this, you can spot these predators. You can go, whoa, these seem to be the same things that Connor was talking about on Egopath time. Gee, look at that. Like, you'll see it. And so, like a snake that has weaponized factor X activators, which to turn another's blood to jelly in order to be a successful predator, because that's how a snake works. When it bites something and injects its venom into it, the venom is going to turn the blood into jelly, and the heart can't pump jelly because it's too much, and so the heart stops, and guess what? The thing dies, and then the snake can eat it. So in order to be a successful predator, so too can a defensive coping behavior be weaponized for aggressive behavior. Everything they've done here, yes, all of this can be a coping behavior. Mommy and daddy beat me every day and every night, but surely they're doing it because they love me. Well, kid, yes, that's something called idealization. Your parents are abusive assholes. that I wouldn't say that the kid's being aggressive there, but that is idealization. That's the coping mechanism. But hey, baby, you're the love of my life. You're soulmates. Let's get married, you empath, you. And then you get married to them, and they try and kill you and take insurance money. Like, coping, all right. It's not coping. It's fucking aggression. Like, fuck off. So all those people out there that try and say that they're a victim, they're not. They're victim mimics, and it's so important to understand this. And if they're a victim, um, I wouldn't say that they're a victim that didn't deserve it at that point, because you know what? If they're a victim of justice, then yeah, they're a victim. But you know what? I don't think you can be a victim of justice, of real justice. I think that's you being held accountable, and they don't like that. Being held accountable to them is them being victimized. It's something. It's really something. Um, so, aggression can be defined as the intent to cause loss or harm to a target. You'll find aggression can utilize these behaviors to fulfill their bad intent. Again, I explained it, right? Kid gets beaten up by his parents, and actually getting beat up, has, all the bruises to prove it, maybe some video evidence, maybe the babysitter has witnessed something. It Oh God, it's something. It's really something when the people don't get it. They don't understand that the idealization is it's all a sham. It's all fraud. It was garbage from day one. Day one, um, just day one. Their love is for the high, not the supply. That's it. You don't matter. You are a battery to be replaced. You are a tool with a voice, a slave, and you are to be replaced. And the sad thing is, you're their slave, and you're not allowed to be anyone else's slave. And that gets very scary very quick. I actually have some quotes on that here. The very definition of a toxic person is not wanting you and also not wanting to lose control of you. This results in the need to destroy you. Because if I can't have you, no one can. I don't want you around. It leads to your destruction. It's that's the impulse there to destroy you. That really is. That's the impulse. They are completely toxic. They do want to destroy you when they can't have you, and when they have you, and you're of no use, well, then they want to destroy you. You really are in a lose-lose here. They really are not good. You're not. Once you understand what they are, all of their shit becomes extremely, extremely predictable, and that's important. Just like an NPC, very deterministic in terms of you can have a brilliant mind, but if you're not using it, you're going to be very deterministic. It's going to be very predictable to know what you're going to do because you're not even thinking. It's very predictable to control you, and we're going to get into that too. So extremely important note. I know I'm talking about this because there's so much to cover, but I'm just doing some things here that to help point you in the right direction. So extremely important note: aggression and weaponized denial are the dynamics at play. All of it is this. So they are what enforces the veracity of this taxonomy. Again, veracity is the reality of it, how true it is to reality, and it's 1-to-1. This is reality. This is what they do. They do it with aggression, with the intent to hurt you, with the intent to take from you, they are totally fine using aggression. They're aggressive personalities. They really are. So what can help you understand the behavior of which tactic they choose is largely based on the needs of their narrative they require to feed their ego. An egopath, everything they do is to feed their ego. So what tactic are they going to use? What's going to feed their ego? So if their narrative requires you do everything wrong, that's when they're going to devalue and aggressively project onto you. You do everything wrong. And so what helps sell you on that is you can't do anything right. It's part of it. You can't do anything right, plus you do everything wrong. You bad, you bad, you bad. And all the meanwhile, this is their way of having a false duality, and they're telling themselves, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. It's really something. it's it's scary, and that's what was always at play, and it's like, what the fuck is going on? And That's why they project, because of their false duality going on here. Yes, they can project in terms of knowingly trying to frame you to the police or something, but them actually trying to convince themselves of something. When they're projecting, they're actually trying to convince themselves of the opposite. And I've learned that, and that's where that false duality comes into play. They've created a false duality between them and their little scapegoat. And the false duality there is, you're guilty, I'm innocent. You bad, I'm good. It's like, no, just because one person's bad doesn't mean the other person's good. Like this, but they don't. It's all emotional reasoning. It's all this false duality. It's something. It's really something. So let's get into more of the same. This chart here is going to look very similar. Now we're going to get into the actual trait analysis. Oh, it's going to be fun. So same sort of deal here with the idealization, devaluation, the stealing, taking credit from others, aggressive projection. Same thing with the denial of others, denial of self and others, credit to self, blame to others, with the axes and everything. But you'll notice I have these things with blue and red, aggressive mimicry on the left side, primary goal, advantage to self, and on the false accusation side, primary goal, disadvantage to others. When I study this, I found that leveling in terms of psychological manipulation means I either build myself up to think, it comes down to one-upmanship. They're either going to build themselves up to be better than you, or they're going to knock you down to be lower than them so that they can say, I'm higher than you. The end goal, I'm higher than you. I'm one-upped, one up, one up, one up. So the leveling here comes from aggressive mimicry and false accusations. Again, this is their little cycle here. They will cycle through this to see what fits here to accomplish their one-upmanship. It's deceptive saying to their level because they always want to be above you. They don't want equal. There's no equality here. You're not as good as them. You're always worse. Always. Always. Very important to understand that. The only times that they won't try and level up to someone is when they're trying to sycophant up to someone, trying to idealize to someone, right? That's the only time they're trying to get in a position to then do that. But they can't initially just do that because they'll be rejected and they'll lose. They don't want to lose. It's difficult to detect the covert narcissists, the covert egopaths, the covert aggressors, because they're covert. But they do leave red flags. They all do this, be it covert or overt. They all do this. And so once you understand this and you look at it in the nice, neat package and you understand this package and you just, once you see it, you can't unsee it. And that is a good thing. That is a really good thing. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. And it's wonderful. It's really wonderful. So let's get into some of the fun things here about the actual trait. Because remember how I said it's about aggression, it's about denial. Well, all right, I'm going to explain it. So on the left side here, idealization, denial of bad traits in others, denial of others' authentic self. They're denying what you are in reality. They're denying it. And they're denying bad traits in others. But it's not just that. It's also denying your authentic self. It's denying the extent of your good traits. It's setting you up for failure. It's the setting of impossible standards. They're trying to get you to take the bait. So it really is. This is what it is. It's aggressive mimicry. Hey, I'm your buddy. Come closer. Oh, surprise! I'm a monster. I'm gonna eat you. Oh, you didn't know? Oh, good. My camouflage is working. A wolf in sheep's clothing. So we have, and I'll just kind of cycle through this just like they do. In the bottom left here, we have stealing or taking credit from others. Well, what's that? That's denial of lack of good traits in self. They're denying that they lack the good in them, even though they're stealing from other people. They're stealing it from other people. It's not them. They know they didn't do the work, but they're taking it, going, "Oh, I could have done that. It's mine anyway. I deserve it." You know, I'm definitely that smart. I'm definitely that committed to do the work. And so it's a denial of self, of unearned success, and it's a denial of others' earned success. They're denying the reality of what they're doing to themselves to believe themselves a good person, to feed their ego. It really is. Then we move on to the devaluation side, upper right. Devaluation. This one's pretty obvious. It's denial of good traits in others, and it's denial of others' success. It's pretty obvious. It's the you can't do anything right? So anything you do good, no, denied. You can't. There's nothing good about you. And then you have projection, which is one step further. One step further, right? Can't do anything good. Well, one step further from that, everything wrong. So aggressive projection is denial of bad traits in themselves and wrongdoings, right? I'm not to blame, you are. Hence why it's projection, because projection means it's about them. That's what projection is. They're denying the bad in themselves, and then they're denying a lack of bad traits in others and the wrongdoings. And I know that sounds a little confusing, but denial of lack of bad traits. They're denying that you actually don't have those bad traits. The lack of bad traits, they understand that you actually don't have those bad traits. They understand that. But for their false duality to work, they have to assign those bad traits to you. So they deny it. They say, no, those lack of bad traits, no, you have them. I'm denying the lack of bad traits. It's really something here. I'm not to blame, you're to blame. It's that false duality behind the scenes, guys. It's there. And that was kind of the key to understanding how all of this fits with aggression, and why the projection happens, and why all this fits together. Why do they keep doing this cycle? It's not just that it works in terms of causing fucking destruction among individuals and destroying people's lives. It's the fact that all of this is because it feeds their ego. And how does it feed their ego? Well, the false duality, right? The false duality, they're going to protect that. They're going to fight for that. They're going to create more of it because it feeds the ego. So this false duality, this dualistic certainty that they have, it spreads and spreads, and this is their entire thing. This is their entire reality. There can't be anything else, because then what they are is a fake, and they realize that they're a fake. They don't want to. They really don't want to. They understand the damage they're doing to people. They understand that. They understand it. The point is, they're always able to justify it through emotional reasoning, and we'll get into that. It's really something. So I'm going to cover the notes here. I know this is a lot of talk. So note number 1 on the top left. The blue and red colors are on purpose. They help highlight the tactics underlying hot and cold cycle, the sweet mean cycle, the idealization, devaluation, discard, Hoover cycle. All of it. The idealization is part of hoovering you back in and suckering you back in. And that's and again, it flip-flops between aggressive mimicry and false accusations. Aggressive mimicry, lure you in with aggressive mimicry, lure people in, lure, false accusations, destroy, lure you in, destroy, and they get what they want out of it. It's something. So the focus here is on aggression, the intent to harm, cause loss, and weaponized denial, the conscious, deliberate refusal of reality regarding themselves and others. It really is. They're denying themselves and others, and they're doing so in such a way. They're not denying themselves in terms of I deny myself, the pleasure. I'm going to do the right thing. It's not that. It's denial of reality and going, no, I'm going to keep believing what I want to believe. It's something. So it's bad. So aggressive mimicry means appearing as something else in order to conceal what they really are, a wolf in sheep's clothing. This is used to gain an advantage for themselves, such as social status. And I talked about that a little bit with the Midwit, Fixwit, how they really care about social status. Same goes with the Egopath. The Egopath cares about social status. I can't rule over people if no one obeys. I mean, what is this? You gotta think of me as a king, as a god, and otherwise none of you would listen to me, right? Have you ever tried going mad without power? It's no fun. No one listens to you. You know, you need people to believe that you're powerful. It's really something. So false accusations are used to put others at a disadvantage, such as taking away social status from others, right? I'll give social status to myself, take it away from others. You know, I can't necessarily take it from others and give it to myself. They can try, though, with stealing and taking credit from others. But if they can't do that, they can at least try and destroy the person, devalue them, destroy them. False accusations, character assassinate, smear campaigns, defamation, slander, libel, you know, all of it. The difference between aggressive devaluation and aggressive projection is that devaluation can be about devaluing anything, real or imaginary. Here, that's the thing. Devaluation, maybe you did something, maybe you didn't. Devaluing is about the underselling, the undercutting. It's about that denial of success. It's about anything good. And so making it, it's the distortion of making it. In some way, it distorts it to be worse than it really is. Always. You know, ever heard the saying, making mountains out of molehills, right? The devaluation is always going to be distorting in that particular direction. It's worse than it really is. You know, that's what they do. So, but projection, though, unlike devaluation, projection is secretly about who they really are and or what they've really done. And they use both devaluation and projection because it allows them to give you a mixed bag. Because if they just projected and there was no devaluation, you could catch on real fast. So what can help you catch on real fast? If you can spot where the devaluation is taking place. If you can spot the devaluation, go, wait, they're devaluing. Then you can also go, wait a minute, are they also projecting? Because it's always false accusations, both of it. It's false accusations. And here's the thing. It's not devaluation if it's an actual evaluation. If it's not a distorted evaluation. And that's really, I think, a good way to look at it, right? An evaluation is undistorted. A devaluation is distorted to be worse than it really is. I mean, I think that's a pretty good way to look at it. I don't know if that's the official reason why it's called devaluation, but I think that's a fantastic way to look at it, and I think we should look at it that way. In either case, false accusations keep the blame off themselves. I mean, this is just a consequence of them doing this, right? They're shining the spotlight on you. They're blame shifting to you. Whatever they're doing, you know, it's keeping the light off themselves. And aggressive projection is where they go all out on the offensive by blame shifting their own wrongdoings onto a target. It really is. That's projection. It's them. So aggressive projection means the accuser is guilty of what they accuse someone else of, be it actions, thoughts, or emotions. It's them. That's the projection. That's the whole reason it's projection. If they're accusing you of something and it's not actually them being guilty of it, then it's not projection. But it's when they're guilty of it that they have to project. They have to establish their little false duality and project onto their scapegoat. And this is the closest you'll get to a confession from them. It really is. And here's something. This is learned behavior, and they willingly choose to use it daily and relentlessly. All of this, they learned that this is what works, and they do it. And they're not gonna change from it. That's what really makes them an NPC here. They're gonna keep doing it, and why would they change? I mean, it's pretty damn effective. They can get a lot of success with it, destroying people's lives with doing this, and they get by like a parasite. You know, they destroy the host and they move on to the next one. It's really something. So what we need to do is we need to evolve. They're not going to change. The parasite isn't going to change. We need to evolve so that they can't prey upon us anymore. That's the reality, right? We're not responsible for the abuse. We are responsible for our lives. It's very important to understand here. And, you know, we got to make sure we're not prey. So let's go down to the bottom here. Note number 2. Aggressive weaponized denial is always deliberate, conscious, on purpose, and to harm without remorse. It is. They're not doing this to help you. None of this is to help you. It's not to help anyone but themselves here. All of this All of this is to feed their ego, not yours. All of this is for them. It's all about them. Aggressive weaponized denial is to be expected in character disturbed individuals or aggressive personalities. You know, you can have an aggressive personality that isn't character disturbed, but good luck finding one. So there is a clear goal in their mind about what they want, and the harmful behavior is their way of opening up and or taking from their target. They have their goals in mind of what they want to do. This idea that they're a victim and they don't know what's going on and da 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 da. It's bullshit. That's a victim narrative. It's a bullshit victim narrative. Bullshit. I call bullshit. And guess what? Eventually, as long as they can wipe out humanity, we're going to get technology that's going to catch up and be able to see people's memories and actually see people's thoughts and stuff and see it from their perspective. And all their little false narratives, not going to work. Not going to work. You're going to find out just how much of a liar they really are. I know how much of a liar they are because I've done my research. But it'd be another thing to actually being able to verify it directly from the source. And we'll get there, given time. So, aggressive projection is used when they want to blame someone and make them and others think everything was all the scapegoat's fault and not their own fault. It really is. Like that's the whole point there. So that is their goal. And in doing so, they can forget all about who really is the problem and paying the price for their crimes. They can keep pretending to be perfect and believing whatever they want to believe. If they can't deny the fact, they must distort the fact and figure out who's to blame. If they can't outright deny it and go, nope, that didn't happen. If in fact they can't go, oh wait, it did happen. If they have to go, oh well, it did happen, and it's your fault. The egopath does everything to feed their own ego, and aggressive weaponized denial is always there for them, which ensures they remain disconnected from reality. You see how this works. The false dualities of theirs, that's what their false narrative is made up and relies on. All of it, the false duality, and then you have all these tactics here, you know, the idealization, devaluation, aggressive projection, stealing, taking credit from others. All of it is with aggression. All of these tactics are aggressive tactics, aggressive manipulation tactics. All of it. All of it. I really appreciate it. Anyone who's still listening to me this far, good job. You understand how important this is. Now, note number 3 in the top right here. It can be reasoned that aggressive weaponized denial will be present in anything involving their own ego. I've already covered all this. I don't really need to say anything else on it. This provides an explanation as to why everything involving their ego needs to be a zero-sum game. That way they can always feel they are a winner. That's, again, that false duality. If I can deny something, and with a false duality, I can then decide what I am because of it, right? That's the scapegoat, the projection, all of it. All of it, it's this is more of the same. And that's part of it. Their false duality is their entire trick. This is the one trick pony. That false duality is the core of all of this. So aggressive projection is a reliable indicator they are in perpetual denial and are disconnected from reality. That's what happens, guys. It doesn't matter how often they are connected to reality. The point is they are going to disconnect from reality whenever it gets in the way of their false narrative, whenever they need a false duality to patch up their false self and their false narrative and keep their mask of perfection alive, keep their delusional identity alive. They only want to listen to the narrative they write. They like the feeling of being in complete control. It's a comfortable feeling. I use the word comfortable on purpose. Comfort camper, comfortable, you know? It's out of pure desire they do this, not fear or trauma or rage. Where the fear and rage arises is from being exposed for doing it and for doing it out of desire. Basically calling them out for being evil. They're not doing this out of fear. They're not doing it out of fear. They're doing it because they want to do it. because it works for them. Because we, as their prey, haven't evolved to no longer be preyed upon. It is our responsibility to not get caught up in this shit. It is our responsibility to deal with this. We can't just allow them to prey upon us and hope they'll stop, hope they'll go away. It's not going to happen. They are in power, and it's not good. And you need to stop that from happening, and you need to prevent that from happening. I mean, it's just, this is where we're at. You see, they don't want to change their behavior or their beliefs about themselves. That's the whole point that I'm trying to make here. Their whole Mask of Perfection. Did you see in the Mask of Perfection? Oh boy, they really like changing. They like pretending, but do they actually want to change from being this perfect, desirable god? But I mean, when you're at the top, when you've reached the top, the only way to go is down from there. They're at the top here. They're this all-powerful super being. And it's just garbage. It's absolute garbage. They believe a complete lie about themselves. It's just lies upon lies, and that really is their personality. And when they are exposed, being exposed can cause them doubts and real-world consequences. That's another thing. You can cause them doubts, but sometimes that's not enough. Sometimes what really needs to happen is some real-world consequences. Some real bad things need to happen to them so that they will stop doing their behavior. And this is where things like public exposure can be enough to force them to change their behavior. But ultimately, they only change masks and victims. They're going to do it again. Every chance you give them is another chance for them to abuse. That's it. That's what they are. They don't change. They really don't. They ultimately, who they are, their personality does not change. They are in it. They are an NPC that is stuck doing the same shit over and over and over. And the only reason they have success is because we don't know about it. We don't know how they operate until now with my charts. And all of a sudden I make it crystal clear. This is what they are. This is what they do. There was no definition out there for false duality. I am the very first to come up with it, with that definition of false duality. You can look. Yeah, there's false dualism out there, and the concept of non-duality, which is complete garbage. Some guy decides that, hey, dualism is stupid. Let's go back to monoism, and everything is consciousness, so no one will actually die, because death is consciousness, freedom is slavery. It's just like George Orwellian 1984 doublethink bullshit, and just the idiocy there. I was just like, okay, no, this is not. But the funny thing is, what he was doing there is it was still a false duality. It was still a false duality, and I deem that person a midwit because because what they did is the false duality is, well, if dualism isn't real, then the monoism is real, and that is it just there it is, that false duality again. It just it was funny because it was just so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. And then I think he actually commented, because I commented on that video quite a bit about the false dualism, and it was so stupid because he then his argument against me was, I didn't get it because I was being rational. Yeah, you don't get it because you're being rational, and this is so much more. Oh, I see. I was being rational. That's the problem here. That's the. There's no point in replying to something like that. I don't. You know what? When the enemy is making a mistake, don't correct them, right? So I don't. Let it stay there. Let people search for it and see if they can find it. See if they can find it. What is it? Oh God, what was the stupid channel's name? It was Evolved Teachings or some stupid shit. And it's like, no, this is more like Devolved Teachings. It's devolving. Jesus, so stupid. Oh my God. Oh, and yeah, okay. Sorry, that's a little off topic, but it's actually on topic. It just, we'll get there. It's just kind of out of order. That's all. So, yeah. The Egopaths and aggressive personalities, they see nothing wrong with using aggressive weaponized denial in any and all its forms. So, now that I've covered that, the next part we're going to kind of cover here, doublespeak, where they say one thing but they mean another. You know, if they tell you to smarten up, they actually want you to dumb yourself down. You know, things like that. They have coded speak, where they could use it to avoid detection. I mean, we can use some of these tactics too. I mean, don't think that it's exclusive to them. Where, you know, if you have a coded speak, you have a code word in case, you know, the police are pointing a gun at your head and you need to warn your wife. And if you say, "Hey, watch out, the police are at the house," you know, you gotta find another way to warn the wife. So you use your code word. You know, you have a code word, right, for that, right? So, then you also have like soft speak or soft language, which is usually which is usually what you see from politicians trying to not, you know, cause discomfort, not trigger any alarms. Again, it's kind of avoiding detection, but you're not trying to create a silent alarm. You're trying to avoid triggering any alarm. That's the soft language. That's the opposite there. So, well, again, not the opposite, but it's another aspect of it, right? So all of that, all those ways to speak, right? And George Carlin actually had a very interesting thing where he said the real cynics are the ones that say you can't be right. And I find it kind of funny that devaluation is all about you can't be right. You can't, you know, you can't do anything right. You can't be right. You can't do anything right. Right? That's devaluation. And George Carlin's like the ones that say you can't be right, those are the real cynics. So it's kind of funny how that kind of adds up. George Carlin also had some other things he said. He said he wants to drag people across that barrier, kind of like a comfort zone, drag them out of their comfort zone, and then be glad they did, right? And, you know, give them the tools to succeed and all that, and that's great. George Carlin, man, he had some amazing insights. I'm going to record the rest of this a little later. My voice is already pretty dry from talking nonstop here. And then, yeah, next up will be the comfort camper. All right, everyone, I am now back, and this is gonna rock your socks off, baby. We're going all the way on this. So, this video so far, if you're still sticking around, congrats. You're a truth seeker, and I really congratulate you on that. And you're ready to learn all about the comfort camper. So I'm going to show the 3 diagrams like I did in Tyr Ravenson's video on the comfort camper, on the NPC, that video topic that we covered, that even covered some idiocracy. And I'll actually touch a little bit on some movies later on, some themes of the movies to kind of explain where we're at. Now, there is the mask of perfection and the irrational thinking that comes with it, and I remember how I already had said that emotional reasoning and then the mental filter of comfort is a part of that emotional reasoning. That's the mental filter of comfort is the emotional reasoning they use. Well, let's get into that about the comfort camper. So, the reason why this mental filter of comfort even comes about is due to their comfort zone. That's the whole thing. Their comfort zone already existed, and because they never wanted to leave their comfort zone willingly, the mental filter of comfort became a thing. You know, the idea of the longer you stay in your comfort zone, the more you don't want to leave it. Well, guess what? It's because your brain is going to keep doing things and keep adapting and that's what it's supposed to do. The problem is, in this case, it's going to maladapt. It's still adapting, but in a bad way. And that's where you get the mental filter of comfort. You can the mental filter of comfort isn't some genetic part of your brain that is just plugged in there. It's not. It develops and then it controls you. And that's very bad. And that's why you see all this NPC behavior. So if we take a look here at this comfort versus growth zone with Lambert, the comfort camper, we see in the comfort zone you feel safe and in control. That's very important. Feeling safe, feeling in control, you know, that scratches the itch of both, you know, of all the NPCs, the Midwits, the Egopaths, all the comfort campers, scratches that itch. Then you have the fear zone, and this is something that's going to keep them in the comfort zone, because why not just have everything be the comfort zone? Well, because there's fear, and they succumb to fear. Fear doesn't help you get to the next zone. It's a limiter. And in survival terms, it's an important limiter. If you don't have fear when the bushes are rustling at night and you go over and it turns out it's a pack of wolves that are going to eat you, you do not get to pass on your behaviors or your genetics onto your offspring. So the fear zone is meant for survival. So there is a reason why you have fear. But guess what? These people have an irrational fear. That's very important. There's kid fears and there's adult fears, and they succumb to every fear, be it adult or kid fear. They succumb to the fear. You know, I've said there isn't a single egopath out there that isn't a coward. I've said that. Like, you know, and again, the biggest way to see if someone's a coward is, do they project? That's a sheer thing. They're running straight for the comfort zone. They're in the fear zone. Oh, they've done something bad. Oh no, I haven't done something bad. You're the bad person. I'm a good person. Woo-hoo-hoo. They're running straight to the comfort zone. So that's where we're at. And then after, and just like in the fear zone, right? Find excuses. What happens when they're in the fear zone? They gotta find excuses. Oh, no. So then we move on to the learning zone and the growth zone. Now, Tyr Ravenson actually pointed this out. I wish I had thought of it, because I knew all about the red pill versus blue pill in terms of a thing from the Matrix. And the thing is, the comfort zone and fear zone, where you're just staying in those zones there, like the comfort camper, they just stay there. They don't ever get to the learning zone or growth zone. Learning zone and growth zone, that's life. That's living life. And Tyr Ravenson pointed out that it's like blue pill versus red pill. You know, red pill is, you're going to learn uncomfortable truths and stuff, but then you're going to be able to live and do things and be your own person, and like not be this comfort camper sheep. And that's exactly it. And he summed it up so well. There really wasn't anything else to say about it. That's literally it. The blue pill is you're gonna believe whatever you want to believe, or the red pill, I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. So you being truth seekers, you want to know how deep the rabbit hole goes, and I'm gonna show you. I'm going to show you. I've already shown you a lot, but get ready. This is, if you haven't seen this before, and I've hinted at it, but as I explain it, you're going to see some amazing things here. So let's move on to the comfort camper's thought process in the mental filter of comfort. So this is a flow chart here, by the way, and in the brain it'll be a bunch of neurons and all that, but here is human readable. We can actually read this. Just looking at a bunch of neurons, take an x-ray of someone's brain, you're not going to be able to see this. So, so you might be able to see the pattern that I'm mentioning here, though, if you compare it one to one in that way. But that's going to involve you using your own brain. So let's start in the upper left here, where it's Lambert the comfort camper. They never leave their comfort zone willingly. They just want to be comfortable. That is their entire goal in life. Not to accomplish things, be comfortable. And it's Friedrich Nietzsche's last man. That's really what this starts coming down to. But Friedrich Nietzsche never expanded upon what does it mean to be the last man. Yes, it's someone who has no dreams, no ambition, no goals, just this thing, that this mediocre fucking nobody. And Ayn Rand actually expanded upon that, where they're frightening mediocrities who need to destroy those who have talent, and it's something. So let's get into this. So this goes for everyone. Initially, an event occurs which the mind generates thoughts about. Life is going, but they don't live life. Life just happens to them. They're going through life passively, very passively. And so what happens is the mind generates some thoughts. And then for each thought that occurs as a result, okay, what happens here? What happens? So it goes, and we're going to follow the blue line here. We're going to go up into the mental filter of comfort, and we meet our first little switch here. Is it a comforting thought? If it is a comforting thought, if it's yes, we follow the arrow to the right, and it goes to accept thought. Oh, it's a comforting thought. There must be good in everyone. You're not a bad person. Right? These are acceptable thoughts, are they not? These are not. You're not holding unacceptable views now, are you? So, so of course those are comforting thoughts. So we accept it. I don't even need to question it. No, don't even question it. And so ta-da, that's how it works there. So I will follow the little black arrow here from is it a comforting thought to give a little bit more explanation, because it's like, well, what determines a thought to be comforting? Well, what determines a thought to be a comforting thought is the cognitive consistency between it and already held beliefs. As your personality and as your belief system develops, that is your ground. That is your solid ground. Well, that you believe is your solid ground that you are standing on. And so more of the same is what you're after. This is why it's vital right off the bat for truth seekers, if you're going to be a truth seeker in life, you have to value the truth. You have to value facts. You have to already be like, the facts and logic and reason, those things are important. And those things, you can't necessarily force them to bring you comfort, like you better bring me comfort. But these things are important because then through that, you have the power to do things. Without that, you don't have the power to do things. If you're not using your mind, you don't have any power. You have no power at all. You're very easily manipulated, very easily controlled. So, as a consequence, the mental filter of comfort ensures closed-mindedness. You see, this whole mental filter of comfort is all about confirmation bias when you think about it, right? What generates confirmation bias? Why is there always such all these biases and logical fallacies that people fall for? Well, it's this. This has already set up your starting point to go towards that. And here's the thing, truth seekers, the mental filter of comfort isn't the only thing they can operate on. Yes, it's something that can be developed in anyone's brain, but if you don't operate on this logic. If you're a truth seeker, you don't operate on this. The mental filter of comfort, when you're truth seeking, the mental filter of comfort has nothing to do with what you're doing. So this only applies to those who don't want to leave their comfort zone, and they stay in their comfort zone long enough, and this mental filter of comfort develops. I want comfort. Oh, I still want comfort. More of the same. So, if they are convinced you are a bad person, you will always be a bad person in their mind, no matter the case may be. In a way, it's sort of like quicksand. The longer you're in quicksand, the harder it is to get out. Also, the more you potentially try to struggle with someone to get them out of the quicksand, the quicker they're going to just bury themselves and double down into their comfort zone until their head's in the sand. And so, unfortunately, this whole thing here, this can also work wonders in a manipulator's favor, as they use impression management to have a closed-minded person make up their mind. Very important. The manipulator gets you to make up their mind immediately. First impressions, right? First impressions count. Get you to make up your mind about me. Yep, that manipulator there, they're definitely not a liar. They're a good person, and they would never, ever lie. Lie about someone or something, or lie about you. Oh, surely not, because that would be an uncomfortable thought. And we'll talk about what happens when a comfort camper has uncomfortable thoughts. And if we follow the little line here, comfort campers cannot critically think on thoughts beyond their comfort zone. Again, anything outside the comfort zone, they don't accept it. They don't want to think about it. They self-police. And it's something. It's like they're self-policing their own little thought crimes. They've decided that if it's an uncomfortable thought, it's a thought crime. It's an uncomfortable emotion, it's an emotion crime. And you start seeing this sort of NPC policing behavior. You start seeing the Egopath policing behavior, how they want to control other people. All of it, this all stems from the mental filter of comfort here. It really does. It's the same thing. Slightly different parameters going into the function, but the mental filter of comfort is that function. This is the logic here, and they all operate off it exactly. It is scary how much of this is their decision making. This, like, all of this is their decision making. It's scary. So thinking outside the box eventually causes discomfort. To avoid discomfort, they camp in their comfort zone. All of it has to be comfortable thoughts. But here's the thing. Here's the funny thing about that. Some people have comfortable thoughts about hurting others, and we call them sadists. We call them sadists. They're not outside of their comfort zone when they're hurting you. It's quite the opposite. They're feeling very good about hurting you, very comfortable, and very excited about hurting you. They're not outside their comfort zone here, and that's it's a very sick and twisted little thing there. You know, and all of it, it's the same thing. And so let's go back. Let's rewind a little bit back to the start position, where for each thought that occurs as a result, let's go up to it. Is it a comfortable thought? Let's say it's not. Let's say there's an uncomfortable thought, like you are a fat, lazy piece of shit. You're a fat, lazy piece of shit. So is that a comfortable thought? Well, no. And does it cause discomfort? Have you accepted the fact that you are a lazy fucking piece of shit? Lazy fat piece of shit. Well, if it doesn't cause you discomfort, okay, whatever, yeah, I'm a fat, lazy piece of shit, whatever. Well, then we can disregard the thought. And this isn't necessarily a bad thing. If some bully is trying to knock you down, devalue you, you know, even if they say something that's true about you, you know, it's like, well, you know, I don't give a shit about this person saying this to me. Does it cause me discomfort? Well, no, this fucking loser is calling me a fat piece of shit. So what if I am? He's a fucking loser. Who gives a shit? Disregard thought. Just you can disregard the thought. Who cares? Then we go down to, does it cause discomfort? Yes. So if it does cause you discomfort, all this in here now, we're in the path of least discomfort. At this point, it's trying to dismiss it. That's the whole point of the mental filter of comfort now. We're just trying to dismiss the thought. It's uncomfortable, don't want it, want to be in our comfort zone. We're not in our comfort zone. That's bad. That's very bad. So the unable to ignore. If you're not, if you can ignore it, for example, if you can just ignore it until it goes away, sure. I mean, that is one way to either cope with it or to get through the day. That can be something, you know. There's a problem, but maybe the problem will solve itself. I'm just going to ignore that for now. You know, then you can disregard that, right? And so there is that. But the thing is, if you're unable, if the comfort camper is unable to ignore this and it's causing discomfort, their options are very limited now. Their options are very limited, and kind of like I said before, with, you know, maybe it's a problem that can solve itself. What if it's not? So can we believe it's something else? For right now, we're just going to say no. Right now, we're going to say no. Can we believe it's something else? No. So this is probably a very bad thing that we can't ignore. We can't deny. We can't just dismiss. You know, maybe someone's breaking into your house. You know, maybe they're saying bad things, giving death threats as they break into your house. You know, you can't really ignore that. So at that point, if they can't believe it's something else, they enter the phase of panic, and they're going to panic while desperately seeking comfort. And until they're comfortable, they can't disregard the thought. And this is all that's on their mind now. This is it, phase of panic. And the phase of panic here, I specifically call this the phase of panic, because while this is happening, this is how mass manipulation happens. When we can get a bunch of people in the phase of panic, they can create mass psychosis, mass formation, massive manipulation, mass manipulation. And then you are controlled. You are easily controlled. And I actually talked about this from an after school video that actually talked about how there's a mass psychosis, and there's a sort of a disconnect from reality, and things, the delusions and reality are sort of mixed together, and then they don't know what to think, and then they're going to rely on, say, like authority figures or whoever is manipulating you to be like, yes, that's a witch there, burn the witch. And so what happens is, from the phase of panic, that leads to psychotic insight. So the phase of panic, oh no, it's a bad thing, For example, right? Oh, they're witches. And then the psychotic insight, what can we do about it? Kill them all. So because of that, that's why the phase of panic is so dangerous. That's why the mental filter of comfort is so dangerous. You know, Carlos Cipolla, one of his laws of stupidity in his taxonomy of stupidity is there's nothing more dangerous than a stupid person. You know, because if they're easily manipulated into going, you're a witch, you must be killed. What? You can't disprove that. Like, you can't disprove that. They're convinced you are. Now what? You're going to go get burnt at the stake? Going to go through a little witch trial where they'll strap you to a chair, and if you drowned in the river, oh, I guess you weren't a witch after all, but you're dead anyway. You know, there's really no, so if you don't drown in the river, then you are a witch, and then you must be burnt at the stake. So either way, you die. Like, this wasn't that long ago this was happening. This wasn't that long ago. And you know what? Human brains haven't evolved since then. We really haven't. We're not immune to this. And my comfort, this mental filter of comfort proves it. It proves it. This is the model that they follow. It's literally like someone told them, hey, you better follow this model exactly. It is. They follow this model exactly. It is scary how much they don't deviate from this. This is why NPCs are so deterministic. This is why egopaths are so deterministic, why they keep doing the same shit. Sure, they cycle through their tactics, but it's all the same shit. And the same thing goes with midwits. Their goals aren't changing, and so because they have their fixed goals and they have a fixed amount of methods to try and achieve these goals, it becomes quite deterministic. They really don't adapt anymore. They maladapt to a certain point, and then they don't adapt anymore because that adaptation that costs energy, and if you can just get by, why fix what ain't broke, So they get to this point of just being a comfort camper, and then they don't evolve, they don't adapt, they stay the same. And then that's where they have a fixed mindset, which is why I call the midwit a fixed wit, which I think is a more appropriate term. But midwit is popular enough, and you'll be able to search for the term midwit and find things. You'll be able to find lots of information on the midwit, but you will not be able to find lots of information on the fixed wit in relation to it. I am the person connecting the dots here. Not everyone has connected the dots the way I have. So that is something. So there is that. The next step is after the phase of panic here. Once they're comfortable, right? Maybe they burnt the witch at the stake, right? Oh my goodness, problem solved. Are they comfortable now? Yes, right. The problem's they did it. They solved the problem. They burnt the witch at the stake, and now they can just disregard their thought. They're no longer panicking, back to their comfort zone. It's scary. So there is one other little option here in the mental filter of comfort, and this is more what the egopath does, what the delusional people do, what the midwit will do. NPCs can also do this, but they're not that smart. They really aren't. They really follow this mental filter of comfort. Like it's almost one-to-one with their personality. That's how scary it is. It's like this is their personality. Like, oh my god. Like this is all there is in their personality. Like, oh wow, that's scary. that's some scary shit. So let's start with an egopath here. So the egopath is, and we're going to use the false narrative here, right? Remember, I've already explained in the Mask of Perfection that they have their false narrative is they're either the hero or the victim, but never the villain. So guess what thought is going to occur here now? We're going to say this is an egopath, and the thought that occurs is you're the villain, you're the bad guy. Is it a comforting thought? No, it's not. That's not a comforting thought. That goes against what they believe they are. This is very important to understand here. The egopath actually thinks they're a fucking good person. They're not. But they believe it. That's why it's a delusion. They believe something that is not real. They believe that they're a good person, but that's not real. They are not a good person in reality. It's a delusion. So, does it cause discomfort to hear that they're the villain, to think that they're the villain, this thought crime? Of course it causes discomfort. They can't just dismiss that. That goes against everything that they believe themselves to be. Yes. Are they unable to ignore it? Yes. They can't. This causes so much discomfort. This needs to be dealt with immediately. They can't be the villain here. They're either the hero or the victim. They drown out their conscience, if they even had one to begin with this story. They're the hero or the victim, never the villain. They're the hero or the victim, but never the villain. They're the hero or the victim, but never the villain. This is what they do. This is how they think, and this is how they delude themselves. And this here now is, can we believe it's something else? They're going to make that a yes. They don't want to go to the phase of panic. They don't want to go to the phase of panic. Phase of panic is where you're going to see narcissistic collapse. Phase of panic is where all of a sudden their false narrative doesn't hold up and they can't piece it back together and their entire fucking identity is falling apart. And they're having an entire identity crisis over this because they're actually not this super omnipotent god that they deluded themselves to be. It's something. It's really something. So, can we believe it's something else? The egopath, the answer is going to be yes on this one. They're going to believe it's something else. So we follow the yes arrow here. Whee! All the way to the left. Oh, we've reached something called distortion. And we talked a little bit about that. Distortion, there's a few different ways to do it. You can minimize, you can magnify, you can trivialize, normalize, romanticize, all sorts of fun distortions. And why? Why do they distort? Why do they distort a discomforting thought? Why do they distort it? Because they want a comfortable thought. That's why. So the thought is repackaged in a way that will not cause cognitive dissonance, aka psychological discomfort due to conflicting beliefs. That's what cognitive dissonance is. Cognitive dissonance is a particular psychological discomfort that results from two conflicting beliefs, where they believe that they're the hero or the victim, but never the villain. But then yet the actual evidence in front of them is, no, you're the fucking villain here. A good example of this is Chris Watts. He's a villain. He killed his whole family. He strangled his whole family to death. And now he's decided that he's God's warrior or some stupid shit, and that his family are happily waiting up for him in heaven. No, 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 no. If there's a heaven, and then you get to learn the truth about everyone, and no, that's not a thing. That's not, not happening, not happening. So that distortion there, that he isn't the villain, that's something that happens there. So this repackaged thought goes through the mental filter to give comfort to the mind. That's the whole reason, right? Now they've distorted it where, nope, I'm not the villain, and maybe I'm the victim here. Hey, yeah, that sounds good. I mean, if I can't be the hero, I mean, and I'm not the villain, of course, I guess I must be the victim. Yeah, I'm the victim here. So that distorted thought goes back into, for each thought that occurs as a result. But what happens to the original thought? What happens to that original thought? Well, if we follow it at the bottom here, the original thought, if we follow it bottom right, oh look, they disregard it. They get rid of it. They got rid of the thought that they're the villain here. It's gone. Disregard, dismissed. Goodbye. And so for each thought that occurs as a result, and then you have the distorted thought added to their little list here of thoughts, and then it goes, is it a comforting thought? Yes, of course it's a comforting thought. It matches. It matches. They thought about it. They thought about it. Am I the villain? No, I'm the victim here. I'm the victim for murdering my entire family. It's ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous. And that's why these egopaths are dangerous. They actually will believe that by murdering you, that they're the victim here. You realize that they're the hero or the victim. If they're getting held accountable for it, they're the victim. They're the hero until they're held accountable for it. That's the thing, right? To them, accountability is the victimization. Oh, you're hurting me. You're making me out to be the bad guy. Well, really? The judge forced you to murder your family? The judge who's making you out to be the bad guy now? The judge is holding you accountable here, you piece of shit. So, no, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous, and I've explained this. And you can look up Chris Watts, the family murderer. Look it up. Look it up. This is a guy that lied to the police about how he murdered his family. It is some sick, twisted shit. It is sick and twisted. And you know what? It is so good to see that justice has been done and that he ain't getting out. He ain't getting out of prison. He signed documents and stuff saying, if you sign these documents, you're not getting out. Well, that's a discomforting thought to believe. So I'll just believe that I actually can get out later. I'll sign the documents. Good. Be fucking stupid like that. Good. I have no pity and no empathy for these monsters. Zero. And in case you haven't noticed, I have zero empathy for bullies. I have zero empathy for monsters. These are monsters. And the NPC and Midwit aren't that far behind, which is scary. It's scary because all that's separating the NPC and the Midwit isn't some strong moral character. It's the lack of aggression. You add aggression into their personality, make them more and more aggressive, you start getting the Egopath. That's what you start getting. That's what you create. And guess what? They created their personalities, guys. It's not like I can just force someone to have a certain personality. I can't. It is the person's choices that they make. They all add up. And when they keep playing pretend and keep lying to themselves day after day, that adds to their personality. That creates their personality. They've created an entire shit personality of lies upon lies. That's who they are. That's what they are. And when I say that they're stuck in this loop, yeah, why are they going to change? Why would they change? That is so uncomfortable a thought, that they are nothing but a piece of shit. A piece of shit that doesn't deserve to exist, that is unfit for existence, as Ayn Rand would call evil, something that's unfit for existence, that everyone is better off without. Everyone is better off without an egopath. Everyone. They don't do one good goddamn thing in their life. They're evil. They're pure evil. And you know what? If me saying that they're pure evil, if that's not a comforting thought to you, that evil people exist, well, maybe you need to start thinking about, why I say that evil exists. Because if you're just saying that evil doesn't exist because, what's holding you back from defining that evil exists? Is what's holding you back is that there's good in everyone? Because if you're defining good in everyone or a lack of good, I mean, that's one thing, but to actually try and say, no, there's no such thing as evil, there's no such thing as evil. Hey, supernatural evil, I can get behind that. Yeah, sure. I don't believe in anything supernatural. That can work to my disadvantage. Like if a pot is radioactive and someone goes, oh, that pot is cursed. I don't believe in curses, but people eat from the pot and they die. And it's like, oh, because it's a radioactive pot. But if I don't have the technology with me, it's like, well, okay, if I can observe that someone's already eating from the pot and dying, then yeah, I won't believe it's a curse, but I'll believe that there's something's going on. And, and I'll stay the fuck away from the pot. I'll stay away from the clay pot that's radioactive. So, this is like, but that's it. Evil really does exist. They are proof of evil. And here's another thing. Whenever they try to get you, these egopaths, they always like to do this. This is something that they can feed their ego with. Again, egopaths do everything to feed their ego. They want you to prove that they're evil. And that, like, don't just prove that there's evil. Don't just reason that there's evil. Actually prove that they're evil. And it's like, that was never on you to begin with. They proved they were evil to you by what they did to you and what they did to you behind your back, what they did to your reputation, the things you don't even know about. They did to you. And then they're saying, prove I'm evil, taunting you, baiting you. And then so they can play victim and go, see, I'm not evil. You couldn't prove I'm evil, so therefore I'm not evil. Are you kidding me? After what they do, they are the people that will make you out to be the witch that needs to be burned at the stake, and they're not evil. Though they must be just mistaken. Oh, they're precious. They're the victims here. Oh, they're suffering. Bullshit. That's a victim narrative, and that's bullshit. It's not a victim narrative. It's a predator. You are dealing with a predator, a sophisticated predator. And as stupid as they are, they have mastered some attacks. And you know what? When it comes down to it, the attacker only has to master one attack to be successful. They really do. And this is it. This is their thing. The entire aggression toolbox that I showed you, how they have idealization, devaluation, projection, and then credit to self, where they take all the credit, steal credit from others, plagiarism, the parroting of others, and all of it. That's their toolkit. That's them. And they mastered. That's all they've got. They've got nothing else. There's nothing else there. That's why, and I will explain as I talk about the Egopath, I am going to read directly off my Circle of Slaves research, and I'm going to read the definition of Egopath. I'm not going to get into all the other roles, which, by the way, are extremely important to understand, and you should make an effort to read it. But I'm going to get into the Egopath, and I'm gonna go through the definition of that. Because that's it. I mean, it's very clear. This mental filter of comfort is a very real thing, and it is incredibly scary how accurate it is to an NPC, where it's like, oh my god, this is all they are. There's nothing else. They don't do anything else outside of this. Isn't that scary? All that brain, and it's just this. That should scare the living shit out of you. That should scare. Oh yeah, this is all I've got in my brain, and I'm easily manipulated if you can get me into a phase of panic, and I can get into a phase of panic. Oh god, that should scare the shit out of you. That's not a good thing. Yeah, I don't speak angry mob. The angry mob's coming for you. The slave. And actually, let's get into that. We're gonna quickly talk about Friedrich Nietzsche and his higher man classifications here. I know it's a little bit of a detour, but you know what? It's important to consider. Let's get to it. Mask of perfection. Yes, that is good. Yes. Friedrich Nietzsche, hierarchical classification of individuals, the higher man. Yeah, here we go. Let's get this show on the road. So, with the Friedrich Nietzsche hierarchical classification of individuals, you have an individual, and this also uses a bit of Ayn Rand's terminology, but they're both the same. They're both the exact same systems. You have the individual, they either belong to the herd or they're a higher man, an individual. The collective versus the individual. And the herd is you're either with us or against us, while the higher man is I create invaluable progress. I'm my own person. Yeah, I can work with others. I'm not saying I can't, but I'm my own person. I'm my own person, my own personality with my own moral system. I don't rely on others' morality to define my own morality. And so from the herd, what do you have in the herd? Well, you have the last man, the quintessential mediocre man, the sheeple, the follower of the herd, the NPCs, the midwits. That's what they are, the followers. But what else do you have in the herd? We have the one that controls the herd, the slave. And it's the slave of their ego. Friedrich Nietzsche called it the slave, but it's the slave of their ego, the egopath. They are the enemy of the higher man, and by extension, the human race. The slave, ruling over all, leads to the Dark Ages. That's bad. You don't want that. At best, you get the Dark Ages, but you also get the extinction of humanity if it keeps happening. Seeing things decline and degrade to such a point where the slave finally, the herd will not listen to the slave, and that's the only way that you can then try and make some progress again. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And yeah, the slave is a ruler to the herd because they'll manipulate, they'll lie, they'll do all the evil things. They are the wolf in sheep's clothing, and they will rule. And wow, yeah, it's bad. And so, what do you have in the higher man side? You have two different types of higher man, and this is because you consider their work as well as part of the higher man with creating invaluable progress. You have the known hero. Their name still carries influence. The higher man, whose name has the name. If you know the name Albert Einstein, oh yeah, he's some kind of Einstein. He's some kind of genius, right? That name carries some influence. Whoa, he's a real Einstein. That's also giving credit to Einstein. Going, yeah, Einstein. It's giving power. That's giving social influence to the name Einstein. There, that is. So that's the known hero. But eventually, everyone becomes an unsung hero. I mean, everyone. Eventually, all those heroes they get replaced with new heroes. I mean, they get replaced with current heroes, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. But you also have living unsung heroes where only their work remains. And that's the problem is it's hard to achieve invaluable progress to a huge scale when you don't have social influence. So the unsung hero, you can live and you can die as an unsung hero where no one really knows, but your work remains and the work was important and other people adopted the work. Other higher men came along and used your work as a starting point and went, holy shit, look at this. This is dead on what I needed. Holy moly. I got something here. I can work with this. Holy crap. Revolutionary ideas. Holy crap. So let's look on the right here. What happens is the slave amasses an army of last man, a herd. The slave rules their herd by scapegoating the higher man for all their petty problems. That's right. Who's to blame? Who's to blame for all the problems of today? It's not your lazy ass. No, it's the higher man. That's who's to blame. Yeah, the reason you're fat is because of that person over there who worked their ass off every day to make the world a better place. Yeah, he's to blame. Not you sitting on your ass, eating Cheetos and drinking light beer. To borrow again, some of this stuff I've talked about with Tyr Ravenson on some of the videos, and I mean it's convincing enough. I don't need another example. That right there should be convincing enough. And so the last men, then the herd, are all riled up and are willingly used to destroy the higher man, justifying it away with herd morality, and we'll get into that. The slave produces nothing for the below and destroys all above. That's the egopath. They produce nothing for the people they control, and they take. The slave getting into power only allows them to destroy even more of the higher man. Yes, that's exactly how this works. The slave gets into power, and then they can get at the higher man. They're strong enough now with an army to kill all the good people in the world. These are evil. The slave is an evil monster, and you are a fool to think otherwise. The slave feigns innocence and concern under the guise of herd morality and calls for equality, but the slave does not desire to change the world for the better. The slave just wants to take whatever's there and use it for themselves. They care nothing. And guess what? Guess what? This has happened in past history. When the slave is on their deathbed like an emperor, he wants everyone to die with him. If he can't live, no one can. Slave morality right there. If I can't have it, no one can. The envy. The envy. If I'm declining, so ought to you. If I'm going to die, you should all be buried alive with me. You're all just slaves anyway. Tools with voices. And you shouldn't be allowed to be anyone else's slave. Only mine. You can't keep on living and go on and to be someone else's slave. No, you need to die. Die with me. Show you love me. You realize how evil that is. This is so evil. This is so evil. You don't. If you had any shred of humanity in you, you wouldn't do that. It's so evil. They're so evil. They really are. Slavery is truly an objective evil. I am dead set on saying slavery is an objective evil, and guess what? They want you to be slaves. They try to make you their slave. Guess what? They're evil. They're evil. I mean, what else? What, you gonna try and argue with me that no, slavery isn't really evil? Sorry. I don't think you've been on the receiving end of it that much then. To really know how evil slavery is. You know, it's an objective evil. It's objective. Too bad all the people out there, no, evil can only be subjective. There's no such thing as objective evil. Slavery seems like a pretty good bet for that. You know, genocide as well. Yeah. Genocide. Yeah. Oh yeah, let's go kill everyone. Does that not seem maybe like, you know, the opposite of what life should be about, huh? You know, can't we have an objective morality around life, around caring about life? Really? We can't? No, we can't have something that's based in objective reality? No, you don't think so? So just nonsense, the nonsense. And you know what, if anyone says to me that evil doesn't exist, it's like, you know what, I'm pretty sure that just means that you're too afraid to define what evil is, desperately hoping that if you don't define what it is, it can't exist. You know, if I don't say it exists, then it doesn't exist. Like, it exists whether you believe it or not. It's evil whether you believe it or not. Ridiculous. So we're going to apply this concept to a larger scale. I'm going to go to the Carlos Sepulveda's Taxonomy of Stupid. And I actually had two different versions of the Carlos Sepulveda's Taxonomy of Stupid, one that I made a little later, and we're going to actually go directly to that one, because that one kind of covers what I need it to. So, because it talks a little bit more about slave morality, herd morality, master morality, which is something I really think is important here. Carlos Sepulveda, Midwittery, oh yes. So, Carlos Sepulveda, Taxonomy of Stupid, and Comfort Campers. This right here is Carlos Sepulveda's Taxonomy of Stupid. There's 4 quadrants in it. In the top right quadrant, you have benefit to others and benefit to self. That's the intelligent people. And the Egopaths, Midwits, and NPCs are nowhere to be found in this quadrant. They don't benefit themselves and others, that's for sure. You know, maybe they can be a giver or stupid, where maybe they'll benefit others and cause losses to themselves, or they're just downright stupid, where they cause losses to themselves and losses to others. And then under the bandits, they're going to benefit themselves and they're going to cause losses to others. Why? Because they take. They're the takers. They're the Egopaths. That's what this is. That's it. So I don't have to really get into detail about that. This right here kind of shows you. This is the quadrants. This is where they are. Let's move on to the next one here. Triangulation, midwittery. So this is the whole thing. This is the whole one attack. They have to master one successful attack. This is it. You want to know what it is? You want to know how they destroy the higher man? How they destroy the intelligent? How you go back to the Dark Ages and have society collapse along the way? There you go. Triangulation, destruction of the intelligent, and master morality. Let's start at the bottom right at the bandits here, at the takers, at the Egopaths, the slave to their egos. So, The Egopath, they envy and hate the intelligent. If the Egopath cared about the intelligent people, they wouldn't try to fucking destroy them. It's very simple, but because they hate them, you must be killed. I envy and hate you, and so now you must be destroyed. I cannot control you, you must be destroyed. It's very simple. They are very evil. You're doing good things, I hate you. Oh, that's not evil at all. No, that's not what an evil person would do. Oh my god. They're evil. So here we go. The bandits. And let's just look at the red arrows first, and we'll get to the morality after. So the Egopath here, they're gonna form and rule over the givers, the stupid, the herd. They're gonna rule over the midwits and fixedwits, the NPCs, the sheeple, the smoothie, the unliving brain dead, which I call the NPCs. And by the way, they earned that name. I assure you, they earned it. That's another thing. That's why I called them the unliving brain dead on the thing about how life begins in the comfort camper zone, like how you get to the learning and growth zone and they never get there. So they're the unliving brain dead. Their brains, they don't learn anything else. So they're brain dead in that regard. And they're unliving because life begins when you're learning and growing, and they're not doing that, and so they're not living. So they're the unliving brain dead. So let's get back to this here. So the Egopath will form and rule over the herd of the givers and stupid, and then using the herd, they will remove from power the intelligent. And you'll notice the Egopath, Midwits, and NPCs are still nowhere to be found in this quadrant. The intelligent are not made up of the Egopaths. The intelligent are not made up of the NPCs. The intelligent are not made up of the Midwits. It's not a thing. That's objective reality. Now, let's get into the morality behind the scenes here. And some of this is actually immorality, but the thing is, it's a morality system. They get you to... The Egopath has a very specific type of morality. It really is immorality, but it's slave morality is what Nietzsche called it. And it originates in the weak. What is evil? That which is born from weakness. The hatred towards those that are better than you. The actual envy and then hatred and just the sheer wanting, no one can be better than me. If you're better than me, that's no good. You must be destroyed. And ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. It's like, but they're doing good things for people, not just themselves, and you're going to try and call them evil. Well, I can't control them. I can't control them like I can control the givers. I can control the givers, but I can't control the intelligent. It's like, wow, so evil. So evil. So here's the thing, the funny thing about slave morality, it relies on master morality to deem what is evil. Because anything, the intelligent who rely on master morality, and they will rely on master morality, the Egopath hates them for it. You believe in individual strength? I hate you for it. There should be no individuals. People that oppose my power, my rule, you are all slaves. You're not allowed to be an individual. You're a slave. You're supposed to be my slave forever. I have ownership over you, exclusive control. No one else. You can't be anyone else's slave. You think a pimp shares their whores? No. You have to be for me. You have to be for me. I have ownership over you. I don't rent you out to another pimp and we share money. No, all your money goes to me. This is what you're dealing with. You're dealing with evil. They are evil. And so from here, what do we have slave morality do? Well, it's going to hijack something called herd morality. How does it hijack herd morality? Well, what is herd morality? It's the danger of dangers. That's what Nietzsche called it. Easily manipulated. Why? Obedience is the highest virtue. Obey. Blindly obey what I tell you to do, and everything will work out. Believe me when I say that if we just kill all the intelligent people, all your problems will be solved. They are the problem. Killing them is the solution. Oh yeah, let's get this party started. Ridiculous. It is ridiculous. And you know what? And they get away with it. And sometimes it's a gradual escalation towards it. It's not just day one. Let's start off the Holodomer. You know, it's a gradual escalation towards it. Gradually increasing the abuse. Gradually getting the givers and the stupid to accept more and more. To obey more and more blindly. To just obey, obey, obey. Obedience is the highest virtue. Obey, obey, obey. Don't think, obey. Be a slave and obey mindlessly. NPCs can do it, why can't you? The NPCs can obey mindlessly, why can't you, damn it? It's something. They're so evil. They're so evil. They're just so herd morality. It's funny because the herd subscribes to herd morality, where obedience is the highest virtue. We're obeying your master, and everything will work out if we all just get together and obey. It's not the person that's controlling you is an evil fucking monster. It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. And so, yeah, they remove from power, be it by killing you or sending you away on a philosopher's ship. Yeah, you're going on a cruise. Oh, I am. Yep, you and all the intelligent people are going on a cruise. You're not coming back. Oh, so it's an involuntary brain drain, I see. It's not just the smart people leaving going, wow, this is a shithole. You're actually kicking the smart people out. They don't even have to. They don't even get to make the choice. They don't even get to make the choice to stay. Hey, wait a minute. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And so let's get into it. And so herd morality is going to reject master morality, because guess what? Herd morality, obedience is the highest virtue. And so master morality, being independent and saying, no, I don't have to obey you. You're not going to mindlessly and blindly obey? You're not going to do it? No, I'm noble and value creating. I decide what's important in my life and I achieve it. I am my own person. I have an independent morality. It doesn't rely on the morality of others for its morality. I don't rely on obedience as the highest virtue. I think that's not a virtue at all. I think, in fact, disobedience is actually more of a virtue. Because guess what? When these NPCs, these sheeple, they make excellent SS officers. They make excellent gulag getters. Oh yeah. These NPCs, you bet. You think that it's going to be a good person with a good moral compass who's trying to drag you away to the gulag? You think it's going to be a person with a strong moral compass? No, it's going to be someone who has herd morality, where obedience is the highest virtue. And because you didn't obey, you deserve what happens to you. You deserve to go to the gulag. You deserve to be exterminated because you didn't obey an evil person. And there's no such thing as evil. We all just need to obey. Hey, don't bother trying to get through to them. If they have herd morality, just easily manipulate. You're not getting through to them. You can't make them intelligent. You can't fix stupid. You can't do it. It's not a thing. That's a quote from oh God, who was that quote from? Was it Ron something? Can't fix stupid. Ron White, was it? You can't fix stupid. Ron White, was it Ron White? Ron White, it was Ron White. Ha ha, yeah, fucking nailed it. So yeah, you can't fix stupid. You can't do it. And so yeah, the evil people control the sheep, and the sheep destroy the sheepdog. So what you have is the wolves in sheep's clothing control the sheep to kill the sheepdog. You know, it's sad, and it's true. And only until things get so fucking terrible, so fucking horrendous, when the sheep stop listening to the evil person, when they start going, wait a minute, this evil person doesn't have my best interests at heart. Then the intelligent people can be valued and not be killed by the givers and the stupid, and not be killed by the herd. And it's something. And the problem is, how do you have the intelligent fight back against it? Because herd morality is all about obedience. It's all about it. You got to obey. If everyone just obeyed, and that's the thing, right? As far as they're concerned, law is morality. So if slavery's legal, slavery's good. If slavery's illegal, slavery's bad. They don't see it that slavery is objectively evil. They can't do it. They don't have it in them. You know why? Because evil existing, is that a comfortable thought to the comfort camper? Or do they dismiss it? Do they dismiss it and go, no, evil can't be real because that's an uncomfortable thought? Yeah, now you see it. You see how I've connected the dots here. I have flawlessly connected the dots into such a degree that who could even argue with me on this? Who could even argue against me on this? Like, who? Who could even argue this against me? How can you even argue this? So, oh my god. Oh, you know, this is my last video, so sometimes I am going to say some things that are on my mind because I want to get it out there. And yeah, I've talked about the mask of perfection and the irrational thinking. You know that it's right in the mask of perfection, irrational thinking, how they accept, compatible false narrative information, how they reject incompatible false narrative information. You know how they do projection and stuff. You know, just the entire thing. It all fits. All of it fits because I based it all on reality, not just some. I didn't just make this shit up and then go, haha, I'm so smart. I kept this shit grounded in reality, guys. And I think the work speaks for itself. Doesn't the work speak? Doesn't it connect? Doesn't it show you? Doesn't it make sense of some things that you couldn't make sense of before? You know, just I know I'm right. I know I'm right. Of course I'm right on this. Ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. So now we're gonna get. I've explained pretty much all the diagrams that I really wanted to cover here because there's only so much time I have. And again, I really recommend you read my work about the circle of slaves and the flying monkey roles, flying monkey sub roles and the circle of slaves. Reading that stuff is very important. This comfort camper stuff will get you off to a great start, and my God, you will understand it because there's a bunch of different types of enablers out there, right? These comfort campers are great for being an enabler. What kind of enabler are they going to be? Are they going to be a floater, an excuser, a dismisser, a flying monkey, a belonger, a grade A supply? Are they going to be a follower? Are they going to be supply? Are they going to be a sinker? Are they going to be are they going to be a tongue biter? All of these things. All of these things. Are they going to be an advocator? Are they going to be a covert aggressor who's in on the abuse? All of it. Oh my God. Oh God. Are they going to be an all giver? That's a scary one. Oh God, an all giver. Oh God. Oh, and that's someone who gets victimized so brutally. Oh God, they are evil. The Egopaths are evil, and if you don't believe they're evil, you just haven't been abused. You just haven't. Maybe you need to be killed by them before you start believing it. Who knows? Who knows what will convince you at that point? Who knows what will convince you that they're evil? Who knows? Who knows? Oh my God. Oh, and by the way, I'm not alone on believing, that evil exists, that there's an objective evil. Dave Grossman, who wrote the book on killing, he said, "Do you believe there are wolves out there who will feed on the flock without mercy? You better believe it. There are evil men in this world, and they are capable of evil deeds. There's also evil women in the world. Come on, man. You got to be inclusive of this. The moment you forget that or pretend it is not so, you become a sheep. There is no safety in denial." But you know what there is? You know what there is with denial? What do you think you get with denial? What have I just been talking about the comfort camper? What do you think denial brings them when they deny something and they live in denial? I talked about it before. Oh, comfort. There's no such thing as evil. Well, that's a comforting thought. Yeah, it's good. Everyone, comforting thought. Yeah. So Dave Grossman is one. And then another one is Eric Fromm, the guy who actually came up with the term malignant narcissist. And he said it was the quintessence of evil. He coined the term malignant narcissism to describe extreme exploitive selfishness, the most severe pathology and the root of the most vicious destructiveness and inhumanity, which he considered to be the quintessence of evil. And then later on, Otto Kernberg kind of followed up on it and viewed the malignant narcissist as sadistic psychopath. But that's just it, right? Don't just try and limit the traits of the egopath here. I showed on Egopathy how they're all of these fucking evil traits. They're the worst of the worst. I showed it. You know, I already showed that stuff. I already explained, you know, the difference between psychopathy and sociopathy and Machiavellianism and narcissism and fucking Machiavellianism, the one I always forget. And again, Machiavellianism in terms of censoring and silencing you, you know, and in terms of hiding things from you know, feeding you lies and information and controlling you and all this shit. Which really isn't about having a Machiavellian mindset, which would be like, you know, being like a sheepdog going like, hey, if a predator thinks like this, what can we do to prevent it? You know, that, you know, but they don't bother trying to convince the comfort campers that evil exists. I don't think you can. And I've tried. I gave it the old college try. Yeah, I gave it the try. Some of my friends tried talking to them about it, but you know, unless you've really experienced this evil, you don't know. You don't know, and it's a problem. But truth seekers, you guys will understand. My diagrams, they are there for you. They expose how evil these monsters are. They expose it. There's no denying this, and only the sheepest of sheep will deny it. You know, the comfort campers. So, you know, we'll get into that. So, holy moly, let's have some fun here. I'm going to cover some themes in some movies, including something called the victim mimic, and I talked a little bit about that earlier. The Incredibles. It was a animated 3D movie by Pixar, and you know, Disney presents a Pixar film, The Incredibles, Save the Day, and The Incredibles, they had some amazing concepts in there, because it really does cover Friedrich Nietzsche's The Higher Man. At one point, it goes, "How do I know what I'll?" You know, Violet, one of the girls, goes, "How do I know what to do?" And the mom replies, "You'll know what to do. It's in your blood." Well, that's big time Nietzsche stuff there. Nietzsche being like, "It's in your blood." That's how you. but he gets into more like other things. So that was definitely inspiration for Nietzsche. So I knew right then and there, like, you got some Nietzsche stuff going on. And here's the thing. Everyone thinks that Syndrome is kind of the big bad villain in the movie because he portrays himself as such. He gets the most screen time. But there was someone who was much more devastating than Syndrome ever was, and that was the victim mimic, known as Mr. Sansweet. I'm going to talk about this. Basically, why do I call it the victim mimic? Because it's a better word than pretend victim or victim player or fake victim or professional victim. The victim mimic really gets to the core there because it highlights that they mimic victims, but behind the scenes, they aren't victims. Again, aggressive mimicry, right? I'm pretending to be something I'm not, right? It's, you know, oh, I'm a victim. Actually, no, you're the perpetrator. And the Cartman's drama trial actually kind of explains some of that. So I recommend, if anyone wants to take a look at the Cartman drama triangle, there's lots of things available about that. Behind the scenes, the victim mimic aren't victims. They're calling the shots. They're covertly consenting, where they're not going to tell you they consent, but actually they're consenting, or they're making themselves a victim, where they'll actually hurt themselves and blame it on someone else, give themselves a black eye and say, "You did it. Yeah, you hurt me. I'm a victim." They'll do whatever it takes to get that victim status. Why? Because victimhood gives real world benefits. There's some big major benefits you can get for being a victim, for being perceived as a victim. You know, and that's the key word there, perceived, right? You don't have to be an actual victim. You can be perceived as a victim, and you get all these nice, wonderful things. The most evil thing about the victim mimic is they are responsible for making it that much harder to believe real victims, including the victims they paint as their victimizer. How can they be a victim if there's no one victimizing them? Someone has to be to blame. You know? At best, they're going to blame society, and we'll get into that about The Incredibles. There's actually a very bad thing about craving this victim status. It's not a good thing. You know, wanting to you know, having that as your identity, being like, that's like pain worship and victimhood worship and death worship. It's that's what it is. Wanting victim status is a bad thing. You don't want to be a victim. Yeah, you obviously want to have injustice, you know, have the wrongs righted, you know, right the wrongs. And I know that's not always doable. You can't unmurder someone or unrape someone, you know, so justice isn't always an option from these monsters that destroy your life. and you can't get the time back. You can't reverse the time and give me back all the time and opportunities that were taken from me from this monster. Um, there's no justice that can make up for that. What justice can make up for all that? Nothing. That justice is impossible. You can't right those wrongs. Those are truly evil. Truly evil. You can't right those. So the dependence of having someone hurt you so you can feel good about being a victim, it's the goddamn victim mimic. Where they need the dependence. They need someone else to be the bad guy. And they need it. That's the thing. I don't need fucking bad people in my life. I don't fucking need it. I don't fucking want some fucking victim status bullshit thing. I don't want to be a fucking victim. End of story. That's it. I'd much rather be a productive individual accomplishing great things in life, be it saving humanity or being a good father, which is something I plan on doing, by the way. Whether you guys decide to follow through on it or not, I hope you do. But I've done my part. One person can only do so much to save humanity. I've done my part. It's very sick. It's very sick and twisted. And they're not a real victim. It's a victim mimic. And the thing is, the victim stance, being perceived as a victim, is a very powerful stance. The victim's always right, neither responsible nor accountable, and forever entitled to sympathy and very eager to receive apologies. So eager to have you apologize, and how are you going to make up for your bad behavior? What this really comes down to is them owning you. It comes down to them owning you. And I will explain now about Mr. Incredible's encounter with Mr. Sansweet in the movie The Incredibles. Because we're gonna get into some very, very deep stuff here, and get ready. So, I want everyone to know of my work, but the simple fact is my single voice is a tiny drop of truth in an ocean of noise. It's why I have to rely on truth seekers to seek out my work. It's up to the truth seekers to find my stuff. I can only promote it so much, which isn't easy with all the censorship, cancel culture, will silence you forever, Machiavellian bullshit going on. So I'm fully confident in the veracity of my work being a one-to-one with reality. I've already said, who can even argue with this? The way I present it, who can even argue? Who can even argue against it? Now, here's something. Now, why would I talk about all these movies? Well, we learn most about a thing when we view it under a microscope, as it were, or in its most exaggerated form. William James. That's a quote from William James. So, most exaggerated form. Well, that's great. Movies are great at that. I have some great examples of some movies that have covered some things in exaggerated forms. All the comfort campers, be it the NPC, the Midwit, or the Egopath, as soon as reality becomes uncomfortable to them, they disconnect from reality. All of them do it. So, and now let's get to the references. Now, the movies, I'll talk about some other movies as well, like Free Guy, Idiocracy, They Live, The Matrix, even the movie called Bloodshot, which probably most of you don't know about. But it's a good one. In fact, you know what? Before I even get into that, keep in mind, it wasn't that long ago there simply wasn't anything about narcissists or the simple self-descriptive term egopaths out there. Now even mainstream shows like Netflix's Disenchantment are now actually quoting things about narcissists, like Lucy the Demon in Season 4, Episode 4, saying, "So here's what I think, Bean. When you say you want to slice your mother's head off with that big honkin' sword, all I see is a sweet, innocent little girl who's just asking to be loved. You know down in your heart that love ain't a-comin', and that's because your mother doesn't look at you as a person, but as an extension of herself. She's incapable of loving anyone, Bean. She's a narcissist." He then goes on about focusing on what matters most, which is, and then he's interrupted by Bean, who replies, "Murder!" And it's probably self-care. That's probably what he was getting at there. In the Incredibles movie, there's a victim mimic who literally destroyed the entire hero-orientated society by claiming, "You didn't save my life, you ruined my death, that's what you did." Everyone in the theater laughed at that because of how fucking ridiculous and exaggerated that sounded, but it summed up the victim mimic perfectly. How can you be a victim of society when society is doing a good job? You can't. So you need to break society, shift it away from a culture of the hero system, and replace it with victimhood, where the victim mimic has power over others while claiming to be the victim. Want something for nothing. I'm a victim, now you owe me. The victim mimic destroyed the supers in the most selfish act of hatred and envy because he needed his victim status and he would milk it for all it's worth. He hated the heroes because they did their job and he couldn't be a victim. He couldn't be a perceived victim mimic because that's just it. He doesn't want to be a real victim. So no, the victim mimic doesn't care about them, about real heroes attempting to save humanity, attempting to make anything better in life. So yeah, by the way, in the movie, names have deep meanings. In both movies, Incredibles 1, Incredibles 2, his name is Sansweet, and the word sans in French means without. The victim mimic's name literally means without sweetness. He's completely unthankful to anyone who does any good, envious and hateful. All the victim mimic cares about is their social status, and they will destroy others and make themselves out to be the victim to have their way. The Cartman drama triangle is something that reflects how evil someone playing victim can be, and I've covered that before. So when you deal with this victim mimic, you realize that this can be either a midwit or an egopath, and sometimes even an NPC, even a goddamn NPC can be convinced that they're a victim, and then that's their big herd of victimhood, and they're convinced they're a victim, and they're just doing whatever they're told. It's ridiculous. It is so ridiculous, and it is happening in reality. It's happening even now. It's happening a lot. It's happening. Yeah, it's scary. So this victim mimic, it's disgusting. It's disgusting that they get away with this. They get away with doing this. And I've explained why they're evil. I've explained that. But I will explain something else here. There's another movie called Bloodshot. And in Bloodshot, what makes this movie really unique is you're seeing it from the perspective of the main character, of the protagonist of the movie. And as far as he knows, his wife was killed by the bad guy. He's out for revenge, and then he's given all these enhancements to go kill the bad guy. So he does it. What you don't know is that they have access to his mind and they give him memories. They give him the memories that all this shit happened, and it never happened. They implant him with false memories, and they wind him up like a little doll, winding up a little NPC to control them, and then they send him off to do the job. And so he goes out there as a hitman every time, and he's done it like 6 or 7 times, killing whoever they want killed, because in his memories, they can just replace whoever's face with the target's face of who they want killed. And so that right there is the slave controlling not just the herd, but one superpowered individual, triangulating them to control them, to destroy, and using them like a little wind-up doll. And it's like, whoa, that's crazy, because how can you fight that when your memories are erased and then you're given all this data, all this false data, and then you believe it. You believe that this person has murdered your family, that you had a happy family. And now you have the power to go murder them. So of course, what are you going to do? You're going to go murder them. So of course you're going to go murder them. These are evil monsters. Of course you're going to go murder them. But wait a minute, you've been tricked. They're not evil after all. It's something. And that is a scary reality in the future. Imagine it, just being able to reprogram a person. Just being able to hold them down and say, you're going to do what I want. Oh, the ultimate form of brainwashing, the ultimate mind control. I'm going to put in memories. You're going to live a fake life that never existed. And you're going to want exactly what I want you to want. You're going to want to murder them, and I'm going to encourage it. Oh my God. It's like that is like, wow. Talk about mental slavery. And that's not evil. Are you really going to fucking argue with me, you fucking NPCs, you fucking midwits? Are you really going to try and argue with me that doing that to a person isn't evil? I'm going to mentally enslave you and control you completely. Oh, I'm not evil. Fuck you. This regression of consciousness that the NPCs have, like they really, like that's the phase of panic, right? They lose their minds and then they're easily controlled because it doesn't matter how much of a brilliant mind you have. Once you get into the phase of panic, your mind's gone. It's out of the picture, and now you're easily controlled, and that's it. That's it. Game over. Manipulator wins. Whoever's pulling the strings wins. You're controlled. So oh my god. Oh my god. It just, I mean, these are hard-hitting truths. I don't expect any comfort camper to be able to make it through this video. And you know what? If they want to leave a shitty little comment under this video, like on YouTube or wherever this video may be, I hope, you know, I give everyone permission to copy this video and download it and spread it as far as they can all over the internet. I give you full permission. You have my verbal consent in this actual video to download this video, do with it as you need to in terms of uploading it elsewhere or learning from it. The only thing I don't want you to do is to take my video and try to directly profit from it. If you want to include it as part of a course or something and then profit off that, whatever. That's fine. I have no problem with that. But don't try and take my video and try to charge people for it when it's free. This video is meant to be free. This is a free video meant to save as many people as possible. And trying to put a paywall doesn't help with that. Trying to put a paywall on something won't help with that. So, oh my god, yeah, and that's the thing with the herd morality. The obedient always think of themselves as virtuous rather than cowardly. And the victim mimic, you know, that way you owe them something. Otherwise, they're a victim of you. You know, that's it, right? Oh my god, you're not going to obey. I must be a victim. Oh my goodness. It's just crazy. It's absolutely fucking crazy. And this is where we're at. This is where we're at, guys. Like, I'm not making this shit up. This isn't sci-fi. This isn't fiction. This is fact. Like, oh my god. It's just, history teaches us that man learns nothing from history. George Hegel. The Hegelian dialect. Yeah, that's something. Hegelian dialectic. And you know what? It's actually very scary because the victim mimic, I mean, it's obvious that they are the aggressives, right? It's aggressive mimicry when you think about it. A victim mimic is using aggressive mimicry. They know they're not a fucking victim. They want the social status. They want the benefits. And if it fucks over all the other victims from being believed, fuck them. I'm what matters. It's just fucking evil, man. Come on. You can't fucking... You don't get to fucking say, no, they're just mistaken. Oh, they're just mistaken. They fucking know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They're evil. No, don't give them the benefit of that doubt. That's reckless. Well, Jesus Christ. God, there's good in everyone. No, not these ones. Nuh-uh. No, there's nothing there. Oh my God. And you know what? You know what's scary about it too? These NPCs and the Midwits and the Egopaths, this gets very scary because it's a comforting thought, and especially Egopaths and Midwits, that a delusional belief is that they're the only consciousness in the world, that only their consciousness matters, and that lies behind all sorts of atrocities and crimes. If you think about it, a person's level of empathy to another person is related to, like, are you a sentient being? Do you have a mind of your own? And if other people really don't have a mind of their own, or if they're conscious of a lower quality, aka they're devaluing you, going, no, you're not as smart as I am, you're not as conscious as I am, you're not as pure as I am, you're not as obedient as I am, then there's no reason to take their suffering into account when making decisions. Like, let's go kill all the intelligent people. Ugh. Any measure that decreases the suffering of conscious beings while increasing the suffering of non-conscious beings is permissible. And the NPCs don't even think about that. But to the Midwits and to the Egopaths, they are totally fine with it. And they're totally fine with the exploitation. That's why to them it's justified. That's why you being their slave is justified. You don't know any better. Everyone's better off if you're my slave and I control you completely. And you get no choices in life. And I control you completely. All you are is a sacrificial animal that I can do with as I please. You're property that I can do with as I please. And you can't run away from me. That's like property stealing itself away from me. You belong to me. I have ownership of you, exclusive control over you. You know, the idea that it wasn't that long ago, you know, women couldn't vote. It wasn't that fucking long ago. So, and it wasn't that long ago that slavery was legal. It wasn't that long ago. You know, blatant slavery was legal. Now, at least in some countries, it's not. But who knows how long that's going to last. So yeah, the idea that animals, women, and, you know, other people aren't conscious usually express the idea that they don't have souls per se, in terms of, you know, they're not as pure or as powerful or as morally superior as us, has underpinned exploitation since the beginning of civilization. And that's just it. I mean, slavery is evil. And people trying to justify slavery, nuh-uh. And here's something. You might say, but what about the prison system? Well, I have my own beliefs on that. And you know what? I'll give you my beliefs. Hey, I'll pay someone to keep bad people away from me. I'm okay with that. Who said anything about feeding them? Let the criminals who care about the criminals feed them. But if they choose not to, after they do the big wrong thing, why do I care? No, I want you to keep the bad guys away from me. Who said anything about feeding them? And now, unfortunately, corruption has happened a lot in Thailand, where that actually has been used to exploit tourists and trap tourists, and then extort money from, you know, families and stuff, being like, your son here has been captured, and if you don't give him money for food, he's not going to be fed. So, you know, surprise, you know, but evil can't exist. Evil can't exist. Fuck you. Oh my god. And you know what? You know what's scary about this herd morality? When the damage control happens. Because you're drafted to share the debt, to share the pain. Hey, you need to suffer like I suffer. You need to obey. Share the consequences so that it won't be so bad for me. You know, we're all in this together. You don't get to jump ship. You need to go down with me on the ship. You don't get to jump ship. They consider your loss acceptable loss. They don't want to be held responsible for their actions, be it damage socially, financially, or in any other manner, including life-threatening. It's something, and that's part of the panic phase, guys. Oh my god, and it's so scary. It is scary stuff, because what is holding these people back? Like, what is holding these angry mobs at bay? What's doing it? It's very scary in that regard. It's not a good thing. And the only thing holding them back is that life is still going good enough. But the moment life isn't going good enough, well, we need to blame someone. Fuck. Oh. And that's why you see the decline that everything's in right now. Everything's in a big decline right now. And this point in history, things are in decline. You can say things are getting better as gas prices skyrocket, as food disappears from grocery shelves. Things are getting better. It says so on this piece of paper. Like that napkin over there. And this napkin has written on it, the napkin's the one true religion because it was written on the napkin. Shit. If it's written down, it must be true. Fuck. Of course. All we have to do is write down evil isn't real, and then that's the case. Oh. Fucking midwits. You fucking midwits. Oh, you delusional fuckers. Oh, and you know what? That's why some of this has been called clown world. That we're living in clown world, where reality, everything has deviated from the hero-orientated society, just like from The Incredibles, and everything has become a shit show of virtue signaling and victimhood, and it's become a clown world. You're surrounded by clowns, and your life has become a circus. And, you know, the clowns have been put in charge of the castle, but that only turns the castle into a circus. It doesn't make the clown into a king. It just... This is, you know, when you perform for the clown, you become part of the circus. You know, you just... everything here, guys, that I've tried to get through to you, I think I've succeeded. I honestly believe if there's a truth seeker, even if you never were abused by these egopaths, by these midwits, the amount of things that I have covered here are so just absolute and just so objective. I don't see how anyone could even deny it. I like obviously at Comp Campers, yes, but I don't see how you can even argue against it. What arguments do you even have against it? What arguments do you even have? They don't. All they do is they try and stop you from making your full argument, and then they've won, like a pigeon that plays chess and just struts on the board, knocks over all the pieces, shits on the board, and then flies away and brags to its friends that it won. Didn't win anything. They're an intellectual midwit. Oh god, and it's bad. It's bad. And so the midwit is someone of middling intelligence. They're higher than some people on intelligence, but their motivations for being intelligent isn't about being a truth seeker. Their motivation for being intelligent is about one-upmanship and being smarter than dumb people. And they don't compare themselves to genius. They don't compare themselves to the greats. No, they have a stupid person. They want to surround themselves with stupid people so that they can believe themselves to be a fucking genius. Like, oh, how smart. I'm going to surround myself with idiots so I can pretend that I'm just such a fucking genius. Like, oh god, it just the idiocy, the stupidity, the irrationality, all of it. My models make total sense of it. And no, I don't believe in the whole demonic possession thing. I don't believe that when all these pieces of shit go to sleep, they all actually go to Jezebel High in hell. And in Jezebel High, and the school spirit of Jezebel High, and they all have the same teacher, the devil. I don't believe in that shit. I don't. I think this is pure basic psychology. I think this is just a one-to-one, and I have shown you how this works. I have shown you how they think about things. I have shown you how limiting it is, because that's just it. The NPC is so limited here, and the midwit is really only slightly better than the NPC in only in very, very small ways. And even then, it's not a genuine wit. The midwit isn't genuine. It's about one-upping the stupid people as opposed to actually trying to increase your own intelligence to actually solve real problems. But no, the real problems to them is social status. Midwits, it's all about the social status. God, and that's why you get the victim mimics. Because guess what? Social status. You know, being a hero is hard work, but being victimized, well, I don't have to fucking do anything for that except try and fucking frame someone. And then I can say, I'm a victim. I'm a victim. Give me things. I'm a victim. God. Oh, it's so bad. You know, and you know, I know I'm a bit all over the place with this, but I mean, how can I not care about this? How can I not care about good people getting fucked over? How can I just say, whatever, fuck it, it's your problem. You know, I'm one of them. I have a vested interest. I have a vested interest in this shit. I have a vested interest in good people succeeding. Jesus. And these fuckers are in the way of that. You fuckers. Oh. God damn them. Yeah, let's talk about NPCs a little bit. You know what? Let's talk a little bit about the NPCs. The NPCs, they fail to ask questions for themselves. They fail to question anything. Because guess what? Blind obedience. Obedience, right? You're questioning things. That's not obeying. You're asking questions. You're not obeying. That's what it is, guys. That's what it fucking is. And you know what's really scary about it? I've talked a bit about, like, you know, coded speak and double speak and soft language and that kind of stuff. But you know what's actually really scary about the NPCs? The NPC dialogue that they give you when all of a sudden you get them out of their comfort zone. And it's really something. And I'm going to talk about the NPC dialogue because you know what? It's so messed up. Basically, NPC dialogue is where they can only repeat the same few scripted lines of dialogue because they can't think beyond that. They can't think thoughts outside their comfort zone. As a consequence, once the discussion is out of their comfort zone, they are incapable of further discussion, which results in NPC dialogue. The NPC dialogue is a counter It's a counter to the current conversation to either end or redirect the discussion because it's in uncomfortable territory. It's outside their comfort zone. They want back to their comfort zone. So they will repeat a comfortable thought, not wanting to concern themselves with discomforting thoughts. They are going to fight the discomforting thoughts of truth and reality and fact with a comfortable thought, and they're going to repeat it. And I have lived this. I have firsthand experience with NPCs doing this to me, as well as the Egopath doing the exact same NPC dialogue. The exact same thing. I connected the dots in an incredible way here. Get ready. I know an NPC comfort camper, and this person could only repeat the same line over and over. That behavior was caused by needing to hold on to the comforting thought. But I play sports with her. But I play sports with her. Hey, but that person that you play sports with threatened to take away my graduation status. They threatened to undo all my marks, call me unfit, to claim that I had to do that, to pull that away. There's a fancy word for it. I don't know the word. Does that make it right? Does that make it okay? What that person did to me, saying that, threatening me, yes or no? But I play sports with her. What? Would I lie to you about this? I don't go around bad-mouthing people. When have I gone around bad-mouthing people? When have I gone around bad-mouthing this person? You think I would make this up? I wouldn't. But I play sports with her. It's the NPC dialogue. And look, you can forgive them for being an NPC, like forgiving a debt. You'll never get an apology or changed behavior from them, right? You forgive a debt, you know it's not going to be paid off, and you don't expect them to change. That's it. It's like forgiving a debt. So you can forgive the NPC in terms of forgiving a debt. It's just like, you know what? That's what you are. You proved it to me. That's what you are. Outside your comfort camper zone, comfort camper. But I play sports with her. But I play sports with her. That evil bitch threatened to make me go back to school after I graduated. That's not okay. And that's out of nowhere, by the way. I said, I'll tell you what happened. I'll tell you exactly what happened. I was at a party, and that closet drunk was sitting and drinking, and she said hello to me, so I said hello back, and she immediately said, I don't like your attitude. It didn't matter if I said hello back or not. This was already her thing to do to me, and then threaten to take away my graduation status. Threaten to destroy what I had. I had moved on. I had moved on past it, past all the shit, and this closet drunk threatens me. So I gave her a piece of my mind, and she ran away, and I haven't seen her since, and that's been years and years. I also know a covert aggressor who is the very definition of an egopath. The very definition. He could only repeat the same line over and over again. It's not what you know, it's who you know. It's not what you know, it's who you know. Oh, that's really clever. Did you come up with that? It's not what you know, it's who you know. It's the same behavior from the same emotional reasoning. Only difference is this Egopath's, was from delusionally believing he deserves credit for everything good. It was the motto of LinkedIn at the time. It's not what you know, it's who you know. And he was trying to take credit for that, to get praise for saying that and repeating it over and over again. Comfortable thought, comfortable thought. To admit he didn't come up with it means he wouldn't be deserving of the credit in his mind, because he's an egopath. It's some sick, twisted shit. It's some evil, sick, twisted shit. And by the way, he has done many horrific things to me. Things I'm not going to even talk about. He was in a position of power over me at a workplace. And he did horrific fucking things. Absolutely horrific things. I'm not even going to talk about it here. But I can assure you, that right there, all of that, it's all classic NPC behavior. They're unable to deviate from this programming. They're unable to deviate. I've said they're stuck in this mode. They are stuck. They are a fixed mindset. They're not going to change. They're unable to think outside their comfort zone. This is it. They're not going to change. That's why they're not going to change. Their entire personality is shit, and they're not going to change it because that'd be uncomfortable. And it's a personality of weakness. And the Egopath has the exact problems because they themselves are this NPC. They are a comfort camper. Only difference between them and then the NPC is the fact that they have all this aggression. And because of that, they develop those aggressive skills. They are completely fine with fucking over anyone and everyone to get what they want, including being a victim mimic, where they're the victim. Don't make me out to be the bad guy, as they go around smearing you as paranoid to your coworkers. Don't make me out to be the bad guy, as I lie about you. I'm protecting you. From what? The truth? Jesus. They're so evil. They're so evil. They are truly evil. And it's the emotional reasoning, the feels over reals, feelings over facts. This is them. You know, and that's another thing, guys. Don't get confused here. I've already explained this before, but just because the Egopath hurts you on purpose and gets off on it, it doesn't mean they're leaving their comfort zone all of a sudden. It shows the opposite. They are dead center inside their comfort zone, and they are thoroughly enjoying hurting you. It's absolutely disgusting. It is absolutely disgusting. And so let's now that I've kind of covered this, let's talk a little bit about some of the other movies, and I'll kind of show you this. And then from there, we'll get to the next part here. So there's a few other movies I haven't covered yet, which is, and I'll list them: Free Guy, Idiocracy, The Matrix, They Live. Now, Free Guy actually took a lot of inspiration from both Idiocracy and They Live. Free Guy actually talks a little bit about NPCs and the non-player characters, or non-playable characters, I call them that, but non-player characters that basically are background characters, and they're low functioning. They do the same thing day after day. They repeat the same dialogue over and over again. That's all they are. That's all they are. There's nothing else going on. They have a little NPC loop. It just loops and loops and loops, and that's all they are. Nothing else. Which, hey, kind of covered that with the mental filter of comfort there, didn't I? So you have Free Guy here, and in the story, Free Guy, the main character is actually an NPC, but because of his motivations, it pays homage to They Live with the glasses and the Matrix in a few ways. And there's some real memorable one-liners as well. I'm done playing your game. It's time I played mine. Good. Yes, you don't play by the rules. Just obey, 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 right? Get out of that herd morality where obedience is the highest virtue. Be done playing with their games. Don't play their games by their rules. And you do your own thing. And be independent. Master morality. It's why they're called comfort zones, because they're so comfortable. That's another quote. The NPC becoming a real person is really something. And the logic was really laid out well. The NPCs do the same thing day after day, but his mantra here, and this is what I was getting at, is don't have a good day, have a great day. Because of that is a driving motivation, and it allows his programming to break out of the loop. That is not a contained logic. That's striving for something better. That's striving for something noble. That's the very foundation of master morality, right? I want it to not be just good. I want it even better. Don't just have a good day, have a great day. And so from that, he starts being able to use that as his tool to expand his intelligence, to expand his mind, free his mind. And that's a quote from a different movie. Free your mind. It allows his programming to break out of the loop. I saw this in the movie theater, and I was connecting the dots like crazy. There's a whole Kierkegaard despair thing going on, where our NPC hero is happy as can be and calls the people with glasses heroes. Because in his world, the people with glasses are the characters who actually play the video game, and he's just an NPC in the video game. But these heroes literally go around killing NPCs, setting fire to them and shit. And so there's also some Friedrich Nietzsche philosophy on dealing with total inversion, which is where it starts for our main hero, for our protagonist, because the total inversion is the heroes are stomping on his face with their boot, But because of that, because they're the heroes, he starts loving boots and he starts loving shoes, and that that becomes his thing. And so, and the thing is, this movie even tackles nihilism, because at one point he learns nothing is real. Everything he ever cared about, it turns out he's not real. Everything's not real. Nothing's real. And so nothing matters, type of thing, right? But the thing is, his NPC friend, despite being an NPC, gave him the best advice. He goes, I'm talking to my best friend. That's as real as it gets. And that's a 2-for-1, because you might not know. We might all be in the Matrix, which I can get into. But the thing is, you won't know. But does that matter? Should that be an excuse for you not to care about anything? No, nonsense. As far as I'm concerned, this is reality, and I'm gonna do my best in it, baby. Winning attitude, baby. And that's a 2-for-1, really. I'm talking to my best friend. That's as real as it gets. A 2-for-1, as Nietzsche really faced loneliness. Like Nietzsche, unfortunately, he was very alone. And now with the internet and stuff, that helps a little bit. But it's sad. Nietzsche's life really ended in tragedy, and it's very unfortunate. And he'd made some mistakes along the way, like destroying his ego. That was a big mistake. And yeah, but actually, the thing about Free Guy that really made it a good movie is Ryan Reynolds actually made the script better. I saw the original script, I read it, and the director even admitted it, because the hero is actually happily, optimistically delusional. Because the original script was he was all mad about the total inversion. But it's like, no. Have him be the true NPC at the beginning. Have him be happy about it. Have him be happy that he's getting the shit kicked out of him every day, doing the same thing over and over and getting the shit kicked out of him for eternity. Have him be happy about it. And it's like, what? But then that's just it, right? Then he learns and he grows and it just gets so much better. And so... yeah, God. And so the world needed a hero. They got a guy, Free Guy, and it's so good. And it took inspiration from They Live, Idiocracy, The Matrix, and it really is something. It is really something. And some of the things, some of the quotes in it, I love my life. It's about finding your lane and just staying in it. That's why they call them comfort zones. They're just so damn comfortable. Obey, obey, obey. Don't think, obey, obey, obey. That's why they're so deterministic. If I really talk about it here, there was a video by Devon Stack, and he had a video called "Don't Be an NPC," and he talked about how NPCs are extremely deterministic because they don't update their programming, they don't change their mind. They really are set. They don't really think at all, and so I saw a video about solving Pokemon Blue with a single huge regular expression. But Pokemon is not deterministic due to random encounters. The randomness make it not deterministic. So the big thing here is the NPCs are scarily far more deterministic than Pokemon. Pokemon, the game itself, is actually more advanced than their mind. And that is scary. Once you realize this, you realize that NPCs are far more likely to be figured out with a single huge regular expression. Psychology is the scientific study of the mind and behavior, and the behavior resulting from the mind. Psychology is a probabilistic science, not a deterministic science. The scary part is, with an NPC, you don't actually need psychology for them, because there isn't a mind to study because they're not using it. That's why NPCs are incredibly deterministic. Their mind really isn't at play. It's not being used. So what psychology is there? You use psychology to go, oh, look, they're not using their brain. Like, it's scary. It is scary stuff. And that is why they're easily manipulated. Now, just to finish up on the Free Guy, he actually starts being the change he wants to see in the world. And his logic slightly changes, which is fantastic. This has a huge effect on his mind becoming free, becoming an adaptive mind. It goes from have a great day. No, it goes from don't have a good day, have a great day to I'm not just going to be the good guy. I'm going to be the great guy. That's embracing individuality and agency and just like there it is, baby. There it is. And so he actually stops being an NPC, which unfortunately is why that movie unfortunately is the biggest piece of fiction, because NPCs, they really don't evolve. They just stay NPCs. That honestly, that's why that movie is fiction, because of that. So another one, and I talked about this a lot with Obey, 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 and where it got some inspiration from is the movie They Live. And the movie They Live has it where this random guy finds some glasses, and those glasses allow him to see subliminal messages. So instead of all these magazines and all these advertisements, they just say things on it like obey or submit to authority and don't question things, no independent thought. And all of it is more freaking manipulation, more like controlling your perception, trying to encourage being an NPC, encourage the herd morality, obey, obey, obey. So, you know, it's all these themes. And again, aggressive mimicry, because the humans, when you're not wearing those glasses, there are people that appear to be humans, but as soon as you put the glasses on, some of those humans were actually like aliens. They weren't actually human beings, and they were manipulating everyone around them, and they're just horrible pieces of shit. And that's the beauty of this. There's a constant theme through all these movies, and I'm pointing it out again and again, and I know it's a little repetitive, but once I point all of these things out to you, you're gonna see that, hey, maybe this is a problem if everyone keeps coming to the same conclusion. So They Live is one example. Another one is Idiocracy, which is something that NPC, the free guy, actually borrowed heavily from. Because in Idiocracy, you had Mike, which was created by Mike Judge. The movie itself is about how people are just in their comfort zones and they can't learn, they can't grow. And what happens to a society where there really isn't any maliciousness involved? Where maliciousness, you're too stupid to be malicious. You're too stupid. or if you are, you get caught because you're too stupid to not get caught. So that's where the society has become. And in Idiocracy, it's one of the best examples of exaggerations, because it takes things to a whole other level. It takes things to show just how stupid can you be. That it really is. It's like, how stupid can you be and still have a functioning society? And it's something. And this movie is amazingly funny, but it's also amazingly terrifying. And Mike Judge himself says, look, this movie is set, 500 years in the future, but I'm no prophet. I was off by 490 years. This quote's a little out of context. I added a few little words, but that he did say, I was off. I'm no prophet. I'm off by 490 years. Meaning, hey, we're living in it right now, but we're not. Honestly, Idiocracy is a utopia compared to some of the things going on right now. Idiocracy is an actual utopia of idiots, but it's a utopia nonetheless. And it explains so much. Oh my god. Like, it literally, there's just moments where it's like, look, they're doing the NPC dialogue. They can't think outside their comfort zone. Brondo's got what plants crave. It's got electrolytes. But why? Why do plants crave it? Because Brondo's is what plants crave. No, but what are electrolytes? It's what they use to make Brondo. No, god damn it. you can't get through to them. You can't change the NPC. You can't do it. You can't fix stupid. Oh my god. Oh, you can try and you'll fail. You'll fail beautifully. My god. Oh, no one can take your place for personal improvement. You can't fix stupid. You can maybe fix your own stupid, but you can't fix another person's stupid. It's not happening. That's why sometimes I have thoughts like, look, I'm not saying we need to kill all the stupid people. I'm just saying we remove all the warning signs and let the problem sort itself out. Fuck. It's bad. So Idiocracy is not so much about mind control. It's just the fact that it exposed the lack of mind, just the lack of intelligence. And that's part of the cover on the picture of it is, in the future, intelligence is extinct. Like, yeah, fuck, what kind of future are you looking at there? Oh god. So that's something. And that one, That one's pretty good. And I know I'm blowing through these fast now, which is good. I like the pace I'm at. There's also, and this movie is big time. This one, probably everyone knows about it. If you don't know about it, I don't know how you could not know about it. It's called The Matrix. And in The Matrix, and this was very original at the time. This was very original at the time, and it shocked the world. It really, everything in this movie was done right. I really have no complaints about this movie, just because it was absolutely airtight. It was airtight. It was the absolute airtight movie. So of course it had sequels, but the sequels were kind of shit. But that's okay. That's okay that they had shit sequels, because they put out something that was so amazing that even if the sequels were good, it still couldn't top the first one, the original, The Matrix. Because in the original The Matrix, you were introduced to many different concepts, and you started from the protagonist's perspective. You didn't know what was really going on, just like the main character, and that's a really good start for a movie. And so this guy turns out to be a software developer, computer programmer, and he's going through his life, and he works at Meta Cortex, or some fancy dancy software company, some big name company, and his life is pretty shit, and he's tired of doing the same thing over and over and over again. And Morpheus, who is this bald dude who has like a nice looking trench coat on and some glasses, which you could say, but that's all the dudes in the Matrix. But this, no, he had a tie with his trench coat, so he was fancy, and so Morpheus basically introduces us to the concept of red pill versus blue pill, and he says to Neo, he says, you have a choice to make, and the choice is you can either take the red pill or the blue pill. And if you take the blue pill, you'll continue dreaming in Wonderland, and you can wake up and believe whatever you want to believe. Or you take the red pill, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. And he's making a bit of an analogy to Alice in Wonderland, about how the fact is what you think is real actually isn't. And so Neo decides that he wants the truth. He's a truth seeker. He wants the truth. Well, Morpheus wasn't really honest about about telling him things, because he's just like, you can't be told what the Matrix is. You have to see it to believe it. Like, oh, actually, I'm pretty sure you could have told me what it was. You didn't have to be that vague. But Neo takes the red pill, and then reality starts acting uncontrollably. Like, he goes, what the hell? Like, a mirror becomes like a liquid, and he touches the mirror, and the mirror starts like going onto his skin and crawling up his arm and covering his whole arm, and then it's going up to his face, and it's like, what the hell is this? And then in the background, while Neo's panicking and shit, being like, what the hell is going on? And then Morpheus is telling him, he's like, have you ever had a dream, Neo? A dream so real that you couldn't tell it was a dream? What if you couldn't wake up from that dream? How would you tell the dream world from the real world? And then that's your hint, because up to that point, I had never seen The Matrix before my first time viewing. I didn't know anything about it. And I had, up to that point, I guessed that it was aliens. I had guessed that these agents, they're not human. There's something off about them. They're not human. And they've got some kind of like alien technology to track you and put like weird freaking machine bugs in your belly and shit to track you. But then it's revealed that no, the red pill allows you to wake up from the Matrix, and that they can track you and find your body in the real world. And then you look around and everyone's just in pods. Everyone is connected to the same fake world that you were living in, that you thought was real the whole time. The entire concept of everything you knew is false is just like, holy shit. Like, that is a mind-blowing moment. And I still thought maybe it had something to do with aliens. I didn't realize until later. Morpheus starts talking about, like, oh, actually, it was machines. We created an actual sentient intelligence. And then they had like other spin-offs of movies explain that humans treated the sentient machines like shit, and then the sentient machines rebelled, all that stuff. So it's that kind of failed miserably in their faces. But Morpheus basically then starts doing really cool stuff with Neo, like training him with a kung fu, and he starts telling Neo, free your mind. What this current version isn't real, and you'll realize that. And as he starts explaining things, he starts explaining that people still connected to the Matrix are dependent on the system, and they will fight to protect it. And he has all these speeches, and that's just it. That he's explaining herd morality. He's explaining all these sheeple are dependent on the current system. And then Morpheus goes, Neo, were you paying attention to me, or were you looking at the woman in the red dress? Look again. And then he looks, and it's an agent pointing a gun at his face. And then he goes, oh, freeze the simulation. He goes, what? This isn't the Matrix? He goes, hell no, I wouldn't put you in the Matrix right off the bat. I obviously didn't quite say that, but the fact is, he's training Neo to get ready to go into this like fake world that he once thought was the real world. And once you start realizing that the lies are lies and not truth, then you have power. And that was a big part, and that was a big thing with the Matrix, with free your mind, Neo. Free your mind. It's like, what are you telling me? One day I can dodge bullets? No, Neo, I'm saying one day you won't have to. Basically meaning, like, you won't have to avoid hearing people tell you lies. You won't have to avoid cultists because you'll be brainwashed, but you'll be able to go, no, you're a goddamn cultist, and I'm not going to be brainwashed by your bullshit. I don't have to avoid the propaganda. I know it's propaganda, and it has no effect on me. And you can just stop it just like that. Boom. Like, whoa, just the power of an independent mind. You're not going to break through. You're not going to sneak in your poison and sneak it in like a Trojan horse and infect me with your false ideology, which is something Smith became, Agent Smith in the Matrix in the sequels. What happened is Smith became the herd, and he was already the slave, but he became the herd. He formed a herd, turning everyone into more Smiths, like a big virus. And then he attacked the higher man, aka Neo, the One, to defeat him. The slave and the herd versus the higher man. It's all the same concepts here, guys. It's all the same concepts. A surprise. So in that one, Smith was a complete nihilist at the end, because he says the purpose of life is to end. And that shows that's just the death. It's the death worship. It's that was his morality, was a death morality. It's like, isn't the purpose of life to learn and love and grow and continue? Not end, but continue, and to have good, happy, healthy lives, and get better and better and stronger and more good, and just strive for the ideals and keep going for it, and win, and keep life going, because life can be a really good thing, and keep it going. But ultimately Smith was, no, life needs to end. I'm going to kill everything and everyone. Nothing matters. Everything needs to die. Life is a mistake. Very Arthur Schopenhauer, by the way. Very, very cynical, very pessimistic, and very nihilist, complete nihilist. And so Nietzsche, actually, he knew how to overcome nihilism. The problem is Nietzsche didn't overcome his false duality when it came to deciding that, wait, ego good, egoless bad. Instead, he had it the opposite way, where ego bad, egoless good, because he saw how evil egopaths were, and he went, well, it's the ego. But no, it wasn't. It was the weakness of that ego. It was the unhealthy, weak ego that was bad. The healthy, strong ego, good. He didn't get that, and it's unfortunate. And so Nietzsche, unfortunately, and because of that and some other mistakes in his life, he really, really didn't live a good life. And it's very sad, very tragic. But I'm not going to make the mistake as Nietzsche, because I learn from other people's mistakes. I'm wise in that regard, very wise. I don't pretend to know everything. I know enough about this, and I damn well know this stuff front to back. Front to back, I know this stuff. I know what I'm talking about is the truth. I know what I'm talking about. I've compared it to objective reality. Yes, I have. Yes, I have. I'm not infallible, but you know what? I have compared it time and time again in every way possible, multiple times, confirmed with multiple sources. I know I'm talking truth here. I'm talking truth. You know, I'm talking about the objective reality. So what we're dealing with here is we're dealing with an extreme problem that in a way you could almost consider it a failsafe to destroy life when life gets too advanced. When life gets too powerful, the egopaths will kill everyone and everything. Just like they want you to be buried alive when they die. Well, what if they had access to nukes and you didn't want to be buried alive with them? What do you think they want to do? If they're dying, so must you. This is where we're at. It is just the most evil of evil things. We are dealing with pure evil here. And if you don't treat an egopath as pure evil, and I mean it, if you don't actually see them as pure evil, you will underestimate the threat that they are, because they are that evil. They are that much of a pure evil monster. And I don't expect people to just be convinced by my words. Actions have always spoke louder than words. All I'm here to do is make sense of their evil, evil actions and evil behavior that they will not deviate from. Their evil behavior, just like an NPC won't deviate from behavior, same goes with the egopaths. They won't deviate. They won't change. You can give them 1,000 chances. Every chance is a chance to fuck you good. And they will. They'll take it and they'll fuck you and they'll enjoy it. And you get to get fucked good and hard. It's not a pleasant thing. They're not nice people. They're not good people. They are inhuman monsters. These are inhuman monsters. And they have failed to become any human being deserving of life. Absolutely failed. So no. And I don't look at egopaths like they're a victim, because they're too much of a fucking monster to ever be a victim. Whatever victim that they are, that they brought upon themselves, are a victim of themselves at that point. Like, yeah, you fucked with the wrong people, and then you get killed by them. Oh, you stole the mafia. You stole money from the mafia. Now the mafia's killed you. Oh, you poor sweet victim. Fuck you. You deserve it. Let the criminal element take care of itself there. I have no sympathy, no empathy for these monsters. Absolutely zero. Absolutely zero. And you shouldn't either. I will say that. You shouldn't either. And if you do, you're an enabler. And maybe you're enabling your own destruction, or worse, you're enabling someone else's destruction. Because you know what? If it's on you and you're making the mistake and it's not costing anyone else the price of paying that for that mistake, good, that's your problem. That's not my problem. But the moment you start deciding that you're going to help the bully out, because that's the easy thing to do, you're going to help the bully out, help them bully, hurt people willingly on behalf of the bully, there's something so wrong with you. So wrong with you. And that's a flying monkey, by the way, willing to harm, willing to hurt for their master, for praise from a bully. What a joke. What a sycophantic little joke. And we'll get into that about those midwits, those flying monkeys and the NPCs, and ugh, God. We will... These are not good people. These are not good people. These people do not have morals of their own. They don't even... Oh, God, it's just... They are just so fucking... Oh, they're a waste. They are a waste of life. And it's sad. It's sad because they could be so much more than a fucking NPC. Not everyone is born a fucking NPC. There are people that have chosen that path, guys. They've chosen the fucking path. They've chosen the path of the fucking comfort camper. They've chosen to be a fucking midwit. They've chosen to be a fucking egopath. Yeah, sure, they're stuck in their ways. And guess what? Why all of a sudden do they become the victim? Because they choose to remain the same. I mean, if there's a problem pointed out to you and you're aware of it and you don't change, well, whose fucking fault is that? Whose fucking fault is that? Like, no, I have no empathy, no sympathy for these evil fucking monsters. And you know what? That's something I recommend. Don't give your empathy out for free. Don't give your empathy out for free. I wrote I had another diagram about that. How do I do it? I actually had talked about the right tools for the right job. There we go. and it was about to know the mind of thy enemy, and you have to master selective empathy. Empathy prompting is one way that they'll use to manipulate you. it's because they try to make you feel sorry for them and feel obligated. It's the fogs. It's the fear, obligation, guilt, sympathy, the empathy, right? Like, oh no, surely I can help them. Surely I can. They're monsters and they're playing you. They're monsters and they're playing you. It's oh god. And it's scary to realize that these fucking monsters actually walk the face of the earth. They do. They actually exist. I didn't just make this shit up, guys, and go, wow, look at this. Wouldn't this be a good villain for a movie? I didn't make this shit up, guys. A lot of this, in fact, all of this, I can point to real life experiences. All of it, real life, and what, that doesn't count because it actually happened? What kind of fucking retarded logic is that? Like, that's something the Midwits always want to do. But you didn't do it in a lab. You didn't do it in a lab. But it happened in real fucking life. And I observed it happening, and I experienced it. And I can replicate it, you motherfuckers. Fuckers are. And here's the thing. All coverts want to be overt. That's why behind closed doors, coverts become overts. Why they want to abuse behind the scenes, so no one will ever know what they really are. But they want to, because why? Because then they might be punished for it. They don't want to be punished for it. They want to out and openly hurt people and be praised for it. These are sick, evil fucking monsters, and they are not well. They are not healthy. But that doesn't make them less evil. That's very important to understand here. They are very evil. And you know what? We're going to cover, now's the time. I will get back to the Midwit and stuff, but now's the time. And I'm going to cover the definition of the Egopath. And this is something I wrote over a year ago, and it still stands true to this day, every word of it. So, the Egopath. I have a little picture saying, when you murder someone's heart and soul to feed your ego, you are a monster. This is to just get you on the level here. So, let's talk about it. What is the Egopath? What's the definition? Egopaths are ego-diseased, but they do not suffer from this ego sickness, for it is ego-syntonic. This only makes them all the more irredeemable, incorrigible, and incurable. The Egopath is devoid of empathy, integrity, morals, and humanity. Anything and everything they do is to feed their ego. It is all they live for. Egopaths are always guilty of feeding their ego by controlling others, as well as devaluing others to overvalue themselves. Egopaths desire and ultimately need everyone else to be their slaves. Needing to be in control and needing everyone else to be a bigger loser than themselves is a lethal combination. Therefore, an Egopath having authority over anything, teams, family, classroom, company, or country, will always end in failure. They want everyone to be their slave, but also not better than them in any way, and yet the slave needs to do what the Egopath themselves cannot. It is a complete contradiction, resulting in a never-ending downward spiral until things get so bad the system they control and corrupt is abandoned, or they are removed from power, or both. This loser complex within the Egopath means they need everyone to be a bigger loser than they are, so they can keep deluding themselves into believing they are a winner. Egopaths believe life is a zero-sum game. If someone is winning, someone else must be losing. This is why they try to cause loss to others, even if it means causing loss to themselves, because it makes them feel like they are special and a winner, but in reality, they are a total loser. Egopaths are logical, but completely irrational. Criminal in mind, but not criminally insane. Criminally aggressive. Opportunistic, predatory, and fully aware they are a predator. They are psychotic losers, which only make them even more dangerous. Anything that conflicts with their delusional beliefs must be eliminated. They can't handle other people succeeding more than them. They need to eliminate successful people who are actual winners. Egopaths create maximum loss for someone in order to maximize feeding their own ego. Having anything to do with an Egopath can only lead to loss. Egopaths are psychological terrorists who are hellbent with intent on causing loss to others. The Egopath's evil personality is one of weakness fueled by hatred. The Egopath lives to destroy so they can feel powerful. No matter how many chances or how much power you give to an Egopath, it cannot change them into a winner. They'll only be a loser with power, power that they will abuse, and power that enables them to be even more of a loser and ultimately reveals their lack of character, integrity, and willpower. Winners intend to cause wins, and losers intend to cause loss. That's the difference between a winner's mentality and a loser's mentality. Success and failure are not what makes someone a winner or a loser. Success and failure come to all, but it is the winner that won't let any of it define their person. What is dependent on you being a winner or loser is if you can responsibly handle not just success, but also failure. Winners can, and losers cannot. Egopaths cannot. Egopaths are losers. Egopaths are pure evil, and they will try to bring out the worst in you to make you more like them, a loser. Why? Egopaths cannot control winners. They need you to be a loser somewhere in the circle of slaves so they can rule over you as king of all losers. They are not a ruler of winners. They are a loser king. All the losers who would have a loser for their king truly are losers themselves that vote against their own self-interest. All those enablers vote against their own self-interest. An egopath's identity is the mask of perfection, a false perfect self that is perfect, always right, desired, justified, in control, and owed everything. They invent this false perfect self because they hate their real, mortal, flawed self. Injuring their fragile ego exposes the truth to themselves, and they will only hate themselves even more for being a fraud, for having a personality of lies upon lies. This is why the egopath will get worse and worse throughout their life. They fear being exposed. They are living their biggest lie above all else. Underneath their mask of perfection is nothing more than a weak-willed, immature, hateful, self-entitled, egotistical, egocentric fraud who can't deal with reality. An egopath also has a false narrative that they want you to subscribe to. In this false narrative, they are in complete control, and if they can get you to believe this false narrative is reality, they control you. You are to play by their rules and whatever role they assign you in their control game, which always is to make them feel good about themselves. Egopaths never want you to challenge their false perfect self or their false narrative. If you try to correct them that it's not real, they will ego rage with all the fear and hatred they have to shut you up. They cannot handle any accountability or criticism. Egopathy is the prioritization of feeding the ego. The more the ego can be fed by something, the more desirable and important it becomes to have. This is why egopaths tend to have all the dark triad, dark tetrad personality traits. Each one aids in feeding their ego. This results in the willingness and tendency to abuse others without any restraint, guilt, remorse, or empathy towards their victims. And why would they have any of that? None of that helps feeds the ego. Furthermore, dark triad traits are deceptive in that they can express themselves as other traits we value by playing on your assumption everyone has some good in them. You think you see confidence, but it is arrogance. You think you see calm under pressure, but it is indifference. You think you see a person who will do the right thing, but they will do wrong if they feel they will not get caught or punished. What you see advertised is both misleading and false. Again, the dark traits of psychopathy, Machiavellian, and narcissism can appear as positive or even altruistic traits which provides valuable deception to a psychological manipulator. Example, delusionally believing you deserve credit for someone else's hard work and therefore able to take credit without actually lying. There is nothing healthy about their egopathy. They have no self-love, only self-hatred which they continually must direct towards others. Anything that conflicts with the false narrative or their false perfect self must be destroyed. That usually means the truth. These egopaths try to destroy your life with lies and deceit because theirs is destroyed by the truth and evidence. There is no real person hidden away in them. There is only the egopath. Egopaths operate in either overt or covert ways depending on their situation, perception, and ability. Covert equals mask on, overt is mask off. Mask on, mask off. The mask is all about fooling others. That is its sole purpose. The mask can be so convincing victims end up trying to get that person back because egopaths have had a lifetime of practice pretending to be something they're not. But that person never existed. It was bait to lure you into thinking they are a self-actualized human being capable of empathy or love. They aren't. Please understand they are committed to a personal relationship with their false perfect self, and there's no room for anyone else. There is no real person in terms of a personality or identity. Take away their false self, and there is nothing there waiting for them to look at. Just nothingness. Only a black hole where some semblance of a soul or humanity should be, but there is only the black hole. You will never see their true human self because they don't have one. All they have is Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde behaviors. Both of those are products from their evil personality of weakness, a personality of lies upon lies to keep believing their false identity. Both are evil. One is simply faking being human while the other does not fake it. Dr. Jekyll is the covert mask. Mr. Hyde is the overt monster underneath the mask. Egopaths are logical and are all the same in certain tyrannical ways. And Egopath rules are as follows. I am the authority on everything. It really goes without saying. I'm the master. Number 2, I am owed everything by everyone because I am what matters most. Your master, the authority. Number 3, I want it now. You owe everything to the master, remember? That includes all of your time. Don't keep me waiting. Number 4, my business is always none of yours. I am the authority. I ask the questions and give the orders. You are the slave, and it will always be this way. Number 5, be grateful. It could always be worse. Accept my punishment. Accept it. I am justified because I know best. I am the authority. Do what I command. Number 6, that's your problem. I'm never to blame, and I don't have to help you ever. You are the slave, remember? And when they go full dark triad, malignant, narcissist, a frickin' full dark pentad of egopathy, egopath, there's one extra rule added. You ask why? Why not? I will do what I want. All your reasons will be dismissed, even if you answer my question. I shift you not only blame, but the burden of proof. Egopaths prove you can't help someone who won't help themselves. They would rather pretend they aren't a loser by hurting others the rest of their life than directly acknowledging they are a loser. Such absolute cowardice, such self-defeat. If this isn't what it means to be a loser, nothing does. There is another word besides egopath that is being used to describe these monsters. Malignant narcissist. However, the word narcissist does not cover the extremeness of something that is pure evil and also has nothing to do with loving yourself too much. Narcissist throws people off from learning and understanding. I look at it this way. I prefer someone saying egopath like some sort of psychopath, resulting in them being open to learning about dangerous, evil people, as opposed to narcissist, nah, that's not what a narcissist is, which results in them becoming teacher, and the teacher does not learn a damn thing and remains ever ignorant. The best part of the word egopath is the sheer self-descriptiveness of it, which prevents unnecessary confusion, something the word narcissist fails to do time and time again. The NPC versus Midwit versus Egopath. So far, we have covered NPCs, we have covered Egopaths, but I have not covered a lot of the Midwit. The Midwit see themselves as truly intelligent and important. And not all Midwits are Egopaths, but all Egopaths are Midwits. You will notice that the Egopath is the same as the Midwit, but they have an extra little crown on their head there. That is to symbolize the fact that they are still a Midwit. Only difference is now they have a lot of aggression with them, and they have tactics to use and manipulate others. They're still just as much of a Midwit, but they're worse because they have more to do, more evil ways to do to you. Whereas a Midwit, it could be limited in that regard. Egopaths aren't. Yeah, the key difference is the amount of aggression. And yeah, the Midwit can always be a victim mimic with the victimhood. Midwit understand. Midwit likes social status. That's nice. So let's talk about the Midwit here. And the Midwit has been talked about elsewhere, which is great. But I've compiled a list of notes here, a short little list, which is enough to get you on the right path to understanding why I call them a Midwit or a fixed wit. The new keyword is Midwit. It's someone who is intelligent enough to fool themselves, but not intelligent enough to prevent doing so. People of genuine wit, genius level, test themselves constantly in every way that matters to ensure they aren't fooling themselves. Midwits are a one-trick pony in this regard to how they fool themselves. They cannot prevent fooling themselves because they are in the comfort camper role, which limits their intelligence. Intelligence being the culmination of ways to try and understand reality. They are the smartest sheeple. Any smarter and they can no longer be sheeple, no longer a comfort camper. They are intelligent enough to parrot a narrative, but not smart enough to deconstruct it. They are intelligent enough to memorize what are fallacious arguments, but unable to analyze them to spot them on their own. Midwits ultimately believe themselves far more intelligent than they are. Genius is self-created, but so too are delusions of being a genius, which the midwit is guilty of. The midwit creates these delusions by comparing themselves not to other geniuses, but only to the stupid, for an easy win, easy validation, a comfortable thought, feeding their confirmation bias, feeding their ego. Midwits do have the potential to be a genius, but fail in doing so each and every day. A true genius doesn't require people stupider than themselves to think themselves very intelligent. Midwits actually don't want to learn from others. They want validation from others. Midwits value social status more than truth, facts, or progress. This causes many problems, as they push real genius out of academia and wherever else a genius should be, and replace it with more of the same midwittery. They are a slave to their ego, like the Egopath, and they attack and dethrone the truly intelligent, the higher man. As in order to reach a place that requires effort, you must first put in the effort and not simply think you are already there. They think they're already there. They never put in the effort, so therefore they can never become a real genius. The midwit is not only comfortable in their comfort zone, they are delusionally intelligent in it. Taking them out of their comfort zone makes them feel unimportant and unintelligent, a loss of social status and comfort. They are very insecure and fearful of not being intelligent and losing social status, and will attack with hostility for doing so. Correct a wise man, and he shall thank you, but correct a fool, and they will hate you. Take a guess which one the midwit is. Fixed wit. Smart enough to fool themselves, but not smart enough to prevent themselves from doing so. Their intelligence is fixed, static. Midwit was a recent term I looked into and somewhat redefined. It's too much of an oxymoron, like the word narcissist. The current words cause misunderstanding, the opposite of understanding, and far worse than simply not understanding. Hence, I did a rectification of names and relabeled terms to be egopath and fixedwit instead of narcissist and midwit, to make words self-descriptive correspond to reality. The fixedwit just so happens to overlap perfectly with the comfort camper research I have done, independent studies leading to mostly the same conclusion, from Friedrich Nietzsche and Ayn Rand. These are independent studies that they have done. And I've looked around regarding midwits from other people, such as the Jolly Heretic, who's on YouTube. Midwits go with the dominant social narrative, especially a narrative coming from positions of authority. They are willingly part of the herd, but think themselves above its influence, which is not true. They follow the herd and rationalize along the way. They are not creative. What they do to pretend to be creative is they add some tiny addition of thought into the mix to act as a marker as someone who has had an original thought, a free thinker, which it is not. It is merely an additional piece of information adding to the existing model, thus aligning to the already conformist worldview and then wrapped up in the facade of originality. The midwits are incrementalists. That's how they think. They can't think outside their comfort zone. They can't think in the same kind of creative way of connecting the dots as a true genius can do. They can only connect dots within the narrative they are told. Conformity mindsets and the desire to please the authority are not compatible with passion, courage, and exploring new frontiers. Now, why did I call them pseudo-intellectuals? Why did I call them incrementalists? Why did I call them credentialists? Why did I call them a sycophant? Well, they're pretty self-explanatory. Pseudo-intellectual. They're not really intelligent. They just want to appear intelligent. Incrementalist. They're not that creative. They just do more of the same. And a perfect example of this is in the movie Idiocracy. What happens when they had too much garbage in the garbage dump? Well, just make a garbage mountain out of the garbage dump. Have a great garbage avalanche happen later in the future. That's a perfect example of runaway incrementalism. You just keep doing more of the same and just keep piling it on like garbage. Credentialist. Now here's something that's pretty near and dear to my heart. You see, I am the exact opposite of a credentialist. There is no substitute for experience. When I deal with some credentialist who thinks that I am somehow unqualified because I don't have a fancy title, it is ridiculous. It is so ridiculous to decide that because I don't have a fancy title, or because I don't have a university degree in something, or a master's degree, that I could not ever be right. This credentialism is the most retarded thing I've ever seen, and proof that someone's a midwit. You see, I called the midwit a credentialist because that's what they are. And I'll explain what credentialism, and a credentialist is. Credentialism is all about not judging it on merit, not judging it on your actual virtue of the work itself. Credentialism is all about dismissing any work because the person doesn't have a special fancy piece of paper. Yeah, and they call themselves intelligent, and they do that, huh? Someone doesn't have to be a credentialed professional to be a qualified authority. If you're, in fact, an experienced and competent expert who has studied and understood this stuff, like me on egopathy, on this narcissism, I understand it far better than any bookworm that hasn't experienced it firsthand. And these midwits are complete credentialists, unable to separate the person from the work. This means they look at you with no alphabet soup after your name and think you can't produce revolutionary work. They can just dismiss it. They cannot judge the work on its own merits. It's pure intellectual cowardice. Why? So they can feel intelligent because they have a piece of paper that says so. To anyone wondering, credentialism is an ideology that is the reduction of qualifications to status conferring pieces of paper and fancy titles and name tags. Forget all these loser credentialists who only value authority-approved formal qualifications, especially at the expense of competence and experience. On the far right side of the Dunning-Kruger effect, you can be as confident as you are knowledgeable. When you consistently understand and expose something for what it is, like societal narcissism, you know your shit. So the idea that some lazy brain midwit credentialist can simply memorize some textbook of some bullshit and then go, I know more than you. It's bullshit. They're full of shit, crybaby bitches. Okay, so here we go. So it's this dualistic midwit thinking, right? You know how I talked about dualistic certainty, how I talked about that, right? Well, the midwit has the same problems going on. We already kind of covered this. Let's talk about it, right? The dualistic mindset wants certainty, a yes or a no, right? They want to be certain about things. Why? Certainty brings them comfort. So the midwit, being the credentialist, cannot separate the art from the artist. This allows them to attack the person and not the claim, and think that proves their work is no good. If they can discount you, they can discount your work without even looking at it. This is why they're guilty of credentialism. They see a fancy title on a person and equate that to the value of the work. Midwits fail to judge on merit, on the merit of the work itself. This is where they are also guilty of violating the law of identity, proclaiming the man and the work is one and the same. How convenient for them. This is what they truly believe and why they think they are winning their case, when in fact they are showing a complete lack of intelligence. Other midwits who will think like a midwit will also think the midwit is winning their case. Credentialist, often derogatory, a tendency to value formal qualifications, especially at the expense of competence and experience. The dualistic mindset is unable to differentiate on this level, to separate the work from the worker in order to judge without bias, the work on its own merit. It is this way of thinking that allows them to believe authority is truth and not truth as authority. When someone's volatile social status determines the quality of their work or the content of another's character, they won't judge a book by a cover, but by the social status of either the author or the book, such as popularity. That's just it, right? They're not even going to judge the book by its cover. They won't even judge it by its cover. They'll just go, is the book popular? Haha, if it's not popular, it's no good. You realize how stupid that is. Like, you as a truth seeker listening to me, because at this point, I'm sure I have scared off every comfort camper and every midwit that would ever watch this video at this point. I seriously doubt, at this far into the video, any of them, including the Egopath, would even dare be watching this far. They'd be far too ego injured to continue watching this. So the only people listening to me right now are going to be the truth seekers. So congrats. It's the process of elimination, guys. And here we go. Yeah. Furthermore, there's the issue of dualistic inversion. This results in an overcorrection being just as wrong or even more so. So a dualistic inversion, because you might have heard of Friedrich Nietzsche's total inversion, where evil people are rewarded and good people punished. That's a total inversion, or a total inversion of life. Death good, life bad. There's something like that. The dualistic inversion is where, for example, let's say a midwit starts out with the cognitive bias of a just world. They believe justice exists because of this belief. Right? They believe that it's a just world and justice exists because of it. Right? That's not how it works in reality, but this is what they think. In this case, their strategy they will rely on is a win, stay, lose, shift mentality. Hey, as long as this belief's intact, they're going to keep believing it. But as soon as the belief is proven wrong, now they're gonna think the exact opposite, and that's the dualistic inversion. So what's the exact opposite? Eventually something bad happens to them that challenges their deep-rooted beliefs in an irrefutable manner. So now these beliefs have been accepted as false, but now what? For this example to be relevant, the dualistic mindset does not take comfort in the now uncertainty as to what is true. So it's going to solve this problem with dualistic inversion. We take our beliefs and say that now it's actually not beliefs that is true. They just add a not to the front of it. So if before you believed, hey, it's a just world, now you go, now it's not a just world. Ta-da! What does this mean? Well, for one, it means a dualistic mindset deals in the relativity rather than the objectivity, the abstract over the specifics. But what this really means is they are limited to two options. And when the first one is shown as wrong, they take that as proof of the other option being true. I call this phenomenon dualistic certainty, right? If one thing's false, that other thing must be true. If your God is fake, then my God must be true. It's like, you sure not both your gods are made up bullshit? You sure about that? Yeah, I'm kind of on the point with this. As I said, only truth seekers are going to be watching my video to this point. So, dualistic certainty will allow for fallacious thinking when the reality of a fact differs from both if A then not B and if not A then B. Dualistic certainty disables one from being able to differentiate past this level of understanding. All they can deal with are dualities. That's the dualistic mindset. That is the midwit. That is why they're so fucking stupid. Because that's the thing. They're more intelligent than an NPC, but that's not saying much. It's really not. So this is the key when living in denial, as well as falling for the fallacy of opposition, false dilemma, and general non sequitur irrelevancy fallacies. That's what a non sequitur is. It does not follow. It's irrelevant. It's an irrelevant fallacy, but they fall for it. Because by deciding something is false, they decide that whatever the other option of that must be relative to the first option, and therefore is true, right? Hence, they establish the false duality, which is what I talked about already. They establish a false duality, right? Midwits are guilty of this, just like egopaths are. They're guilty of it. The technical term for that kind of invalid reasoning, where the first option is false, therefore the other option is true, is affirmative conclusion from a negative premise. And another term for it is the illicit negative. So that's just, again, those are the fancy words, but I've already explained, it's a false duality. That's what it is. So to to clearly demonstrate the pros and cons of dualistic certainty, consider the following. You either have no money or you have money. This is where dualistic certainty shines, because this is a duality. You either have no money or you have money. Yes, that's a duality. And the two options given are relative to one another, where if one is true, the other must be false, and vice versa. If one is false, then the other must be true. That's a duality. That's an actual duality. Now for round 2. You're either with us or against us. Two options. Two options. This is a classic example of assuming a duality exists, but there is no duality. There are many more options, such as neutral or not even on either side. Maybe someone is against both sides. Midwits are known to sycophant up to authority, so if it was authority saying so, they'd believe it while siding with them. The problem is dualistic certainty wants to see every problem as a duality, hence Maslow's hammer, right? If all you have is a hammer, you see every problem as a nail, right? Same deal, even when it's not. You want to see every problem as a duality, even when it's not. It simply cannot be the right tool for every job. The cure to dualistic certainty is curiosity. Curiosity killed the cat is bullshit. Recklessness killed the cat. Curiosity is a good thing. Curiosity is a good thing. It's the recklessness that killed the cat, not curiosity. God, everything. They just want you to be a fucking sheep. The cure to dualistic certainty is curiosity, to consider that there may be more to a problem and the solutions regarding it. Right? Just because you tell me there's a problem and here's the solution doesn't mean that's the only solution, or if that's even a problem to begin with. Maybe that's not a problem. Maybe you're making shit up. And here's something that's really funny, and this is actually from Richard Grannon, when he talked about we've reached peak narcissism, and his logic was, if we're all narcissists, then no one is.
If everybody's fundamentally a narcissist, nobody's a narcissist. It's like if everybody wins a trophy, the trophy's meaningless. So if everybody's famous, nobody's famous, right?
Right? Wrong.
Because that's the same as saying, if everyone is a zombie, no one is. No. That is not the case. Then everyone's a zombie. That's the law of identity. If everyone is a zombie, no one isn't a zombie. And so that's the problem there with that dualistic certainty. No, so what? What if all of a sudden, what if everyone's a pedophile, no one is? Bullshit. Then that means everyone's a guilty of being a fucking pedophile. Like, don't fucking try and be fucking wise and shit, and then you do your dualistic certainty. And there's that goddamn midwit, and the midwits are always guilty of this shit. You know, if we're all narcissists, no one is. Bullshit. Then they're all narcissists. Bullshit. Hold them accountable. Don't be a little bitch. I wonder if he got that logic from The Incredibles, because in The Incredibles, at one point, this theme comes up where if everyone's super, no one is. Which, actually, in terms of relative terms, yes. If you compare super on simply a relative term, then yes. But if you have the ability to fucking shoot laser beams out of your eyes, I would call you super. I don't give a shit if everyone else can shoot laser beams out of their eyes. The fact you can do that, you have superpowers. You are super. That's the objective standpoint. That is the independent, objective standpoint. And midwits don't like thinking in that way. They need to think in relative terms. That's their thing. It's all relativity, all dualistic bullshit. So that's it. I really wanted to point that out because it's so important. It's so important to understand this is what we're dealing with. This is it. Who else? Who the fuck else on this planet has said what I have said? Who else? Who else has a video out there? Find it. Find the video out there where they're saying the same thing I am saying about this, about dualistic certainty, about the false duality, about all of this. Find it. Find it and show me that it's already been done. You can't. You can't. I'm the first, baby. It's time to start listening, learning, and then thinking about it. Because I can't tell you to obey me. That's not good. So what? So what? Just obey and believe everything I say. No, that's up to you to determine. But guess what? Everything I have told from grounded reality. Grounded in reality. So that's it. And you know what? I will tell you something about the midwit, because I'm not done with them. I'm not done with the midwits here. And we'll go maybe back to the NPCs a little bit, but I'm talking about more about the midwit. You see, the midwit's true motive is they want to establish a social status dynamic where you owe them forever. They care about social status. Why do they care? Because then people owe them something for nothing. Right? They want to elevate their social status forever. If you owe them forever, then their social status is safe forever. An apology is just the start of giving in to the demands of their victimhood narrative. Again, remember what I said about the victim mimic? You know how the victim mimic tries to, get someone as the victimizer, and now you owe an apology. Now you need to make up for it. Woo. Victimhood is really about power. There's a fantastic video by the Atlas Society that promotes Ayn Rand and explains how victimhood is about power. The Cartman drama triangle, which I've mentioned countless times, also explains why they enjoy the social status of victim. It's because the victim stance is a powerful one. I've already kind of covered that. And the thing that's really important about this is it elevates their social status over others. What do you think the victim status gives them? It means someone's to blame and someone needs to pay. Someone needs to give them something now. I'm entitled to it. This is a crucial key point. They don't just want a higher social status. They want more people to be below them. That's just it, right? My social status might be like, oh yeah, he's an okay guy. My social status could also be, oh, he's a great guy. But I don't give a shit about that if I'm a midwit. What I care about is I'm a great guy who's a victim and this fucker owes me now. I have explained it to the point where I don't see how anyone could even argue this. I don't even see how you could argue against it. Yeah, they want more people to be below them and to owe them something for nothing. They want to enslave you where it is deemed socially acceptable, right? Social status, right? Them just outright going, you're my fucking slave now. Whoops, that's not going to get you social status. But I'm a victim and you owe me. God, these victim mimics are not victims and they are not good people. Fuck them. Yeah, let's talk about let's talk about true cowardness, right? The egopaths, the bullies, the midwits, the cowards. The coward's currency is fear, not virtue. They'll always side with those they fear the most, not who wouldn't betray them. They don't care about virtue. Them thinking you're a good person means to them they can betray you with no consequences from you because you're a good person, right? Right? If I fuck you over, you're not going to fuck me over, right? I know that bad person, if I fuck them over, they're going to fuck me over. But you're a good person, right? You're a good person. You're not going to fuck me over if I fuck you over, right? Right? Cowards are not friend material and never will be because they are cowards and are okay with making you or letting you be the victim. That's it. I am not friends with cowards. As soon as if I think any of my friends are a coward, that's done. It's done. It's fucking done. Like, no, do not be friends with a coward. It cannot end well for you. I found nihilism is not the belief in nothing. It's the denial of anything and everything to gain some form of comfort. It's the pinnacle of living in denial. And that falls under the comfort camper. And I'll cover that a little bit more later. But here's something. You know what? This sounds a little interesting here. This is something the midwit is a real piece of shit about. The midwit is because they're a fucking sheep. They really are. They're a sheep in denial that they're a fucking sheep. They hate the sheepdog. They absolutely fucking hate the sheepdog. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about Machiavellianism, the mindset of it. You see, the mindset of Machiavellianism is not a bad thing. And I'll explain it now. What's worse, Machiavellianism or naivety? People who think like Machiavelli have a much better chance against human predators than people who think like sheep. Now, about Machiavellians. Do you know what we call the bad ones? Wolves. They not only think like predators, they are predators. But do you know what we call the good ones? Sheepdogs. Unfortunately, lots of sheep can't tell the difference between wolves and sheepdogs because it's all beyond them and a bit too scary or intimidating to think that some people are constantly vigilant and constantly dangerous. You see, a good person isn't someone who's not dangerous. A good person is someone who is dangerous but has it voluntarily under control. Voluntarily. And boy, the sheep can test my patience sometimes. Oh, they test it. You have no idea. They have no idea how dangerous I could be to them. They have absolutely no fucking idea. No idea. Which is important because if they thought how dangerous I was, they wouldn't think about all the fact that I keep it under control. They go, oh, it's dangerous. Fucking bitches. Oh, God. So, lots of sheep prefer the perceived safety of being weak and having everyone else around them also be weak because then no one can hurt anyone else because they're all a bunch of weak fucking pussies, as opposed to having to open their eyes to deal with the dark side of life. See, even the idea that Machiavellianism should be a mental disorder is an example of that. This is also an idea that will blow up in the faces of the sheep because the wolves will modify their sheep's clothing accordingly and go on with life as usual, all the while pointing out the disordered behavior of the sheepdogs. Don't make the sheepdog's job even harder by labeling their behavior as disordered. You're only setting yourself up to get eaten by wolves. Additionally, here's some lines from On Killing on Sheeps, Wolves, and Sheepdogs by Dave Grossman. Then there are the wolves, the old war veteran said, and the wolves feed on the sheep without mercy. Do you believe there are wolves out there who will feed on the flock without mercy? You better believe it. There are evil men in this world, and they are capable of evil deeds. The moment you forget that or pretend it is not so, you become a sheep. There is no safety in denial. And as I said before, and I repeated that, but there is comfort in denial, and sheep love their comfort. Oh, they fucking love it. He continues on, Dave Grossman here. We know that the sheep live in denial. That is what makes them sheep. They do not want to believe that there is evil in the world. Our children are thousands of times more likely to be killed or seriously injured by school violence than fire, but the sheep's only response to the possibility of violence is denial. The idea of someone coming to kill or harm the child is just too hard, and so they choose the path of denial. Here is how the sheep and the sheepdog think differently. The sheep pretend the wolf will never come, but the sheepdog lives for that day. As a human being, you can be whatever you want to be. It is a conscious moral decision. They, the sheep, can accept the fact that fires and traffic accidents can happen and that there must be safeguards against them. Their only response to the wolf, though, is denial, and all too often their response to the sheepdog is scorn and disdain. But the sheepdog quietly asks himself, do you have any idea how hard it would be to live with yourself if your loved ones were attacked and killed, and you had to stand there helplessly like a fucking sheep because you were unprepared for that day? It is denial that turns people into sheep. Sheep are psychologically destroyed by combat because their only defense is denial, which is counterproductive and destructive, resulting in fear, helplessness, and horror when the wolf shows up. You need to understand. Do you think I'm a fucking wolf, or do you think I'm a fucking sheepdog? Do you think I'm trying to trick you here and make you think like, oh no, now you're just trying to trick me that there's evil people in the world, but there's not. Nuh-uh. You're a truth seeker. You're better than that. Be better than that. So, let's talk a little bit more about it. I watched a video recently from the Jolly Heretic. Why wokeness will die out and falling IQ means civilization will still collapse. And at one point he mentions something, and I say, this is the sheep living in denial. Well, there's no safety in denial. There is comfort. That's the key, comfort. They're comfort campers. And that's part of it. And guess what? Let us hear just how moral the sheep really are when they are all in a big herd. There is nothing inhuman, evil, or irrational which does not give some comfort, provided it is shared by a group. Erich Fromm said, there is nothing inhuman, evil, or irrational which does not give some comfort, provided it is shared by a group. They group up and they feel as long as they obey their master, what they're doing is okay. And these sheep will continue to live in denial as long as they get that feeling of comfort. Only when denial is no longer enough do they cry out for a sheepdog to save them. The very few people they will easily be manipulated to hate and kill for the wolf. The higher man, the sheepdog, is hated and envied by the wolf, the slave to their ego, the egopath. And so the wolf turns the herd of sheep on the sheepdog with their siren song of collectivism, a victim narrative. You're a victim, they're the bad guy, go kill them. They want something for nothing. They want comfort and will deny to get it, even if it means you must be purged. They never think outside their comfort zone. All they care about is comfort. Uncomfortable truths will never be more powerful than comforting lies to the sheep. It is for this reason I encourage all sheepdogs to think twice before helping a sheep. As Ayn Rand put it, help them only on their virtue, not merely because they suffer. Sheep is too nice a word for them. And hence why I call them the unliving brain dead, like a pack of zombies that come after you to kill you and to destroy your intelligence. Either eat your brain or kill you either way. Just, unliving brain dead. And now, let us continue on to the next part. The rise of the Midwits. That was a video I also recently watched. And there's something called code switching. We talked about NPC dialogue. We talked about some other dialogues. But let's talk about some more, but kind of double speak. Code switching is a tactic that Midwits love to use. You see, the Midwit thinks by knowing or maybe inventing more words for the same concept idea, they are now more intelligent. That means if I can increment, right? Incrementalists if I can increment onto it, if I can add another word to it, right? On top of egopath, on top of egomaniac, on top of megalomaniac, if I can invent another word on top of it, then I must be that much smarter, as opposed to actually going, wait a minute, I should try and just make a term that's self-descriptive and is simple and straightforward and self-explanatory, and not doublespeak, which is never the plain self-explanatory or simple truth. See, Midwits are all about that. They're all about that. That's what they're about. So one of the definitions I found relevant about the code switching, concurrent use of two or more languages in one and the same speech act, right? I can use different words to talk about the same thing. Malignant narcissist, egopath, sociopath, psychopath, bad person, evil person, right? I can use all of these words. I can use all of them. But I don't consider myself smarter for knowing all these words. More knowledgeable because I know the words, sure, but not smarter. And their thing is, if they can invent a word, they feel more intelligent. But I don't even think they invent it. I honestly think they pick it up from someone else. They honestly do not have creativity in them. They do not. They are not creative. They are sycophants, and they're brown nosers, and they are incrementalists, and they are credentialists. They don't value real intelligence. They value social status. So their version of code switching here, it's jargon from doublespeak. It's a type of doublespeak that they do where they can feel they've one-upped an actual intelligent person who's not in the know, right? I can make up a new fucking word right now. And now, because you're not in the know, does that make me smarter than you? Nonsense. You already know what an egopath is. I've explained it. Do I need to make another word for it? And then because you don't know what that word is, that you don't know that I'm talking about the egopath, then I'm smarter than you? But then if I tell you it's equal to ego, oh no, now you're as smart as me. Oh no, now I have to make up a new word. It's stupid. It's retarded. It's a stupid little ego stroking game that they play. You realize it. You see my work speaks for itself here, guys. All of it, my stuff points to this being reality. You know, they really do think that being more knowledgeable equals being more intelligent. But knowing or making up more words for the same thing doesn't increase intelligence. The amount of ways we can try to understand something, it really doesn't. You know, when you deal in concepts themselves, that's where you can get real intelligence. That's the more tools in your toolbox. Concepts. And we have language to help try and communicate concepts to one another. And then the concepts, calling upon these concepts, we have the power to learn and decipher and try to interpret things. And oh God. And I wish there was an easy cure for it. I mean, I really do. Like in the movie They Live, what really made that movie science fiction was that just smashing the TV station broadcasting the brainwashing signal would make everyone intelligent. Like everyone would just instantaneously stop being fucking stupid. That's a sad reality. There's a lot of notes here. So using what we already learned, let's just go through the notes here. So a comfort camper. They cannot question, am I being played, or why are you telling me this? That thought is outside a comfort zone for them. They can't really think. They can't critically think about things. Next one. All right, so Egopaths, why they have a massive ego is because they need a massive ego. It gives them that feeling of safety, right? The bigger their ego, the more of an incrementalist they are, bigger ego, I know everything, the more they feel safe, and it gives them the comfort that nothing can touch them. This is how they seek comfort, and they're stuck in this never-ending shit loop because it gives them comfort, so they keep wanting more of it. You know, it has to cover everything. So it has to cover everything so to overcome their feeling of being unsafe. If they had a small and fragile ego, no big deal. Don't talk about those few things with them that they base their ego on. That would be the end of it. You get along with them. But no, their ego covers everything. It has to bring them comfort. That's why they do it. It's like, again, they're all comfort campers. I've explained this, and I mean, all my notes throughout the months and years, they all point to the same damn conclusion. You know, and egopaths are bad at distracting and wearing their prey down, you know, and the problem is ignoring these bullies, these egopaths enables them and empowers them even. You know, sheep give hostility and discomfort, you know, when they're discomforted, they will. And then panic empowers God, it's so bad. It's so bad. Panic will will allow you to control the sheep. If you can make a sheep panic, you control them. It really is. And the manipulator plants the idea that the comfort camper, like all the manipulator has to do, all the bad guys have to do to get the sheep to hate you is that you're out to take away their comfort. You're out to do them wrong, and all you care about is fucking comfort, you fucking sheep. Oh god, it's really bad. The sheep basically will close their ears to the target, and they'll try to make the target uncomfortable, and they won't talk to them. Like it really that's it. They're going to single out a target. The Egopath knows how to isolate a target, single them out, get all the sheep against them. You know, and it's a baseless smear campaign. It's defamation. It's slander. It's lies. It's untrue shit. Untrue, false, damaging statements. It really is. It's just, God, they're fucking evil. And that's the thing, right? The manipulators will make people feel uncomfortable siding with you, right? Oh, sheep, you know how you feel about him. Don't side with him, sheep. And the sheep will then self-police, and they can't think outside their comfort zone, and they're all afraid about being uncomfortable, and the discomforting thoughts must be denied and willfully ignored, and God, and then they encourage the target to quit because, oh, you're the problem. The manipulator says so. You should stop doing what you're doing. Meanwhile, the Egopath keeps doing what they're doing. Yeah. Hey, intelligent person, stop being intelligent. The evil person says stop being intelligent. God. Buy the sheep's silence in return for comfort, not inflicting discomfort. That's right. Do what I say or I'll hurt you. It's them. It's the sheep. It's just, carrot and the stick, control the sheep. All right. Hey, do what I want. I'll praise you. Don't do what I want. I'll hurt you. It's just, oh God, they're just fucking sheep. The comfort camper isn't someone who's too trusting. That's the thing here. We confuse this with trust. They only want comfort and they'll go to wherever there appears to be more of it, all in their own self-interest. No trust is involved, right? They just want comfort. So they'll go to where they feel comfortable and try to set up camp, try to stay there. Hence why I call them a comfort camper. Nihilists are comfort campers. And when the nihilist says nothing matters, what they really mean is only comfort matters. They are fooling themselves if they think they don't care about their comfort as they remain a nihilist, because that's their comfort zone. They won't stand for anything. So what will they fall for? The answer is comfort. They don't stand for anything. This role explains so much, it's scary. The comfort camper role explains so much. The comfort camper is guilty of having comfort as their most important self-interest, and in fact, only self-interest. They don't care about others. They want comfort, and they want it now and forever. Trust is, dependent on your perception of another's reliability and your own self-interests. That's trust. They don't care about others at all. That's a scary thing about the sheeple. They don't care about others. They care about obedience. Obey, everything will be better. Obey. Fuck, man. The comfort campers fail to live life beyond their comfort zone. As a consequence, they cannot improve their own life in any way that goes outside their comfort zone, and certainly not anyone else's life. They're not. They just do not. They are not heroes. Look, if you're a comfort camper, you are not making things happen in life. Life's happening to you. You're a passive mind, and God, it's bad. And then the worst part is if he gets aggressive, then it's like, oh great, now you're not a comfort camper. Now you're full out fucking egopath. Great, how much better that is. And then yeah, sure, you're not a passive mind, but you're out to destroy all that's good. You're fucking evil. You go from amoral to immoral. That's a comfort camper. Comfort camper, amoral, go to straight to egopath, full out immoral. Just still without morals. Still without morals, but now they're going in the completely opposite direction. Oh, they're not just standing still, they're going in a complete opposite direction. And yeah, guilty of choosing comfort above all else. At one point I called them comfort chasers, but they're not. They really are comfort campers, and they're the opposite of truth seekers. Comfort campers are the opposite of truth seekers. Truth seekers actually give a shit about facts, reason, logic. Comfort campers don't. They don't give a fuck. So why resist change? Change can be uncomfortable, but no change means remaining in their comfort zone. They don't like change. Why are they closed-minded? Cognitive dissonance brings discomfort. I mean, if it's just easier if they just are in an echo chamber every single day, and that's it. And no new ideas, no new concepts, just comfort forever, the end. God, what a fucking mediocre last man existence. What a disgrace to the human race. God damn it. And so, and here, why validation? Why do the comfort campers want validation? It's comforting hearing your own opinion out of someone else's mouth. It is. You know, they don't want to hear your opinion. They want to hear their own opinion out of your mouth. They want validation. And why do they want control? Why do these fucking sheep try to self-police you and try to tell you to stop doing something? Because the fucking manipulator has got them all up in a huff about it. It brings comfort, telling you, hey, bad person, you know, don't do that. But you know what? It's funny, because if you were an actual fucking bad person, they wouldn't dare confront you. So they actually, knowing they go up to you, trying to tell you what to do, they actually know you're a good person deep down. It's just that they're denying it. The denial. The fucking denial. They know you're a good person. Because if you weren't, they wouldn't fucking dare tell you what to do. And it's sad. It's sad. That's the state of affairs that we're in. Oh. Why Egopath? They're too comfortable with their mask of perfection to ever give it up. Yeah, that's something. So the Egopath, just because they're just like a comfort camper, right? Their mask of perfection brings them comfort. They're not gonna say, you know what, I was the villain, and I wasn't the hero or the victim. I was the villain. I have been nothing but an evil fucking piece of shit my whole life, and now I've decided to change. They're not gonna say that with any fucking. It's empty words from an empty being. They're evil. They're not gonna change. They're not gonna change. It's not a thing. Don't think they're gonna change. It's only possible that they change, but it's not probable they're going to change. You understand? Like, it's just not going to happen. It's never happened in all of recorded human history. It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. You would have to kill their personality or rewrite it entirely, which is in fact killing the person. If you kill the personality, you give them a lobotomy and they lose their personality, you've killed that person. Now, that's not a bad thing when it comes to the Egopath. Fuck them. So I seriously, we are all better off without the Egopath. I know that. I understand that. That's an objective fact. We're better without the Egopaths that destroy good people. We're better. All they do is they fucking destroy people. Take, and destroy. We're better off without these fucking monsters. We are. We really are. Okay, here we go. Like, why eat food? Because you're hungry, which makes you uncomfortable. So you'll go do a thing to become comfortable, right? It's built right into our survival mechanism, right? Food, comfort food, right? Food, make happy, good. Oh, you hungry? Not happy. Quick, you need to be happy. Go get food. You know, it's just basic shit, man. But all of it points to the exact same thing that I've already covered completely. At this point, really, I mean, I've covered it all. Like, I really have covered all the stuff there. You can look back at it. It's there. And so why talk? Because torture makes you uncomfortable. So you'll go do a thing to become comfortable, right? Why does torture work? Right? Why talk? Why talk when the person's torturing you, saying, "Hey, you better talk," right? Because getting tortured is uncomfortable. So you want to be comfortable, right? You're gonna go get the comfort, right? Well, so that's it, right? Surprise! Torture is about you not being in your comfort zone. Surprise. Nietzsche, last man. Comfort is their weakness because it's their everything. Yeah, I mean, that pretty much is it. Nietzsche's last man that he described, Friedrich Nietzsche, he described the last man that it's comfort. That's all they care about. It's the sheeple. Incentive and punishment. Carrot and stick. Carrot brings comfort. Stick brings discomfort, which is loss of comfort. Yep. Simple. Manipulators use your comfort zone against you in multiple ways. Yep. If you are comfortable believing their lies, you will not change your beliefs. Comfort is used as the indicator as to what is true. That's another thing with comfort campers, right? For them trusting their gut is if they feel comfortable about something, as opposed to actually looking at the reality and actually thinking about the reality, because they're not really using their mind. They're just, and that's another thing, right? Don't ask a comfort camper what they're thinking. Ask what they're feeling. And the same goes for a stupid person. You don't ask what the stupid person was thinking. Ask them what they were feeling. And they're feeling that everything was going to work out. Manipulators mess with your comfort zone to mess with your perception of reality. Yes, that's very important. They want to take control over your comfort zone because then they can control your behavior. Yes, if all you are is a comfort creature that only cares about comfort, well, if I control what you can be comfortable about and what you're not comfortable about, then yes, I absolutely control your behavior. I absolutely control. And you see this all the time with the Egopaths, how they want to isolate and ostracize and incapacitate their victims, their targets that they go after, because they want to make sure that the only person you can get comfort from is them. They're the only person you can go to. They're the great king. You're not allowed to have, You're not allowed to have relationships with other slaves. No, all the slaves must only have a relationship towards the Egopath. All transactions must go through the Egopath. The Egopath is the great taxer and must take a cut of every transaction that happens. They are the central bank of social currency. They're so fucking evil. Oh my god. And anyone who wants to disagree with me, I mean, go ahead, but like, you don't have a fucking leg to stand on. So yeah, in the comfort camper, what they do is they numb their gut feeling. We're born with intuition, but the comfort campers deny this. They self-police themselves, condition themselves, and numb themselves to ignore it. Denial of intuition has never saved a life. It really hasn't. Denying your intuition, being like, well, wait, this guy could be fucking with me. It's like, no, that's an uncomfortable thought. No, the chance. Denial of intuition, it's not going to save you. Oh my God. So yeah, comfort campers do not seek answers or truth, right? Like truth seekers. What they do is comfort campers want comforting excuses. Comfort campers avoid taking individual responsibility and personal accountability, which, hey, guess what? Look at the Midwit. Look at the Egopath. None of them want to take accountability. None of them want to take responsibility. And it's always something else. It can't be them. It's always, all of them. They're all the fucking same. It is for this reason alone why they cannot resist the siren song of collectivism. Collectivism is, hey, you can go join the group. The group is the false promises they can secure their own comfort is all too tempting because you're not responsible anymore. Come join the group. You don't have to be personally responsible for anything. Just obey. Ooh, that sounds so good. Ooh. Oh, God. See, but here's the thing. What the suckers don't know is that any form of collectivism doesn't have their self-interest in mind. Collectivism is all about being like, no, you can't have any self-responsibility, no self-interest, no nothing. And ultimately, collectivism dictates what their interests are to be. Collectivism is going to tell you. Collectivism says, hey, in return for having no personal responsibility, you got to do what I say. It's fucking stupid, but they fall for it. Resistance means discomfort. So the comfort camper has been successfully baited and trapped. If the comfort camper starts resisting, especially something they perceive as an authority, perceive as right, oh, that's discomforting. They don't get comfort rebelling. They don't. They really don't. And that's the funny thing, right? As much as you have a non-conformist or an anti-conformist or something like that, it's not. Conformity doesn't play a role in intelligent people unless they realize that they have to conform to survive. Right? Oh yes, your regime is the greatest. All hail our glorious leader. Don't put me in the Holodomor. don't put me in the gulag. Oh yeah, I definitely believe all your ideology, all right. Oh yeah, I believe it. Yeah, totally. Don't put me in the gulag. Yeah, glorious leader's great. Look at all the pictures I have of him in my house. I'm definitely conforming. Yep. Move on now. Get the fuck out of my house. I mean our house, because it's not my house. I don't own anything. You will own nothing and be happy. Okay. God, this is brutal. But it's like, I mean, these are hard-hitting truths. Comfort campers provide an invaluable service for the Egopath. No other role gives the Egopath. Comfort campers want everyone else to be a comfort camper, like a fucking zombie trying to make everyone else a zombie. Experienced manipulators note their need for conformity brings them comfort and exploit this for all it's worth. Yes, go out. Give us more followers. Convert. Get them to conform to our ideology, which is the one and only truth for sure. Comfort campers are strongly against any change, which is funny when they're the ones bringing the change. But for them, it's not a change. They need everyone else to change for them. That's the difference, right? They don't want change for themselves. They want change for others. Everyone needs to conform to my... Fuck. They want everything to stay the same while they are comfortable. If something changes, they might not be comfortable. One uncomfortable thought. Therefore, no change is best. When they see someone who is merely capable of making a difference, they fear them. They do. As soon as I showed my talent off to sheeple, they got scared of me. Don't you see that I'm trying to benefit myself and others? Isn't that intelligent? No, it's bad. You're benefiting yourself. You must sacrifice. Fucking evil, man. Fucking evil. God damn it. And they believe this stupid ideology too, because it's the evil person that tricks them into it. The evil person tricks them into this shit. And it's tell them that self-sacrifice is good. Why? Obedience is the highest virtue, so of course self-sacrifice is good. Because obey, sacrifice. I told you to self-sacrifice yourself. Obviously, I must have your best interests at heart. They don't think. There is no thought. It doesn't happen. It's nothing there, just a feeling. And that's it. Just easily controlled, just feelings. Controlled by feelings. Reason for the few, emotion for the many. Comfort campers fear others who have the power to change things, and they don't want that power to exist. They don't want leaders to exist. When you really think about it, leaders bring change. Comfort campers don't want that. What comfort campers want is they want comfort, and they want everyone else to change to bring them comfort. They want everyone to be like them, again, a zombie. This is their entire thing is completely unfit for real survival, for the real world. And it's only because society is so good, because of good people, of the intelligent people that have allowed it, and the comfort campers hate them. Jesus. Oh, comfort campers don't want intelligent people. Comfort campers want everyone to be like them so they can feel comfortable. God. When the herd is ruled by a bully, the herd becomes bullies themselves. Go along to get along. I swear the main roles of a sheeple are floaters, excusers, and comfort campers. It's something. When you look at the sheeple, it's like, God, this is what they are. Sheeple are dangerous. They want to kill you with kindness. They want you to become kind and to bow your head for the executioner. They don't realize that's what they ask of you, but it is. That's just it, right? They kill you with kindness. They say, hey, be kind, be kind. That bully over there who's hurting you, don't fight back. Don't fight back. Zero violence policy. Zero violence policy. Don't fight back. Don't fight back. We're sheep. No, fuck you. Someone tries to hurt you, you fight back. You have every right to fight back. Fuck them. Fucking sheep, you fucking pieces of shit. Oh my god, oh, there are so many things that make me mad about sheep. It's just so many things. Oh god, and why do anything for them, for a comfort camper? The answer is comfort. It's why they can't change. They aren't willing to leave their comfort zone to better themselves. Why is it that correcting a wise man earns respect while correcting a fool earns disrespect? It is because the wise man is willing to leave their comfort zone and understands and values intelligence and will learn and grow. And the comfort camper is never willing to leave their comfort zone, ever. And they're fucking blue pills. They really are. They're blue pill. They took the blue pill. They want to go on believing whatever they want to believe. You can go on dreaming and believing whatever you want to believe. God. The wise man's starting point is the fool's end point. That's right. Where the wise man goes, hey, that could be something. The fool's like, no, I'm a victim because I'm uncomfortable. Ooh. Fuck you. Fuck you. I have no empathy for these fuckers. And you shouldn't either. Because they don't want you to be intelligent. This is all about the comfort zone. It really, that's their whole thing. A wise man's willing to learn and grow, while the comfort camper fool is not willing and is mad when forced to other comfort zone. They're not happy. They're not fucking happy that they're correct on something. They're fucking mad. They're like, fuck you. You forced me out of my comfort zone. Yeah. Fuckers. But then the fear, they can be easily controlled by bullies because the bullies can really hurt them, and then they shut the fuck up. Yeah, all the bravado they put on to try and show that they're a good person, to convince themselves, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. They're not good persons. God. And the Egopaths really are the poisoner of goodwill. They'll turn all the goodwill against you. Manipulator continues to have options using comfort campers. The comfort campers offer like a fucking endless little zombie horde going after you. And it's not good. It's not good at all. And it's scary shit. All the sheeple and NPCs, it's all the same thing, the comfort camper. And yeah, comfort campers are persuaded easily. All they care about is their own comfort and discomfort. And the manipulators know the quickest way to persuade a comfort camper is to make them immediately uncomfortable. The sooner the better. Comfort campers are full of weakness and will panic buy into whatever brings them comfort within seconds. That's just it, right? The manipulator comes to them, makes them panic, creates a need, and then here I'll sell you my fake fucking narrative and you'll believe it. You'll eat it up. The manipulator will sell them comforting lies. The comfort camper will blindly believe without question. Given enough time, the comfort camper will be subscribed to the false narrative they've been fed. This is why the honest, caring person fails to win over a comfort camper. Sincere, good-willed people don't purposely try to make someone feel uncomfortable because they're trying to do things the right way without resorting to manipulation. When I'm trying to talk, in the past, when I tried to talk to a comfort camper, I never tried to make them feel uncomfortable. I tried to explain things in the nicest manner, but still in regards to truth. And they didn't like that. The problem with making a comfort camper more comfortable is this will 100% be guaranteed to remove any and all incentive reason for them to care about you or whatever you're trying to convince them about. That's just it, right? You make them comfortable. They don't give a fuck what your reasons are anymore. They don't give a fuck. Oh, you made me comfortable. Good, fuck you. Anytime, as long as you're making me comfortable, whatever. That's your goal now. That's what I want you to do. Make me comfortable. That's it. They're a fucking zombie that come to you to make them comfortable. It's fucking, oh God. And I see it. I see it so clearly now. They would camp in their comfort zone for eternity if they could. They really do. That's the problem, right? You try and be nice to these comfort campers. They're not going to believe you. But you scare them and all of a sudden, oh, what do we do? Great one. No wonder the bad guys can control them and the good guys can't. Jesus. Additionally, this explains why a comfort camper will not help someone who is being character assassinated by a manipulator. They will side-eye the target with mean little stares and glares and, I'm not going to really look at you, fuck you. Little passive-aggressive bullshit. They will side-eye the target, not tell them anything, because having their disinformed opinions challenged would bring discomfort, right? Because now they have it in your head, you're a bad guy, and then you trying to convince them they're not. Oh, well, that you must be lying to them. Or if you're not, then someone lied to them. Oh, no, and that's discomfort. It's pure psychological discomfort for them. They are not good people. They really aren't. That and the fear, discomfort of having the manipulator take their comfort away again. Because that's the thing, right? It's easier for the sheeple to side with the manipulator and go better you than me. Fucking cowardice right there. Better you than me. Better you get fucked over and screwed over than me. If they grow too comfortable, they will provoke you and hint they know something you don't. That's the thing, right? These fucking sheeple, right? They really will imitate who they're being controlled by. They really will. They adopt the same traits. That's why they become bullies themselves. And then that's the hinting, the narcissistic smears and stuff, the midwit look. Responding with the statement, people will believe anything, can force a comfort camper to snap out of being drunk on their own comfort. However, this makes them mad because you corrected a fool. And they'll try to make you uncomfortable as revenge for calling them out on their weakness. They really will believe anything if it is perceived to give them comfort. That's them. Comfort campers are incapable of critical thinking as it brings too much discomfort. It does. Critical thinking about things. Some things are not pleasant thoughts, and when you limit yourself to I only can have pleasant thoughts. Oh, it's bad. It's a bad thought. Can't have. You limit your intelligence severely. I mean, that ideology is garbage. The comfort camper role is about primitive behavior, which requires minimal to no thought at all. You don't need to think to be an obedient worker. In fact, not thinking will ensure blind obedience, making comfort campers the most obedient of all workers, and they praise their obedience. Oh, obedience is the biggest virtue. Comfort campers take the path of least discomfort, so they passively accept their increasingly worsening day-to-day life and will do nothing about it. They will never leave their comfort zone, even if they could be comfortable elsewhere. It is only when they can no longer comfort camp will they be forced to do something about it. Until things get so fucking bad, they just won't fucking do anything. Comfort campers do not willingly choose rebellion. They only rebel to be comfortable once more. When they're out of their comfort zone, they can't get back in. This is why comfort campers cannot create progress or anything beyond themselves. For it is the willingness to be disobedient and rebellious that will allow one to create and be happy outside their comfort zone. Once someone is happy outside their comfort zone, they cannot be ruled by fear, especially the fear of losing comfort. Winners see the gain, losers will see only the pain. And that's something about the last man, Friedrich Nietzsche's last man. They can't create anything beyond themselves. They can consume like the fucking consumers they are, and that's it. They'll sit on their asses, watching TV, doing nothing else with their lives. It is just, and that's just there. They only play video games. Too much effort. Right, they might die in the video game, might fail. They don't want that. Fuck. Comfort campers fail to live life happily. They really do fail to live life in general. They don't listen to their gut feeling. They've silenced their gut feeling because their gut feeling would be screaming at them. It's a stupid idea to think being comfortable is the only thing worth existing for. They give it all up for comfort and they do it again. They're so guilty of it. A very popular error, having the courage of one's own convictions. Rather, it is a matter of having the courage for an attack upon one's own convictions. Friedrich Nietzsche. Yeah. And that's just it, right? If you really want to look at it, it's not just that I have belief in myself. It's that I am okay with people criticizing my work because you know what? My work will stand on its own. And it's kind of funny because at that point they won't want to. That's the funny thing. All these fucking midwits, the only reason they want to challenge my work is because it's not the dominant social narrative. The moment it becomes the dominant social narrative, what do you think these sycophants are going to do about it? You think they're still going to challenge it and go, wait a minute, there still could be something up here. There could be something wrong here. No, you know that's too much of a truth seeker and not a fucking midwit. You know the midwit would be like, oh, the grand authority approves of it. I do too. I'm smart. God. Comfort campers think they're strong, but they are truly weak. Comfort is everything good to them. There's nothing wrong with comfort itself, but to endlessly worship comfort advertises complete weakness. A weakness manipulators will ruthlessly exploit, and they do. They really do exploit them. And yeah, questions are uncomfortable. Comfort campers don't want to question themselves or what they understand to be true. Questions are uncomfortable because it means being aware they do not know something. They don't like that. They take no comfort in being honest with themselves. Comfort campers enforce social cost because asking questions is seen as bad, as questions bring others discomfort. It's almost impossible to avoid discomforting comfort campers. It's almost impossible to do it. If you're interacting with them, it's going to be almost impossible. Disagreements bring discomfort. Asking questions brings discomfort. Taking responsibility brings discomfort. Thinking outside their comfort zone, like trying to see things from another perspective, brings discomfort, right? Why do you think they don't have empathy, right? Why? That would bring discomfort. Why do they want to put themselves in the victim's shoes and think of all the bad things that are happening? Why do they want to do that? Do you think that's comfortable to them? It's not. Victim status, yeah, they like to think about that, but you see what I mean, right? It's just, I've nailed this so clearly out for everyone. So, well, but you know what? This stuff is meant for truth seekers. I mean, it's lost on the masses. If the masses are the mindless masses don't know, the comfort campers, they will be so mad about this, me talking about this, and they know they're one of them. They fucking know it. They'll know they're one of them. And the moment you have discomforted a discomfort camper, you are bad in their mind. You're in the wrong. This comfort-centric way of thinking is what the manipulator banks on. Comfort campers will self-police and feel you owe them comfort merely from you being character assassinated. That's right. They've bought into a lie. You owe them a comfort tax. They expect it and accept it with a sneer of entitlement for the lateness of your payment. They take you and your goodwill for granted. That's just it, right? They don't see good people as a dangerous person who has it voluntarily under control. They think they can just walk all over them, that you're just nothing more than a people pleaser, that you don't have some power of your own and you could fuck up their lives if they try and fuck up yours. But that's just it, right? They're stupid and they'll fuck up your life. And then what are you left with? You could fuck up their life, but is that going to make your life better now? If you prove yourself right, they'll only hate you because you've robbed them of being right in their mind. But in reality, you made them less ignorant. That's just it, right? They really are mad at you when you correct them. They don't. They don't take criticism. They don't. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They don't care about reality. It's about fucking comfort. They don't care about other people either. So it appears clear that the comfort camper is not preoccupied with the truth. He or she is not asking if his or her thoughts is true or false. He evades the essential question, replacing it by, is it comfortable or not? Is it comfortable? That's it. Is it comfortable? You know, was that a comforting thought? When you, when that egopath that you may or may not have had in your life, you know, when you try to hold them accountable, you think that was a comfortable thought for them? Them going, wait, I'm the bad guy? It's not a comfortable thought for them. When you find yourself being scapegoated, realize you're only responsible for your own life and your own understanding. You cannot make fools see reason. You cannot convince a fool they are a fool, that they've been a fool. You can't do it. People don't want to hear the truth because they don't want their illusions destroyed. Friedrich Nietzsche. Now I know the most destructive thing I've ever done was believing toxic opinions of others about myself was somehow my problem. It's not. It's their problem. End of story. Their opinion means nothing to me. They never gave me a fair trial or gave me a chance. Preventing yourself from becoming an annoying pawn in someone's game of control always comes down to the same thing. Don't give the benefit of the doubt to anyone. When you give the benefit of the doubt over someone else, you rob that someone else of a fair trial. That's what these manipulators rely on. They rely on you never hearing both sides of the story. You need to make up your mind now. You don't get to hear both sides of the story. Make up your mind now. Because they know how closed mind you are. And once you make up your mind, they've got you. They know how they works. They know how much of a fucking sheep you are. They know it. They know they can control you completely. They've recruited you. They've done it. They've won. Giving the benefit of the doubt is the same as making an uninformed decision. Don't leave your reasoning power to chance. Stop giving the benefit of the doubt and start reserving your judgment. That's another thing. These comfort campers, you think they want to reserve judgment? They want comfort. They don't care about reserving judgment. And this is something all truth seekers need to do. Truth seekers need to develop a skill set that consists of gathering evidence and relying on evidence. Asking questions and requesting evidence is a great start and will deter manipulators. In time, you may stop being approached altogether because you ask too many questions or you have a negative attitude. This is code for a manipulator admitting, I can't manipulate you. I can't control you because you ask too many questions. You have a negative attitude, according to me. As some of you may have already guessed, you are enforcing the burden of proof. You are ensuring the party that makes claim is responsible for supporting it with evidence. You will no longer fall for hearsay, and a comfort camper absolutely falls for hearsay. They absolutely do. When evidence no longer matters in legal systems, expect the law to be subject to the whims of those with power. It's no different when it comes down to your mind being subjected to the whims of those with power. Evidence matters. Rely on evidence. Rely on your own personal life experience. That's your gut feeling there. Your gut feeling is about your own personal experiences, guys. You can count on it. Count on the thing. Comfort campers, they numb it. What their gut feeling is just, I want comfort. It's like, God, oh God. No. You know what? They will try and get you to eat the loss with them. Don't do it. Don't do it. No, it's their loss. They pay the price. Do not pay the price for them. If claims were accepted without evidence, then every claim could simultaneously be claimed to be true. While human minds generally don't act this way, they do end up compensating in an even worse way. Once a belief is set and a contradictory claim is made, usually the original belief is upheld as the truth and the very reason to dismiss the contradictory belief. Like I said with the comfort camper, they've already established the beliefs, and you giving something else, information that doesn't add up, well, that's discomforting. So obviously it must not be true because it's discomforting. This works in a manipulator's favor when they've been poisoning the well. It works because people like annoying pawns don't reserve judgment. They're too busy trusting their feelings, how they feel about you, without ever considering evidence as important. Feelings that are fueled by all the lies they believe. Yeah, you aren't going to convince them, only confirm what they already know, supposedly. They strongly believe it and feel they know. And that's all they need. With their ever-expanding case of confirmation bias, all of them, they're all comfort campers, all of them. The NPC, the Midwit, the Egopath, comfort campers. The fact is, they still are based in that role. They're very based in that role. It's something. Oh, and then we have the seller of victim narratives, and that's something, right? Because the victim mimic will try and sell everyone that they're a victim. But the seller of victim narratives, is they try to sell you a victim narrative. So that it's like, hey, you're a victim. You've been wronged. And now that person, that's the person that's wronged you. And they owe you now. And this is an old trick where it's present a problem, offer a solution. It's problem, reaction, solution. Give discomfort, offer comfort, right? Give discomfort to them. Oh, sheep, you're under attack by that guy, but I can help you. Oh, okay. We'll form a big herd and attack him. Oh, okay. If you want to know what a comfort camper won't think about doing, you'll need to ask yourself one question. Is it discomforting to them? if it's discomforting, they're not going to think about it. They're self-policing. Comfort camper will never ask themselves, was I lied to? Am I being played? Is there more to the story than what I'm being told? They don't. There's no critical thinking, guys. I mean, that's it, right? They just want comfort. That's it. They don't care about that. They don't care about using their mind. The comfort camper will never tell the accused scapegoat whatever they've been accused of. That's the thing. The comfort camper is so guilty of knowing that they've been told a bunch of shit and they could come clean with you. You could be the target, and the comfort camper now hates you, and the comfort camper is not going to tell you a damn thing of the lies that have been made about you behind your back, which you have no idea, but you know something's up because their behavior towards you has changed, and they're aggressive and they're hostile towards you. But they don't, because they'll never choose courage over comfort. They'll never ask. They'll never confront. Fucking cowards. The comfort camper will believe they are the victim now. Oh, I'm a victim, I'm a victim. The Egopath told them so. Oh, I'm a victim now. The Egopath told me so. The comfort camper believes the accused is guilty. A fair trial is just a waste of time and comfort. Right? Why have a trial? It couldn't be anything discomforting. I must have clearly been told the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Ah. This is why this defamatory manipulation tactic of lying about others and what they said is so effective on comfort campers. It's a contract no comfort camper can resist or will back out of later. They won't back out. They won't change their mind going, wait a minute here. Wait a minute, I got played. Nuh-uh. The Egopath lies and deceit makes the comfort camper another enemy for the scapegoat. So you have the whole zombie horde after you. You're trying to deal with all that, and no one's helping you out. You're getting isolated and ostracized and incapacitated. They're all out to get you now, and then you're smeared as paranoid as they start being mean towards you, saying, you're paranoid, you're paranoid. Fuck them, man. They are fucking shit. They are garbage. And if the scapegoat starts catching on, the manipulator will declare to all, sometimes even the scapegoat, that they themselves are the victim, and the scapegoat is making them out to be the bad guy. In reality, the Egopath has been the villain all along. It's the same fucking thing. They've mastered an attack, and they exploit it relentlessly. It stands to reason the comfort camper is too stupid or too trusting or too ignorant because of the same underlying problem. They're mentally weak. The mental filter of comfort keeps them mentally weak and easily manipulated. Weak-minded fools. You know, I've said that comfort campers, the sheeple, the NPCs, they're weak-minded fools. These Midwits are weak-minded fools, and even the Egopath are weak-minded fools. The difference is that the Egopath has aggression. So you might say, but it might be harder to manipulate them. It's actually not. It's actually not, and it's actually very helpful when their flying monkeys are sent to spy on you, and you disinform them on purpose. Good, and let the flying monkey be punished. That's a good thing. That's good. You are fighting a war whether you want to or not. You have to realize that. You're fighting pure evil. These are not good people. You have to realize that. You just have to realize it. Once you realize it, you can protect yourself. Until you realize it, you're prey. Now, let's talk about soft language a little bit. Harsh language or real language where I just talk about things in reality terms, that makes the sheeple uncomfortable. But soft language is about making it so that sheep don't feel uncomfortable. But it doesn't solve any problem except regarding the sheep's bad behavior of never leaving their comfort zone. Like, it's just the same thing. And so there's a movie, Idiocracy, where at one point they go, oh, I love money, oh, me too. And it's a society where no one leaves their comfort zone, and therefore no one learns and no one grows. You know, and there's a quote, and I don't know who said it, but you can't cross the ocean unless you are willing to lose sight of the shore. You know, you can't learn and grow unless you're willing to get out of your comfort zone. And yeah, I mean, it's very, this is scary stuff, because I mean, it wasn't that long ago people were burnt at the stake because they were the comfort campers, the big herd, were told that their witches existed and that person's a witch and they must be killed. It wasn't that long ago. It really wasn't. And you said that you saying the earth was round, you also need to be burnt at the stake. It's just ridiculous. Galileo Galilei was lucky because he was under house arrest for life. They didn't burn him at the stake, but he was just put under house arrest for life. That was great. Unlike, I think, what was it, Gordo? Who was burnt at the stake for it, for making the same claims. Just like, it's scary stuff. And these people don't value intelligence. And that's scary, because intelligence is a good thing. Like, look at all the good things intelligence has done for us. You wouldn't have a TV if it wasn't for intelligent people. You wouldn't have a car if it wasn't for intelligent people. You just look around. You wouldn't. There's so much that you wouldn't have if it wasn't for intelligent people. So why are they the bad guy? All right, we're getting closer to finishing the notes here. So, anything that brings them discomfort, they deny and reject. That's really what it comes down to. Any discomforting thoughts? Bye-bye. Cognitive dissonance ensures they will believe what they currently believe. So they play on the existing narrative they believe and get them subscribed to the new narrative. It really is. That's as far as that's as far as the comfort camper is willing to go, and it's ridiculous. Oh, it's so ridiculous. Yeah, they really are self-policed sheep. Let's look into something that I really like, and this will test your critical thinking skills a bit. So the comfort camper numbs their senses, and in a way it kind of makes them truly senseless. They find no comfort in trying to understand, so they never try to understand, and that means asking questions. They never try to ask questions. It's just not a thing, right? Obedience is the highest virtue for the herd, and there are sheep in the herd. The insecure does not want to learn, for admitting to not know is uncomfortable. So to escape from it, they will shift this burden onto another and make themselves the teacher. It's intellectual cowardice, a better you than me mentality. Right? I'm not the one that needs to learn a lesson. You need to learn the lesson. That's what it is. And here's some fun stuff. Why is it a new scientific truth does not triumph by convincing its opponents and making them see the light? Max Planck has an answer for that. A scientific truth does not triumph by convincing its opponents and making them see the light, but rather because its opponents eventually die and a new generation grows up that is familiar with it. Because they're a bunch of comfort campers. They don't want to understand facts. They care about comfort. That's what it comes down to. Here's another one. Why does truth pass through 3 stages? All truth passes through 3 stages. First, it is ridiculed. Second, it is violently opposed. Third, it is accepted as being self-evident. Arthur Schopenhauer, 1788 to 1860. I mean, all of this so far, it's just comfort camper logic. It's, if you really want to look at it, first, it is beyond their comfort zone. Second, it causes them discomfort. Third, only when it brings them comfort is it then okayed. Also third, rejecting it becomes discomfort more than accepting it. That's another thing, right? There's really no brain that goes into it. It's the fact that all of a sudden, if they start saying no when it's the dominant social narrative, oh my God, you're not conforming. Oh no, I'm not conforming. My words will either attract a strong mind or offend a weak one. Why is that? Perhaps the words bring discomfort? Why is it with Mark Twain saying, it is easier to fool people than convince them they've been fooled? It's because realizing they've been fooled is discomforting, so they dismiss the thought to get rid of the feeling. Like, there's this anti-thought thing that's going on with them. Here's something that's kind of funny. I came up with something I call the shit bucket to help explain some of the comfort campers' behavior. As we can see here, there's a sheep with a bucket on its head. And I kind of photoshopped it to make it look brown. It was actually a yellow bucket to begin with. Egopaths, narcissists, they love to force everyone to wear a certain thinking hat to control them. It kind of follows the bite model. So there's a guy named Edward de Bono, classified different levels of thinking in his book, 6 Thinking Hats. And so you have 6 different thinking hats. You have a white hat, which is about information. So then you have a red hat, emotion, yellow hat, optimistic, friendliness, green hat, creativity, ideas, blue hat, planning, black hat, caution, consequence-based thinking. So that's just kind of, it's just kind of a basic thing to kind of show you, these are different hats that you can wear to different aspects of thinking. But some people created their own version of hats and stuff. For me, I kind of was like, whatever. They weren't different enough from the primary hats here. And so for me, I came up with a 7th hat, and it's called the shit bucket. Now, you might be saying, the fuck is that? Well, quite simply, it's not useful in the least to the wearer, and then and the narcissist, the manipulator, the egopath, wants to jam that shit bucket onto your head permanently. It's the hat that has you think that thinking is bad. None of the other hats do that. It stops you from putting on another hat because you have a shit bucket on your head. Naturally, this hat will be the color brown. This hat is also very hard to remove once it is put on. It is the reactionary hat, where any higher level of thought is seen as wrong or dangerous. The shit bucket. Take off the shit bucket and listen to me. Listen to truth. No, thinking bad. This is where we're at, guys. It's that bad. It is that bad. I gotta add in some humor somewhere, guys. This stuff can be too depressing sometimes. We only have 100 more pages to go, guys. We only have 100 more pages of notes to go. It turns out there was a lot more notes than I thought there were. Although some of this will be repeats and I can just skip over them. But you know what? Where else are you going to learn this from? Really, where else can you learn all this from? I'm the guy that's providing the information here. You know, if other people start providing information, great. But where else are you going to get? Where else are you going to learn this? Who else is going to put in this much time and effort besides me? And guys, unfortunately, I'm kind of done putting in this amount of effort. I mean, I said this would be my final video, and I'm sticking by it. You know, I know I accomplished what I needed to. If things go the way I want them to, people will benefit from this information. Everyone will be aware of this kind of information. They might not remember who made this information, but who cares? The information itself is what matters. Who cares that it's me that did it? The point is, it's done. It's out there now, baby. And now the good people can succeed. I mean, that's my goal. So, when it comes to false duality, a lot of times manipulators try to get you, like, they try to convince people that their behavior is due to your behavior. No, their behavior is on them. That's a false duality, again, that they try to do, right? They try to be like, I'm the victim here, and I'm forced to hurt people. Ooh. They're not forced to hurt people. They like hurting people. The end. They try to make you out to be the bad guy and that they're the victims in their false narrative. They're simply playing the victim, you know? They're playing the victim card in their Cartman drama triangle scheme. You know, I've mentioned that before, Cartman drama triangle. You know, I've studied these evil monsters for many years. They're absolutely and purposefully selling a victim narrative about themselves, not only to inflate their social status, but to ruin yours. You know, a social, you know, playing the victim, it allows them to boost their own social status and then destroy yours. You know, win-win for them. Now that's what they want. They want more people to have a social status under them, and I've explained that before. Once you see how evil, you see how evil this is. And then, like, if they're not mistaken, this is what they want. They're not after a different goal. This is the goal they're after. Good. Here we go. We got some pages here. Good. So I managed to get past about 20 pages of notes here. Comfort campers are guilty of choosing comfort above all else. They're all truth seekers. We covered that. Here we go. Comfort campers are guilty of choosing comfort over anything else. That includes courage, facts, and integrity. I've found nihilism is not the belief in nothing. It's the denial of anything and everything to gain some form of comfort. It's the pinnacle of living in denial. Nihilists care about their comfort more than anything else, but they can't admit it because they are in denial of that fact. The comfort camper is guilty of having comfort as the most important, only self-interest. They don't care about others because nothing matters, including others. You know, that's a nihilist. They want comfort and they want it now and forever. I could talk about Dave Grossman's book on killing regarding on sheep, sheepdogs, and wolves. Denial is what turns people into sheep. There's no safety in denial. Denial will give the feeling of comfort. Last Man defined by Friedrich Nietzsche. Or Cypher from The Matrix, who wants to live in a dream world. That's something I didn't talk about. Cypher in The Matrix is a guy who doesn't like the real world. He wants to live in the dream world. They're fine living a lie as long as it brings them comfort. That's very important to understand. They're fine. If they can believe the lie and be comfortable, they're okay with it. It's scary. You know, I hold myself to higher standards because the thought of being weak disgusts me. I don't want to be weak. I don't want to be a victim. I'm honest with myself and purposely deny myself all the lies I could tell myself and the comfort that comes with it. I'm far too rational to try and delude myself into being a comfort camper. I made my choice to be powerful, not merely believing myself powerful. Living in denial is not something I find worth it. I found that truth is power, and so my will to power is to seek truth, which is actually fairly noble considering what I do with it to empower other people so that they won't be preyed upon by predators. I think that's pretty noble, so my will to power is in a noble direction. Nihilists deny themselves this powerful freeing will, as all they have left is their comfort zone to camp in, while denying they care about anything. They sell themselves for comfort. I think it's tragic comfort campers are guilty of choosing comfort over anything else. That includes courage, facts, and integrity. Comfort is their weakness, because it is their everything. I do not want such a weakness, to be so easily manipulated and controlled via the carrot and the stick, comfort versus discomfort. It stands to reason the comfort camper ends up being too stupid or too trusting or too ignorant because of the same underlying problem. They're mentally weak. Their mental filter of comfort keeps them mentally weak and easily manipulated. Weak-minded fools. I vehemently refuse to be tempted to become such a thing. And you know what? When those egopaths have a loss of control, or these sheeple do have a loss of control, increase in aggression. They're okay with hurting other people. They're okay with it. That's just it. The herd, the slave, the NPCs, the Midwits, they are okay with hurting other people. They're okay with it. They lose control, lose comfort. They're okay with hurting people to get back comfort. They're okay with it. They are absolutely okay with it. And yeah, they're closed-minded. They don't like questions. They just want answers. And, questions are too close to doubts, especially questioning themselves. This is why they overcorrect to replace their conscience and create their own closed mind where they refuse to question themselves or reflect on what they've done. Think about the egopath here. They understand. They understand that doubt hurts them. So what do they do to you? So they know doubt's the worst thing for them. So to use doubt to hurt others because they figure out what hurts them hurts you. So they're going to use doubt to hurt you. That's why they try and get you to doubt so much, because doubt hurts them. So they do it to hurt you. They are not good people. They are not. I use the term people loosely. They don't want to look at things from another perspective. They believe their delusional perspective is the only good perspective, or the only perspective. And we've talked about how that feeds into the fact that they don't need to actually treat other people as human beings, but could just devalue them and just see them as things and then use them as things to be used. As tools with voices, slaves, property. High aggression helps them maintain their delusions. That's another thing about the egopath. They will use aggression to feed their ego. They're not using aggression to be like, oh, this is really hurting my ego. They want to maintain their delusions because it's their identity. To them, unlimited aggression isn't a bad thing. It's incredibly important as it gives them what they want. It feeds their ego. It allows them to hurt people and go, yeah, you're beneath me, because I hurt you. Fucking evil. The egopath is what I call them. There is a guy named Dr. George Simon, PhD, who has a much better model in terms of the DSM. The DSM, and I could talk about that a little bit, the DSM, unfortunately, is victim narrative garbage. And so Dr. George Simon, though, goes, no, they're not victims, they're predators, and they're aggressive personalities, and they have a character disturbance. He has the balls to call them out and say, no, they're predators. And Dr. George Simon said, traditional psychology principles have disadvantaged many abuse victims. These principles taught us that inner wounds and emotional conflicts drive most behavior. And they also taught us that most people aren't very aware of these things. And that's precisely what prompts abuse victims to try way too hard to understand the actions of their oppressors. They're predators to begin with. They know what they're doing, and they're full of shit. And, here's something. By far, the most limiting aspect of official diagnostic conceptualizations, i.e. the DSM, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of the American Psychiatric, not Psychology, Psychiatric Association, of the most character-disturbed individuals among us, is that the purely behavioral criteria used to delineate the various personality types don't capture the essence of what is unhealthy and problematic in them. It doesn't cover that they have a character disturbance. It doesn't cover that they have a false fucking self. It doesn't cover that they have a massive yet fragile ego. It doesn't cover that they have a character disturbance. It doesn't cover that they have a moral disorder. It doesn't cover any of that. And George Simon actually covered a lot of that stuff, which is great. George Simon did a fantastic job. That's, and he's a real psychologist. I'm willing to say that. He's a real psychologist. Hats off to him. Sorry, to continue his quote. So early in my work, I found it necessary to devise a more useful conceptual scheme. Yes, it was so much more useful. And he came up with all sorts of aggressive personality types where you have unbridled aggressive, channeled aggressive, covert aggressive, sadistic aggressive, and predatory aggressive. And by the way, guess what the Egopath is? They're the most severely disturbed of all characters. The Egopath. It's them. They're predatory aggressive. They can be other aggressive. They can be covert aggressive. No problem. They can be covert aggressors. No problem. But it's the predatory aggressive drive. And it really is obvious to me the Egopaths, they are all predatory aggressive. That's their defining character trait. You'll always find they have in them. This is George Simon. He says, you could call the aggressive personalities narcissists. One could easily say the personality type we call narcissistic is simply a non-aggressive variation of the aggressive personality type. I actually disagree with that. The moment someone's narcissistic, I consider it aggressive. Narcissistic itself, you could say that's delusional, but there's plenty of people that are delusional, and you wouldn't call them narcissistic. You call people narcissistic when they're aggressive. So no, I disagree on that one. Let's see. How narcissism is expressed in each of the different aggressive personality subtypes is unique. No, narcissism is preferring delusions over reality. Whether it's present or not, that's it. I mean, that's as far as narcissism go. Aggressive itself is about hurting other people. I mean, that's plain and simple. So no, don't try and mix and match it the other way around. So I think that's where Dr. George Simon kind of went wrong. But you know what? He understood character disturbance versus neurosis, that the character disturbed, their personalities makes other people suffer. It's the neurosis where they suffer from their own personality. So this victim narrative in the DSM about, they're victims and they suffer and they have NPD, they have narcissistic personality disorder. They're a victim. Bullshit. It's made up bullshit. Bullshit. Complete bullshit. No, it's a victim narrative. I don't buy it. Yeah, so there's that. And so let's move on here. As Nietzsche put it, the last man whose sole desire is his own comfort and is incapable of creating anything beyond oneself in any form. Nietzsche's view on being comfortable with the world indicates you haven't grasped the harsher truths about life. Yeah, so that you think it's a just world, it's a comfortable world, you haven't grasped the harsher truths about life, right? You're disconnected from reality, which, hey, I kind of mentioned that a few times, right? About the comfort camper. It's dead on. Life, as Nietzsche would understand it, exists in a state of striving or willing and is not passive. Comfort campers, they're all about being passive. They're all about having other people do things for them. That goes for the egopath too. The fact is, though, the egopath will use aggression to make it happen. Doesn't mean they're like, you can have a passive mind and be very actively aggressive. You can have a very closed mind and just be a real aggressive piece of shit. You can. They're proof of it. They're living proof of it. And yeah, it's almost like, honestly, it's amazing how much this like resembles like a cult or a religion of like comfortableness, where all they care about is they just care about the comfort. Oh God. Work and play can go together, but not work and comfort. These things oppose each other. Comfort campers don't work willingly, and this is why they never produce anything. I'm not talking about working freely. I'm talking about working willingly. Working freely means, you don't need to necessarily be bossed around, but they don't work willingly. Do not expect comfort campers to work for you. They won't even work hard for themselves. It's bad. It's very bad. Don't let comfort have the final say. As wonderful as comforting thoughts are, they are not enough. Nihilists care about their comfort zone more than anything else, but they can't admit it because they're in denial of that fact. That's fine. I think I covered that one. Comfort camper. They never leave their comfort zone. They won't give up things that bring them comfort, and therefore anything that makes up their comfort zone. Yep. And the comfort camper, hoarders, or narcissists, same deal, can't give up things that bring them comfort, too much discomfort to get rid of them. Complete scarcity mindset. That's something about the comfort camper, right? It's not that they have an abundance of comfort. They're worried about running out of their comfort all the time. So they need more comfort to soothe themselves, to not worry about running out of comfort. Ooh, I'm running out of comfort. God, and they self-police themselves on a need-to-know basis. They won't think or ask questions outside their comfort zone. How do you think you get the police into this militarized state who beat the shit out of the civilians? Like, how do you think this happens? And then they go on TV saying, yeah, they wear masks, they're cowards, as they go out in full masked gear, beating the shit out of civilians. How do you think they can even say that without going, wait a minute? They don't even question it. They don't even question it. You know, comfort campers are guilty of choosing comfort over anything else. That includes courage, facts, and integrity. The manipulator deliberately creates an imbalance of power and exploits the victim to serve his or her agenda. And comfort is the way they do it with the comfort camper. And Preston Nee actually had a really good piece of life advice here. If these fuckers try to apologize, you can say, well, thank you for apologizing, but I'm not ready to forgive you until I see a change in your behavior. You know, and Philip K. Dick actually had a funny line about it, where the basic tool for the manipulation of reality is the manipulation of words. If you can control the meaning of words, you can control the people who must use the words. And this comes down to censorship when you really think about it. Philip K. Dick, when you think about it, right? Control the meaning of words, censorship. The word can only mean this. You're trying to make it mean something else. It can't. You must be censored. You must be canceled. The words can only mean this. Ooh, and this is good. Yes. Ooh. It's very something. And yeah, it's important to distinguish healthy social influence from psychological manipulation. Healthy social influence occurs between most people, part of the give and take. But psychological manipulation, one person's used for the benefit of another. You know, these egopaths use people. They're not there to do it for you. They're there to fuck you up and fuck you over. You know, the manipulator deliberately creates an imbalance of power and exploits the victim to serve his or her agenda. Da, 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 da. How they trick the comfort camper is, you're a victim. You're free from responsibility. Join our group. God. Oh, it's something. It's bad. And yeah, the comfort camper, unfortunately, they're going to put external cost on others. As a comfort camper, they're going to try to police you, and you're going to pay the price for it. They want to be comfortable, and you better make them comfortable. They want to reap social benefits while you incur social cost, right? They're the victim, and you're the perpetrator. So, you know, you need to benefit them, and you need to pay a price. And it's this comfortism, this comfort-centric morality and obedience, right? And that's the thing, right? This obedience. The only reason that they like obedience is because it brings them comfort, to make them feel like they're part of a group, which again, that's what Eric Fromm was about, that there's nothing evil or rational that does not bring comfort when it's shared by a group, right? Because that conformity will bring them comfort no matter what they're doing. It's just, they really don't have much of a morality at all. They really don't. They don't have their own morality. It's infallible emotional reasoning via comfort. That sums them up perfectly. And yeah, they try to enforce a social cost on you. I'm the victim. You owe me. Yeah, I'm owed something for nothing. Ayn Rand was really good about defining some of these people with calling them like second-handers and living secondhand. And it's like, if any comfort camper stopped and asked himself if they've actually had any personal desires or personal goals, like, they don't. All their wishes and everything, it's comfort. And then what they want is they want social status. And that's the midwit. Midwit just wants social status because, of course, guess what that does? That brings comfort, right? And benefits. And so the second-hander want their delusion is prestige, right? Social status above others. And it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And it's scary too, because the sheep, you know, all these NPCs, the sheeple, the midwits, the egopaths, they'll accept anything except a man who stands alone, the individual versus the collective. They recognize him at once. There's a special kind of insidious kind of hatred for him. They forgive criminals. They admire dictators. Crime and violence are a tie, a form of mutual dependence. They need ties. They've got to force their miserable little personalities on every single person they meet. The independent man kills them because they don't exist within him, and that's the only form of existence they know. Notice the malignant kind of resentment against any idea that propounds independence. Notice the malice towards an independent man. Ayn Rand. They want to trivialize and mock you and make fun of you when the right thing to do is be concerned. They can feign concern, but sometimes they just can't help themselves when they're enjoying getting away with their abuse. Yeah. Distortionists magnify, minimize, deny, omit facts, lie, trivialize, normalize, romanticize, demonize, humanize themselves. Oh, I'm human, all right. Oh, I do pure evil things, but I'm a human, all right. I'm more human than all of you. And that's the thing about egopaths. They do everything in their power to make your life not worth living, and that's not evil. Fuck off. And that's the thing about a gut feeling. Like, gut feelings is an appeal to experience. That's what it is. Your gut feeling is about personal experience. Of course, those who refuse to learn won't gain experience and will over time numb and dull the otherwise sharp sense that is the gut feeling. You know, comfort campers really don't have a gut feeling on that stuff. Jesus, has this been a hard one. I'm really pushing myself here, guys. Oh, wow. All right, so how do you keep these comfort campers believing a lie? Well, stop them from seeking the truth. And most of them will help you with that. They'll self-police, right? We get them to believe it, and then the other thing would be a discomforting thought. And there you go. You win. So how do you stop others from seeking the truth? Make them think they already have it, right? That's it, right? How do you keep up them believing a lie? Stop them from seeking the truth. How do you get them to stop seeking the truth? Make them think they already have it. You don't need to look for the truth. You know it now because I told you. Your God's the only God, and everyone else must die. Of course. Of course. Of course that's how this works. Of course I am the one true God speaker who speaks on behalf of God, and you should be dependent on me. And listen to me and obey me. Yes, obey. Obedience. Obedience is so good. Have a herd morality. Obey me unquestioningly. God. A distracted and dumbed down population simply lacks the mental resources to resist their enslavement. They really can't resist mental enslavement. It's just, God, it's scary. It's scary stuff. You know, and setting down rules and laws for another person, you know, not everyone will be convinced. It's foolish to try it for that. No amount of evidence can open closed minds. And that's part of it. The comfort camper wants to set down rules and laws for you and be like, you owe me comfort. Oh, comfort. So there's impression management and doublespeak. And I kind of covered doublespeak already, where William Lutz defined it as language designed to evade responsibility, make the unpleasant appear pleasant, the unattractive appear attractive. Basically, it's language designed to mislead while pretending not to, right? It's kind of, in a way, when you think about it, doublespeak is a form of aggressive mimicry, but it's a verbal aggressive mimicry. It's verbal aggressive mimicry, if you really want to think about it, right? It appears harmless, it's not. It's, in short, it's purposeful deception, believable lies, a verbal form of aggressive mimicry, and parasitic signals. Oh shit! I see. I even said that. I forgot I had written that. Verbal form of aggressive mimicry. It's the sheep's clothing that the wolf wears. Yeah. There's multiple ways to do doublespeak, to distort information away from reality, from being factually accurate. You know, that's the funny thing, right? Half-truth plus a half-truth equals a lie. And lies. Like half-truths, you're still, it's lies by omission. So it's still lies. So substitution by word or substitution by definition, rebranding. That's one of the ways that doublespeak works. There's different things about doublespeak. So rebranding. They don't love uses their word for love. They circumvent your knowledge of what you know by substituting in words you don't know to remain undetected. Again, the soft speak is all about this. Doublespeak and soft speak sort of go together. Doublespeak is about saying something, and it's not straightforward. And soft speak is also about soft speak, soft language. It's about euphemism, minimizing, lies by omission. Extreme end is just nonsense, gobbledygook bullshit. So, and the thing is, empty words, promises, or false apologies. Empty words, empty promises, false apologies, false apologies. Soft language, neutral language, euphemisms, minimizing, lies by omissions. Extreme end is nonsense, which is gobbledygook. Inflated language. Now there's one. Magnifying, lies by commission. You puff it up, you lie, you say it's so much better than it really is, like the Egopath saying that they're so much better than they really are. Puffed up, important sounding words. Double the truth. There's a saying. Oh, you know me, I'm double the truth. And that's actually from a movie, Kubo and the Two Strings, and just extreme end is nonsense. There's no such thing as double the truth. I mean, something's either factually accurate or it's not factually accurate. You don't have something that's doubly factually accurate, and that's not how it works. And then, you have jargon, lingo, technical terms, and jargon itself isn't doublespeak, but it's the word substitution using a jargon word that encourages desired reaction from the listener. And so again, jargon itself, I wouldn't consider it, but I do consider code switching to be doublespeak, where you're trying to purposefully do something, where you're not trying to convey the right information on purpose. Really, that's what doublespeak's about. You're trying to convey the wrong information. You're not trying to convey the right information. So bonus, code words, when properly set up, will be doublespeak for your enemies, but not those in the know. Because doublespeak in the way is you're saying something, but there's something behind it. You know, it's just what you're saying isn't what is actually getting communicated in a way to what you wanted people to know. So code word or code phrase, secret way of communicating information to members of your community without tipping off others of your intentions, or at the very least, the secret meaning of your coded message. You can make it you can work a code word or phrase into a sentence, you know, and there's also an argot, or it's spelled ARGOT, but argot is the it's a special or secret language or jargon used by two or more people, and Pig Latin's a good example of the Ixnay on the itch, bay. Nix on the bitch. And so something like that, you know, language of the dark, where but it does arouse suspicion too easily. It doesn't mask your intentions. And when you're being closely monitored, it will fail you. You know, but you could probably, you know, decode the Pig Latin and all that, right? Language of the dark. You're just trying to get something through that you don't want other people to know about, and that's different from doublespeak. Doublespeak's about trying to screw people over and mislead people, and not trip any of their alarms in terms of hey, what are you up to? But again, I guess it's the same goal in that way. But again, I've kind of talked about that. So key symptoms of a comfort camper include lack of awareness, lack of understanding, lack of a burning desire to learn. Yeah, the coward's currency is fear, and when they only choose fear, whoever uses the most fear wins the favor. They never leave echo chambers. They want to hear your opinion out of your own mouth. Let's see. Oh, there's some song lyrics. Sweet dreams, life's not so bad when you're sleeping. Sweet dreams, life's not so bad when you're sleeping. Yep, that's an interesting one. What else we got? Sweet dream ain't so bad when you're sleeping. Yeah, you can believe the lie when you're not awake. Yeah. As George Carlin, The American Dream. It's called The American Dream because you have to be asleep to believe it. And there's a lot of things about using fear to control people. It's a very, very big way to control people. Yeah, and it gives another demon to control people with. Yeah. There's nothing inhuman, evil, or irrational which does not give some comfort, provided it is shared by a group. Eric Fromm. I mean, that is such a like dead on quote that sums up these comfort campers, these conformists, perfectly. You know, due to the comfort campers' greatest and inherent weakness, that is their own lack of independence and free thinking, they easily fit into all sorts of roles and boxes to be someone else's tools. And fooling oneself has a death sentence for personal improvement, as quoted by me. George Carlin talked about circling the drain, where there's a different guy named Calhoun who coined the term behavioral sink, where it's the societal collapse. It's a kind of spiritual death that precedes the physical death. And he did some experiments on a mouse utopia, and observing the disintegration of rodent society on account of this overpopulation gives us great insight into the nature of clown world. The terrifying truth is that the human animal in clown world is not so different from the rat and the mouse in the mouse utopia experiments. Yeah, it's the behavioral sink, just circling the drain. We're going down the drain. We're in a slow decline. And it's just going to get worse, and it's kind of scary in that regard. And the comfort campers won't do anything, right, until it gets so bad that they can't ignore it anymore, right? As shown on the mental filter of comfort, and then they panic, and then the manipulators can control them and keep doing horrible shit. It's very bad. So eventually things just have to get so bad, and this, I don't know how we're gonna don't know how we're going to prevent such a thing, but I think what we can focus on is the survival of intelligent people. I think that's what we should focus on. I think that should be the focus. I don't think you can save the sheep. Sorry. So let's see. Constant fear of loss keeps them in a fixed mindset. Yeah, I mean, that goes for all of them. They all have this fear of losing this control or losing comfort, and you know what I mean? It's all the same, and they want to follow the group, and they can have a fixed mindset and justify it because they're part of the group, and the group, whatever the group says is right, and I obey the group. Ooh, like, oh god, conformity. As the saying goes, you can't fix stupid. A fixed mindset means a fixed intelligence, unable to grow and develop. Comfort campers, you know, the midwits, they're fixed wits. Unlike genius people who have a growth mindset, who think outside their comfort zone, that's not the comfort camper. Let's see, Hegelian dialectic. I talked about that. Yeah, evil doesn't deserve pity. It deserves disdain. It doesn't deserve pity. It's a disgusting, horrible thing. Let's see. Yeah, can't have your own morals if you're not your own person. I mean, are you an individual or not? I mean, if you deny that you're an individual, how can you say that you have your own morals? Really? So having a collective identity is just garbage. You need to have your own independent individual identity. To have your own integrity, you have to be your own person. Like, you can't have morals or integrity if you're not your own person. And that's the sheeple don't want to be a person. They just want to be this comforted thing. That's all they care about. They don't even care about being an individual. Good. We are on to the last. Oh my god, we're on to the last one. It's the 15 pages left. Yay! Oh my god. Oh my god. And then after these 15 pages, I can kind of wrap up with the conclusion. Yeah, okay, let's see. Carlos Sapola's Taxonomy of Stupid and his 5 fundamental laws. And the terms like midwit, NPC, sheeple, and other further research helps like hand, lawns, the razor, never attribute to malice that which can be adequately explained by neglect, incompetence, stupidity, at least not the first time. That's a very good rule. I mean, if someone does a mistake once, okay, they do it again, no, don't be the guy who keeps giving second chances. And I'm not the guy that gives second chances. It just doesn't happen anymore. Good people don't fuck up nearly that much, you know. And they would tell me. I have raised my standards, and my quality of life has also raised. So I know I did the right move. The 7 Laws of Stupidity by Nana Opong. That's another one. The 7 Degrees of Stupid by Paul McWhorter. That's also a good one. Comfort Camper with myself and Tyr Ravenson. And yeah, they can't think outside their comfort zone. For movies, Free Guy or Idiocracy. Good luck. Yep, and the victim mimic is what I would call those permanent full-time victims, the professional victim. Otto Kernberg provided an extensive discussion on idealization, both in its defensive and adaptive aspects. He conceptualized idealization as involving a denial of unwanted characteristics of an object, then enhancing the object by projecting one's own libido on or omnipotence onto it. That's it, right? He was thinking maybe idealization has something to do with projection as well, and he's not necessarily wrong. They could project their own thing, but what can they project that's good about them? These evil monsters have nothing good to project. Like, well, what? Well, what could they actually project that's true about themselves that's good? What, that they can manipulate people? Really? Like, I can manipulate people. Ooh, you can manipulate people too. Ooh. Like, no, it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up to the model. It's a good idea, but it fails. It fails reality. It doesn't match reality, and mine does. Mine matches reality. And you know what? If Otto Kernberg learned a little bit more about aggression, I bet he could have come up with the model I did, because that's really what it comes down to. Oh yeah, shifting goalposts is something that manipulators like doing. Oh, okay, what else we got here? Incrementalism. Oh, yes. I was looking at different ways to innovate because I was curious about different types of innovation. And you have incrementalism, which is more of the same. Then you have iteration, a different type of innovation where something else in place to achieve the same goal. So instead of a round toilet seat, you could have sort of one of those weird half-assed toilet seats. So there you go. You've achieved the same goal. You have something to sit on, and it's a different design. So that's iteration. Innovation, something created or discovered that is used to bring about revolutionary progress. And that's the thing, right? Innovation comes from smart people. It doesn't come from the egopath. It doesn't come from the herd. Innovation doesn't come from them. Innovation comes from the intelligent people, where you create something or discover something that's used to bring about revolutionary progress. Learn, grow, discover, do shit with your life, live life. And don't be a comfort camper. So there's that. There's also radical innovation, and disruptive innovation, which are just sort of different sort of outcomes. But really, when you look at true innovation, that's an important aspect. Alexander Solzhenitsyn. Oh fuck, how do I pronounce that? Solzhenitsyn. Alexander Solzhenitsyn. Yeah, he came up with some stuff about like Gulag Archipelago and like how we burned in the camps, and if we'd only valued freedom and when every little
officer had come to everyone's door to put us to the gulag if we'd fought back, and then they would run away. Because that's the thing, right? All these comfort campers and stuff, whoever they fear the most is who they're loyal to. It's scary. It's very scary. Will always offer a feeling of comfort. Oh, this is good. Without this certainty, this comfort, stupidity wouldn't be so common. Right? That's a good question, right? Why is stupidity common? Well, it's comfortable at the time. The stupid choice to the stupid doesn't seem stupid. It feels right. It's comfortable. Emotional reasoning and comfort, a very good feeling, is all that is needed for stupidity to defeat intelligence. You know, because that's the thing, right? I mean, I can complain about comfort campers all day, kind of like I've done today, but the reality is, I know I have to avoid being stupid myself, right? I can't just go, oh yeah, they're the stupid ones. I'm super duper smart and I'm never stupid. No, that's comfort camper thinking. How convenient, how comforting. What a comforting thought. But that's just it, right? Emotional reasoning, comfort, very good feeling. All that's needed for stupidity to defeat intelligence. And that's another thing when it comes to stupid people. Don't ask what they're thinking. They weren't thinking. Ask what they were feeling. That is the comfort camper way. No, that's the thing, right? It's George Carlin said, leave symbols to the symbol-minded. Symbols invoke emotions, right? So symbols, symbol-minded, emotionally minded. Yep. Reasoning from emotions is generally seen as a negative thing, and for good reason. Most people who reason from their emotions are bad at it. They lack the required emotional intelligence to double-check their feels to reality, so to speak. There are times where emotions are accurate, and that's fine, but feelings change within seconds. Facts don't. The fact of the matter does not change. Feelings change within seconds, facts don't. Devaluation. It's the weaponized denial of good things. Yep, I mean, we know that. Devaluation is a distorted evaluation. We know that. What else we got here? Oh, God, this thing. Okay, yeah. I had made a comment when someone was talking about the ocean. It's actually an acronym for the 5 different traits for like openness, conscientiousness, agreeableness, and some other shit. I don't really give a shit. The one thing that I will talk about is agreeableness is relative. And this is another thing, right? All right. If I say we need to kill all of a certain group of people and you disagree with me, and then I say, oh, we all need to not kill a certain group of people and you disagree with me, I mean, who's the bad person for disagreeing? You know what I mean? Agreeableness is relative to what is being agreed upon. And the Milgram experiment had some people disagree with pressing a button, which was about, press the button, shock that person. No, I don't want to press it. Well, are you bad for disagreeing? That's the funny thing there, right? But the scary part is the sheeple want to conform. They'll conform and they'll go, oh, you seem important, I better listen to you. Duh. Whoa, it's scary. And yeah, historically, the most terrible things, war, genocide, and slavery, have resulted not from disobedience, but from obedience. All the obedient little soldiers. Howard Zinn. That's a quote there. So yeah, to the dualistic mindset, they have trouble understanding the above quote. They crave their comfort, their certainty. They evade uncertainty, their discomfort, especially certainty from authority. Ooh. And here's another quote from Gerald Massey. They must find it hard to take truth for authority who have so long mistaken authority for truth. Yeah, they don't. As far as they're concerned, if you have a fancy title, then you're right about whatever you say, as opposed to someone who has no title, no university degree, saying, hey, this is the case. You go, you don't have a title. I don't have to listen to you. Woo, I'm smart. God, they are known as the NPCs, sheeple, midwits, and my personal label for them, comfort campers, who are unwilling to think outside their comfort zone. They have trouble differentiating between morality and legality. Morality is doing what is right, regardless of what you are told. Obedience is doing what is told of you, regardless of what is right or illegal. And that's the thing, right? Their morality system's obedience. So as far as they're concerned, as long as they obey, they're moral, they're good people. I'm a good person. I'm sending all the children to the gulag. I'm a good person. Oh my God. Agreeableness is the symptom, a byproduct, not the problem. You're looking at the symptom here, not the disease, so to speak. Disagreeableness is a joke of an indicator when you realize that being moral can and does differ from being agreeable. There's a time to be agreeable and then there's a time to be right. Sometimes you can't have both. Example, you should be my slave and never question me or my authority. Do you disagree? Who exactly is the bad person for disagreeing? Right, really? No, really. Come on, be my slave. What, you're going to disagree with me? Oh, because you know those supposedly that have the dark triad traits are low in agreement. So if you're disagreeing with me, I guess you're bad like them. Ooh, which you know is bullshit because these dark triad people, they can be very agreeable when they sycophant up to people. Like the idealization is all about that. You know, the love bombing's all about that. They're not trying to be disagreeable. They're being very agreeable to sucker you in and destroy you and take what they want from you. You know, are they really both just as bad? The person who thinks slavery is wrong versus the person who thinks slavery is right because they both disagree? You know, moral subjectivity aside, I think it's very telling of your character if you think slavery is okay. You know, at that point, I'd say you have a character disturbance, a much more reliable indicator than you don't agree with me, so you're bad. You know, I think what you really need to look at is the character disturbance, not is someone agreeable or not. Do they have a character disturbance? The real problem is the fixed mindset. They simply don't change. They ultimately do not want to. It's a choice to abuse and to act upon their power lust to enslave others. This is where their disagreeableness and incorrigibleness comes into play. Right? Oh, they're all for agreeing when they can steal from you, but the moment they need to stop being a bad person, that's when the disagreeableness happens. Ayn Rand talks about the passive mind being a major issue, but these predators have a rather active and predatory mind. The danger is an active, predatory, aggressive personality. To add to the danger, one you can't change, you can't fix them. That's just it. It's not just the passive mind that's dangerous, it's a fixed mind. They are a predator who is active and aggressive, and you can't change their fucking mind. No one else can take your place for personal improvement. Fooling yourself is a death sentence for personal improvement. I found the narcissism trait is preferring delusions over reality. It all comes down to that. This covers their false self they continually put effort into believing they are. It also explains how they get caught. They really thought they wouldn't get caught. A good example of this is MacArthur Wheeler and his lemon juice turns me invisible bank robbery. For more info and what inspired the Dunning-Kruger model, you know, really, the MacArthur Wheeler literally had a moment where he goes, "Hey, don't worry, I still have a face. I'm just invisible. Now put the money in the bag." He actually said that to the bank clerk he was robbing. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like they're fucking stupid. They really are. You know, criminals get caught because they're stupid. Aggressive personalities tend to have a combination of all those bad traits. I've done extensive research on all of this, even made a series with Tia Ravenson on the Egopath and their mask of perfection. The Big Five ocean is something I disagree with as being a reliable indicator. The Big Five is not some infallible be-all, end-all. The Big Five does not cover everything, like what personality trait is dominant over another, resulting in different personality and a different label, because you can have a different psychiatric label applied to you depending on the combination of traits and which ones are dominant. That's extremely important, but outside the scope of what the Big Five covers. The narcissist midwits are notorious for sycophanting, brown-nosing, and being yes-men to those in power. Flying monkeys are very obedient and agreeable to whatever their master tells them to do and who to hurt. As Friedrich Nietzsche put it, the slave creates the herd to destroy the higher man. Who exactly is the bad person for agreeing? Yeah, there we go, I flipped it. Oh yeah, disagreeing is bad? Oh yeah? Well, what if agreeing is doing the bad thing, huh? Now what? And they don't understand that. Those are the notes. I have covered the notes. Oh, those are so many notes. I guess the only thing I could add is these egopaths, they will hold their own children to adult standards, and then they never are allowed to grow up. Like, it's a lose-lose to keep the child their slave. Like they really are just evil. Like I can't like they're okay with slavery. I mean, no, you should not be okay with slavery. If you have good morals and any sort of master morality, you would not be okay with slavery. People, I do believe, and I believe it's been objectively proven that slavery is an internal objective evil. It's evil. We don't enslave other people. Hey, if they don't want to agree with you, don't want to work with you, that's one thing. But enslaving them? Enslaving people is a-okay. Nuh-uh, evil. That's what it is. I don't give a shit if it's legal or not. Slavery's evil. I really hope that that things get better for us guys. I really hope that humanity doesn't go extinct. This might take about 15 minutes. I think 15 minutes probably is about all I need. So that's good. We'll see how much it is. Yeah, and let's talk about a bit about determinism, because you know what? Determinism plays a big role in a lot of these comfort campers' lives. Determinism, right? Oh, I'm never to blame, right? I can avoid responsibility. And yeah, I mean, what it comes down to is they can avoid being accountable, because determinism is always a comfortable thought. Never your fault. You're always a victim, whatever, right? Never, you're a victim of your genetics. You're a victim of society. You're a victim, blah, blah, blah. You're victim. Ooh, determinism. Yeah, but that's the thing. You're not a deterministic person if you have a brain, if you have a mind of your own. You can be probabilistic, you can figure out what you want to do with your life, but you're not just deterministic. You can do your own thing. And that's why determinism, I fully disagree with it. And Ayn Rand was absolutely right. And there's an actual thing about Ayn Rand on determinism. And I'm just gonna point it out here. I'm just gonna talk about it. Dictatorship and determinism are reciprocally reinforcing corollaries. If one seeks to enslave men, one has to destroy their reliance on the validity of their own judgments and choices, right? You have to be, no, you can't choose for yourself. You have to let the group decide. Determinism. If one believes that reason and volition are impotent, one has to accept the rule of force. And determinism is a bullshit theory that everything happens in the universe is necessitated by previous factors, and nothing could ever happen differently from the way it did, and everything in the future is already preset and inevitable. Every aspect of man's life and character on this view is merely a product of factors that are ultimately outside his control. And when you think about that, isn't that a devaluation of a human being? Right? No matter what, my fallback is always, it's not my fault. It's determinism. I'm a victim. Like, God, it screams weakness. It screams it. And the thing is, if you're a determinist, you have to dismiss psychology, because psychology is not a deterministic science. It's a probabilistic science. And so you have to dismiss it because it's non-deterministic. Psychology is all about going, no, your mind's not deterministic. But that's just it. You have to dismiss all of psychology. If you believe in determinism, you have to dismiss all of it, because you can't have a mind of your own, because no matter what you do, it's always the same. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And you know what? It gets down to determinism is a repulsive ideology of weakness. When it comes down to having core values are an approach to issues and are designed to be applied to any situation as a guide. Core values allow a leader to navigate issues in a prioritized way, considering nuances and thinking deeply. But the ideology, which is what determinism is, really, it's not just a theory. Determinism is a freaking ideology. It's a set of rigid beliefs that can limit options and constrict decision-making into the small box of dogma. Ideology does not allow compromise because it is understood as morally superior. It doesn't. Their ideology is, it's determinism, never my fault. I can do whatever I want to. It's not my fault. I'm a victim here just as much as you. Nah, boo boo. Like, what a mentality. What a toxic mentality to have. Good God. All because because of fucking cowards, and they don't want any personal responsibility. So they deny that they have any personal. It's just denial. Pure denial. Ugh. Fixed mind is focused on ideology. The growth mind is focused on core values. I think that's very indicative, right? When someone has a fixed mind, they're all about ideology. They just want the answers. The growth mind is about questioning. Growth mind is about going, what the fuck is going on? I'm not sure if I believe that. I'm not sure. I believe that my God is the one true God here. Just, how convenient. Everyone's born with the right religion. Everyone gets born into a family who has the right religion. How convenient. Okay, so I covered determinism there and why determinism is bullshit. And I don't really need to get into it. I mean, at this point, it should be obvious what determinism is. It really should be obvious. It's a ploy to trick you into joining the group and subscribing to the little victim narrative. And impression management is something. I mean, impression management is where they pretend to be something they're not, which again is a lot of aggressive mimicry. That's a lot of what it is. The DSM, I really don't like it because the DSM has done a lot of bad things. And the DSM, again, is not psychology, but psychiatry. And by the way, psychiatry or psychiatrist, the root words of that is mind healer. Well, it wasn't that long ago these mind healers were lobotomizing people. I'm going to kill your brain, which will make you lose your personality and kill your mind. I'm a mind healer. Like, no, oh God. Doesn't mean that there aren't good people in the profession, but holy shit, with a history like that, there's some problems with that. And another thing is the DSM I find to be complete bullshit. I mean, the DSM-5 actually had its funding cut by the National Institute of Mental Health due to lack of validity. Just because it's like, hey, how do we know you're not just making up bullshit? And again, I really disagree with the victim narratives. The DSM-3 actually had something about sadistic personality disorder, which actually wasn't a victim narrative. It was actually about predators. And then it got removed. It got removed. It didn't fit the little victim narrative. And so, and their excuse for getting rid of it was the fact that, oh, well, we don't want those people to not get punished, as if their DSM would then decide, oh, they shouldn't be punished. Like, nonsense. They pulled it out because of political reasons, because of personal power reasons, because of their own agenda. They're trying to sell a bunch of victim narratives, and it's not. I don't agree with it. And you know what's funny? When they get called out on their bullshit, like the original DSM-1, being gay was a mental disorder. Yeah, if you're homosexual, you have a mental disorder. How quickly they got rid of that when the public backlash went out against it. How quickly they had to remove it and go, we need to be tolerant. All the backpedaling, Olympic level backpedaling after they got called out on the bullshit. So no, anything from the DSM, I really don't use that as any qualified authority, any source of truth. I don't see it as a qualified source of truth at all. I think Dr. George Simon covers it much better with character disturbance and aggression. I think he covers it perfectly well. I think character disturbance is the reality, while personality disorder is full of victim narrative bullshit where, they suffer, they have a personality disorder and they suffer. These predators don't suffer. They suffer from consequences when it backfires on them, or when someone fights back and goes, this is bullshit and I won't put up with your depravity and your evil ways. Neurosis versus character disturbance, right? Character disturbance, other people suffer because of your personality, whereas neurosis, you suffer from your personality. And so this idea of personality disorder I think it's just bullshit. I think it's just some bullshit. Doesn't mean that a person can't be suffering, but I think the whole personality disorder thing is bullshit. And I mean, you know what? So did the NIMH, because you know what? It's the DSM-4 and DSM-5. They changed the definition of what a mental disorder was, or what a personality disorder was. They keep changing it. And there was actually some people, including Zaz, who I believe was quite high up in psychiatry, who was just like, yeah, they're secular priests. The mental disorders don't exist. So he was already like, no, this is some bullshit. So, it's kind of funny in that regard. Now, with that being said, I think things like character disturbance and mental illnesses and stuff, I think those things exist. No problem. But the idea that there's this magical personality disorder that's causing this person to be evil. Bullshit. 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 It's a choice to be evil. It is a goddamn choice. Sickness happens to someone. Evil is a goddamn choice. They choose it. They choose to be evil. And you know what? It's integrity versus incorrigibility. Integrity is about strength of character. Incorrigibility is about the weakness or lack of character. It comes down to, I'm going to do right no matter what, integrity, versus I'm going to do what I want no matter what is right, incorrigibility. And you will find the character disturbed are going to do what they want no matter what is right. You will find that is the direction they go. You will find that is the direction the Egopath goes. I already have gone into it so deep here, guys. At this point, if you've listened to all of this, congratulations. You are so far ahead now in terms of understanding aggressors and understanding predatory people and understanding the Egopath. You are light years ahead, light years. And I'll let you in on a little secret. I wasn't actually the first person to come up with the term Egopath. It was actually a different guy named Cedric Wood came up with the term Egopath. And I agreed with his short definition on Egopath, but his long definition unfortunately fell into the same trap of it's not their fault. No, it's their fault. They're aggressive personalities. So I will always disagree with Dr. Cedric Wood on that. But you know what? It's one of those things where I don't have to argue with him. My work stands on its own. I've already proven my side. I have done it, and a rational mind will be able to weigh my version with his version, with Dr. Cedric Wood's version, and see who's right. The guy with the credentials or the guy with no credentials? Uh-oh, are you going to be a credentialist? Because he's Dr. Cedric Wood, and I'm just Connor Wood. But I've done my research, and I've come to my conclusions, and I am a qualified authority on this. If you're a credentialist, you can't believe that. You can't believe me that I'm a qualified authority because I don't have a fancy title. Let's go for the conclusion, guys. This is it. This is for all the truth seekers out there. You know, I believe for the human race to succeed, to not go extinct, we have to evolve past the comfort camping, past the midwittery and the fixed wittery. We need to evolve past this dark pentat of egopathy destroying our species and destroying life on this planet. We need to have defensive measures in place so that it is the egopath that becomes extinct, not us. Make no mistake, the egopaths will go extinct either way. If all the good intelligent people, the real humanity, goes extinct first, the egopaths will follow like a parasite without a host. The question is, do you want the human race to go extinct along with the egopath? That is the question you must ask yourself. I will include a link in the description to all my work. Thank you for your time. This is Connor Wood from Egopath Time, signing off. Good luck, my friends. Good luck.